At the meeting of ASEAN countries yesterday in Kuala Lumpur, she says Canada is working to complete a free trade deal with that 10-nation bloc as quickly as possible. Well, Linda Ward joins me now, and we want to talk a little bit about fentanyl, but we're going to pause you for 1 second, Linda. Sorry. I want to talk a little bit more about the mention of Trump's actions that hinge on the repeated claims of that fentanyl crisis. Just to give you a little bit of context, the claim allows Trump to use special emergency powers that enable him to impose tariffs in order to protect American national security. In his letter, Trump says fentanyl is, quote, pouring across the country, and adds it is not the only challenge the U.S. has with Canada, saying, quote, if Canada works with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter, and you will never be disappointed with the United States of America. Now, I mentioned that Linda was joining us to talk a little bit more and kind of dive deeper into this fentanyl crisis. We hear what the president is saying. He has said this previously, but how big is this actual problem?
Right. So we took a look at the data, and this is data coming from the United States, from Customs and Border Protection. And it does show that there's been an increase in the amount of fentanyl that's been seized at the Canada-U.S. border. Let's take a look at some of the numbers that show that more fentanyl has been seized along the Canada-U.S. border so far this fiscal year than in all of the last. We're talking about between this past October and May of this year, 26 kilograms were seized, and that's up from 19.5 kilos for the entire last fiscal year. But to put this in context, this is a minuscule amount when we compare the numbers that U.S. Customs and Border Protection has for the amount of fentanyl that they're seizing at the Mexican border. So far, this fiscal, U.S. seized 3,700 kilograms at the U.S.-Mexican border. And remember, this is the United States' own data. Canada is not the U.S.'s biggest problem, according to the numbers that they collect themselves. It still doesn't mean Canada's a fentanyl-free zone. We know that. We've seen that. We've covered that in the news. 74% of last year's opioid deaths did involve fentanyl in this country, so it certainly is here. But Canada's fentanyl czar, Kevin Brosseau, says he's concerned about the increase in the amount of fentanyl that is being seen at the Canada-U.S. border, but puts it down to potentially the fact that the U.S. is cracking down on the U.S.-Mexican border, and potentially some cartels may be trying to use our border to get their fentanyl into the United States. But the job now, he says, is making that not a welcoming zone for those cartels.
Okay, so what steps have been taken? What's been done so far?
There's been a number of things, 5 that, we've covered extensively, and we mentioned that fentanyl czar, Kevin Brosseau, appointed back in February. He says he's increased intelligence sharing between the two countries, and he says that is why we've seen a number of very high-profile drug busts that have happened. Super labs, like the one that we heard about last year in BC, seizing 54 kilograms of fentanyl. This past April, RCMP in BC announcing several large seizures of fentanyl as well. Production labs that have been taken down. Last month, the OPP seized the equivalent of 435,000 potentially lethal doses. We've also seen legislation being brought in, talking about Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act that was introduced last month. And what that aims to do is to put more controls on the chemicals that are used to produce things like fentanyl. There have been more surveillance measures. We've seen the drones and the helicopters at the Canada-U.S. border. And there's also this joint strike force, which is essentially working with Washington to take down organized crime groups that are working across borders. So the question now is really, what more can we do here if we've done all of this already? And the government doesn't have a whole lot of time to figure that out, right? August 1st is coming up very quickly. We have reached out to the fentanyl czar to find out what his next move will be before those new tariffs come into play.
And if there's anything specific, when we hear Donald Trump say, if you have action here, we can potentially have some movement. But the question is, what action do they want?
Exactly. And they don't give a whole lot of specifics, as we know.
As much as we know at this point. Linda, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, leaders across Canada continue to share their thoughts on Donald Trump's latest tariff threat. The official leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre, posted on social media to say the latest tariff threats are another unjustified attack on Canada's economy. Canada has long been a reliable partner and trusted friend of the United States. These tariffs will damage both our countries. All Canadians must come together to defend our economy. Conservatives stand ready to do everything we can to secure the best deal for Canada by July 21st, deadline that the Prime Minister has set. Our country stands united. The Premier of British Columbia, David Eby, also took to social media. He wrote, "This letter is flailing and factually incorrect. Other F words could come to mind. Just one more reminder of why Canadians need to come together to grow our economy and stand strong. British Columbians are leading the way on that work." Well, in addition to the blanket 35%, Trump is promising to enforce a 50% tariff on Canadian copper, also taking effect August 1st. He announced the move on Truth Social, citing national security concerns. Canada is the second largest supplier of copper to the U.S. behind Chile. The president has not signed an executive order on it yet, but Industry Minister Melanie Joly says Canada plans to fight back.
Well, of course, we denounce these illegal tariffs, and we think that they're a direct attack against our workers and now on in the copper industry, and so we'll fight against them.
That was Industry Minister Melanie Joly speaking at the Vancouver Board of Trade. And we've seen some really big swings of markets in the past with Donald Trump's announcements on tariffs or even just his tariff threats. Scott is watching all of that for us. So this morning, market reaction, investor reaction, what are we looking for and what are we seeing? Yeah, we are seeing definitely a pullback in these markets, but the caveat here is these markets were at record highs just yesterday, and the markets really, I've been watching them for a while, have never seen this gyroscopic sort of back and forth created by one person in the White House, the U.S. president specifically. So really the markets are looking at whether this is going to cause economic harm to the global economy, whether this is going to raise inflation. And also central bankers are in a tough space too because they don't know how to lower rates with the potential of so much inflation with these tariffs. But the problem as well is that we are looking at record highs. And part of the problem that observers say is the U.S. president has a real barometer on how well the financial markets are doing. It's not necessarily a barometer of how the economy is doing, but he wears it like a badge of honor, according to the White House observers. And here's the president on NBC just yesterday in a quote taking basically a victory lap for how high these markets are, saying, "I think that the tariffs have been very well received. The stock market has hit a new high today." And the concern about that is echoed by Jamie Dimon. He's the CEO of JP Morgan, echoing the quote basically saying that markets are too confident going forward. So without further ado, that's a preamble about what we're about to look at here. And this is a lot of red markets out there that we're seeing from Asia to Europe. And let's take a look now at the futures for North America. We've got the price of oil down in the prospect of less economic activity. The World Bank, the OECD, all forecast a slowing economy with the confusion and the imposition of these tariffs around the world, slowing trade. And let's look at the markets themselves as far as itemizing what's going on here. Specifically today, we've got the Dow Jones, the S&P, and NASDAQ in firmly negative territory. But again, these are coming off recent highs set just yesterday. Scott, thank you so much. Sure. Well, we are taking a deep look at how these tariffs could affect industries throughout the morning. Coming up at 8:15, we will get the perspective of international trade lawyer Mark Warner. We'll ask him how these tariffs could impact trade in this country. Then a bit later at 9:40, we will speak with the executive director of the Frontier Duty Free Association. She will give us some insights into the implications of the trade tariffs for Canada's duty-free shops. Well, here's what else you should know on this Friday morning. Wildfires are again threatening communities in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. The Current today has stories from Canadians who have gone through the trauma of fleeing fires and then returning to find their properties destroyed. The Current airs this morning at 8:37, 9:07 in Newfoundland and everywhere you get your podcasts. And the federal NDP is set to elect its next leader in March. The leadership campaign is set to begin in September and last 7 months. You can read more about the challenges facing the party in a new article up on our website right now. And in case you missed it, Mahoud Khalil, the Colombian graduate student detained by ICE, is seeking $20 million in damages from the Trump administration. His complaint alleges that he was falsely imprisoned, maliciously prosecuted, and labeled as a terrorist sympathizer. Online now, Canada's international trade minister says we are in a crucial window for the country to build new trade partnerships outside of the U.S., but it is a big job ahead. It is said that increasing deeper ties with major markets such as India and China means overcoming fraught diplomatic relationships. We will hear from the House and we will get the details on the website. You can read all of those at any point that you want. It's up on the CBC News app. And of course, we will have more on Donald Trump's trade war ahead. This is CBC Morning Live. Our breaking news this morning, U.S. President Donald Trump has issued a new tariff threat towards Canada, warning a 35% across-the-board levy is coming on August 1st. Now, Trump's latest tariff threat comes in a letter late last night to Prime Minister Carney in return to where he began, demanding Canada take action on border security and fentanyl. Now, Canada has earmarked hundreds of millions of dollars to do so, and images posted on social media of border security teams hired Black Hawk helicopters and named a fentanyl czar. But as David Cochran tells us, Trump appears to be signaling that the tariffs will always be part of his wider agenda.
This development is new. The tactic is not. Donald Trump, going back to February and March, had levied tariffs against Canada and threatened to raise them should Canada retaliate. It's essentially using the weight and might of the biggest and most powerful economy on earth against supposed friends and allies. This is very much out of the blue, but I don't know if anything should be out of the blue with Donald Trump at this point. We saw him evolve the tariff tactic in a letter to Brazil, threatening a 50% tariff against a country with which the United States has a trade surplus. To this point, the arguments about tariffs have been to remedy trade deficits. He doesn't have that with Brazil, and he made very clear in his letter to them that he's unhappy with the treatment of the former Brazilian leader, Jair Bolsonaro, don't like the trial that he is facing because of his alleged role in an attempted coup. He doesn't like the treatment of U.S. social media companies. So it's becoming increasingly clear that tariffs with Donald Trump will be a feature and not a bug, that he sees this as a cudgel that he can wield from the Oval Office against friends, allies, and opponents alike to try to get what he wants. Already with Canada, it's steel and aluminum, the threats of copper. He's working his way through the periodic table.
That's David Cochran, host of Power and Politics here on CBC News Network. Well, in this latest move by Trump and his ongoing trade war, one thing that is continuing to fuel Canadian pride, and new data shows that consumers are buying Canadian and traveling less to the U.S. Sophia Harris tells us why the U.S. boycott remains so strong.
Here you go.
It's shaping up to be a record sales year at this Ottawa gift shop, where almost every item is entirely made in Canada. Hot sellers include patriotic chocolate bars.
It's been really popular.
And this elbows up t-shirt.
It's really just a classic shirt you might want to wear out in a boot.
U.S. President Donald Trump began to anger Canadians back in February by launching a trade war and recommending Canada join the United States.
I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
That sparked a boycott of U.S. goods, so sales here soared and continue to do so, up 80% year over year.
It's like a big hug from your neighbors across the country saying, you know, we're in this together and we're going to protect our country.
Boycotts often wane over time, but the Buy Canadian movement remains strong.
It's something that has persisted. We've seen about 40% of small businesses say that they've seen increased sales in Canadian and locally made products.
For explicitly political reasons, I have been avoiding American products as much as I can. I just got to do the best that I can to support Canada right now.
Many Canadians also continue to avoid U.S. travel. The number of times Canadians visited the U.S. in June compared to last year declined by 22% for air travel and by 33% for land travel.
People are still traveling. We're just seeing less people traveling to the U.S. and more people traveling to places like Europe.
Part of the reasons why boycotts can be sustained is media attention.
This marketing professor says the boycott largely lives on because Trump is constantly in the news.
Canada is a very tough country to deal with.
It's got some staying power. When Trump calls us the 51st state as a deliberate insult, it is amplified on social media. And so he's actually keeping it top of mind. He's keeping the boycott going.
The question now, just how long will the U.S. boycott last? The answer may be up to Trump. Sophia Harris, CBC News, Toronto.
Well, we are asking you this morning to share your Canadian pride and maple leaf moments, and you're delivering. Many of you are sending us your pictures and showing us your love for this country. Like these two pictures that Gary Robinson sent us. Gary says that they read the product labels at the grocery store and they don't buy anything from the U.S. And this is Gary's mailbox decorated for Canada Day. This picture is from Leonard LeBlanc. Leonard and Annette LeBlanc celebrated Canada Day, the Canadian flag, and their 48th anniversary with friends in Cape Breton Highland National Park. Show us your maple leaf moment and send us your pictures at CBC Morning Live at CBC.ca. Well, Ward Anderson is here with a look at our weather and some good news for two provinces that are dealing with wildfires, some rain in Manitoba and Saskatchewan.
Yeah, Crystal, there is rain. It's that bittersweet summer Canadian experience. We want that rain for our wildfires, but it can also put a damper, literally, on some of your summer plans. For the most part, across the prairies, everyone should have at least one nice summer day this weekend, but we do have scattered showers, some unsettled activity going on in southern Saskatchewan and southern Manitoba. That's going to move its way out. There is some thunderstorm potential there. Rain up in northern BC and northern parts of the region going to make its way in temperatures are going to cool off by the time we get into the beginning of next week. But for the most part, for the rest of today and going into the weekend, you've got that thunderstorm potential, summer weather. There is that potential for funnel clouds right there along the border, and the potential for severe thunderstorms over when we get into Ontario. Now, as we get further into the weekend, you can see it's going to be a lovely weekend, depending on the day. Should have at least a couple of good days at the Calgary Stampede. Meanwhile, when you go over in the east, we have unsettled weather. Going to bring some showers today to Nova Scotia, but it should be a good weekend in Atlantic Canada. And this system moving through is going to be bringing with it a lot of thunderstorm energy to Ontario. Southern Ontario especially, there's that potential for some severe thunderstorms Friday, but the weekend could be a bit of a washout as well. So not a great weekend over in Ontario, but at least Atlantic Canada will have a beautiful summer weekend.
Manitoba has once again declared a province-wide state of emergency due to wildfires. It came into effect yesterday at noon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. The state of emergency makes more resources available to the province and shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into effect in May and lasted nearly a month. I'm Crystal Gamansing, also making news on this Friday morning. Members of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, held a ceremony today to burn their guns. It's intended to mark a first step in laying down their arms after 4 decades of fighting against Turkish state. About 40,000 people have been killed in the conflict. The PKK is listed as a terrorist group in Turkey and by other countries, including Canada. The disarmament process is expected to run through the summer. And our breaking news this morning, U.S. President Trump says he'll impose a 35% tariff on Canadian imports as of August 1st. He made the announcement last night on his Truth Social website, saying Canada hadn't done enough to stop fentanyl trafficking and illegal migration. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney later posted on social media that Canada is committed to working with the U.S. on fentanyl concerns and building a strong Canada. We continue to see reaction from Canada's industry leaders on the latest tariff announcement. Lena Payne, the national president for Unifor, the country's largest private sector union, posted on social media, "There is only one word for this: extortion. And there's only one answer: push back hard. Canada must use every bit of leverage we have. Workers are counting on our government to defend their jobs. Concessions won't stop a bully, but collective strength will." Well, Trump's unpredictable tariffs have led to many to describe his trade policy with the acronym TACO. Trump always chickens out. But is he actually chickening out, or is it a negotiating tactic? Andrew Chang explains.
It's hard to know how to interpret Trump's deadlines because he sets and then delays them all the time.
25% on Mexico and Canada.
President Trump's tariffs against Canada will now be put on hold.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take effect?
No room
tomorrow?
left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
The White House is easing up on some of the tariffs it imposed on Canada and Mexico, giving the big three U.S. automakers a 1-month exemption.
And we don't need to belabor the point that the much vaunted Liberation Day tariffs were almost entirely postponed, apart from a 10% base rate applied worldwide, and then now delayed again from July 9th to August 1st. But even this newer, firm deadline isn't necessarily going to hold for everyone. Here's the tariff letter Trump just sent to Japan's prime minister, threatening actually a slightly higher tariff than what Trump promised on Liberation Day, but ending on an entirely vague note that these tariffs may be modified upward or downward, depending on our relationship with your country.
I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that.
To which critics have responded largely in one of two ways. Either to say, well, of course none of this is 100% firm. None of it ever was, because it was never realistic to think that the U.S. could negotiate even a single trade deal in a matter of weeks, never mind holding talks with the whole world.
There's a difference between agreements to kick the can and agreements that actually solve problems.
Usually these trade deals are hundreds of pages long, they're very detailed, and they take years to hash out.
But the other reaction has been to say, I guess every day is Taco Tuesday?
Trump always chickens out. It is an acronym that today got a lot of talk on Wall Street.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, and then I chicken out. I've never heard that.
Taco Man.
Yeah, so it turned into a thing. There's even a Wikipedia page about it. And what has reinforced this notion that Trump frequently backs down from his most extreme policies, and why stock markets appear to believe that there's no reason to freak out, is that the bar for what qualifies as a deal that pushes Trump off his hardest positions is lower than you'd think.
The president's phone, I can tell you, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal.
In the next 24 hours, will we hear a flurry of deals?
Yeah, we have a lot of them going out, but the deals are mostly my deal to them.
So I'll be honest, I don't really know how to interpret Trump's comment here, because it sounds like he's saying he thinks of basically anything he does to another country as being a kind of deal with that country.
The deals are mostly my deal to them.
But even the specific deals that he has reached that have led to the U.S. backing down on some of its tariffs, Well, for starters, there are only two right now, one with the UK and one with Vietnam. And the deal with the UK isn't so much a trade agreement as it is setting the table for one. It deals primarily in intentions to improve trade and commitments to work towards some kind of negotiated outcome. But there are really very few settled details. There is, for example, a reduction in US tariffs on British cars. But even the earlier framework Trump's most recent executive order references has additional detail, comes with a broad disclaimer that both the United States and the United Kingdom recognize that this document does not constitute a legally binding agreement. Translation, there's still a lot of work to be done.
The UK agreement only made concessions on a handful of items, and it was essentially an agreement to talk about those items. So if you define a deal as winnowing down a large complex relationship to a few key items and agreeing to talk about those items in the future, saying we intend to try and get the tariff down to X% in the future, then yes.
And the only real evidence we have right now of a deal with Vietnam is this post on Truth Social, where Trump simply says that he's just made a trade deal with Vietnam involving 20% US tariffs on incoming Vietnamese goods in exchange for total access to Vietnamese markets, which Trump claims will mean zero tariffs on US goods. But is there any sign of an actual agreement between these two countries? Any details about how any of this would work? No, because neither the US nor Vietnam has released anything to that effect.
Well, we have nothing. People are beginning to suggest that the Vietnamese understanding of the agreement and the American understanding of the agreement may not be the same. All the United States has to go on is what Trump said. There's some degree of suspicion that it's more complicated than that.
Now, none of this is to say that fruitful deals for the US aren't coming. But as every expert told us, these things take time. And it all goes some way in explaining why not everybody expects Trump's threats to be made real.
That was the CBC's Andrew Chang. About That has been breaking down Trump's tariff war since day one. You can watch more of their explainers on demand on CBC's YouTube channel or on CBC Gem. As a reminder, we will be providing live coverage on the latest tariff developments, with Trump threatening 35% on Canadian goods across the board all morning, right here on CBC Morning Live. The threat of additional U.S. tariffs is likely raising anxiety levels in many regions of the country this morning, and that includes on the East Coast. Brett Ruskin has details now on what types of industries could feel the biggest hits if the American administration follows through with the 35% tariff threat. Brett, what are people there saying?
Well, you know, Crystal, Nova Scotia exports around $4.3 billion worth of goods and services to the United States. That's around 2/3 of all of the international exports from Nova Scotia. Those go down south of the border. So dollar value, it's not the highest province in the country, but it certainly is a major part of Nova Scotia's economy. So taking a look at the forestry and paper sector, taking a look at seafood as well, a critical part of Nova Scotia's economy, like the lobster sector. So Nova Scotia fishes for lobster. The state of Maine fishes for lobster as well. A lot of Nova Scotia's lobster goes south of the border. And so if this Nova Scotia lobster is now 35% more expensive for those American buyers compared to the lobster coming out of the state of Maine, that's going to make Canada's lobster, Nova Scotia's lobster, no longer competitive. And so that's an issue for the seafood industry, to be sure. But the biggest export for Nova Scotia down south to the United States is rubber tires. There's 3 Michelin plants in Nova Scotia, 3 different towns in Nova Scotia that rely on these factories, these plants, accounting for around 4,000 jobs across the province directly, and many more jobs and businesses supported by that employment, by those factories, as a result of that employment, of those jobs. And so that is a major factor, kind of a major part of the economy for Nova Scotia that has goods and services heading down south of the border. So certainly Nova Scotia officials are going to be watching very closely this 35% tariff threat, the latest from Donald Trump. Crystal.
So that's the situation in Nova Scotia, but what else is being said in other parts of Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, so you take a look at the exports from other provinces, $1.8 billion from Prince Edward Island that goes down south of the border, and $15 billion from New Brunswick. Most of that has to do with the oil sector, the petroleum sector, most of it coming from the city of St. John. In fact, a recent study in the last few months found that St. John is actually the most vulnerable city in Canada when it comes to tariffs because of the exports that it has from the refinery in St. John, from the port of St. John, loading up those vessels to head south of the border. And so officials there are likely watching very closely as well to see what the outcome of the negotiations will be, and if these 35% tariffs do come into effect, and the major impact that that could have here on the East Coast. Crystal.
Brett, thank you so much. Well, part of Trump's justification for placing tariffs on Canada is an attempt to curb what he calls the flow of fentanyl from Canada into the U.S. But what is Canada's role in the fentanyl crisis? And is it substantial like Trump claims? You can find more analysis online at CBCNews.ca. And Linda Ward will also be back next hour to break down data about fentanyl seizures at the border. This is CBC Morning Live. Well, back to our top story. U.S. President Donald Trump is vowing to slap a 35% tariff on Canadian goods and 50% on Canadian copper. But it comes with a cross-border price tag. Ottawa says both Canadians and Americans will feel the bite from the tariffs that are set to take effect on August 1st, warning of increased costs for consumers and potentially putting thousands of jobs at risk. And that is where Scott comes in. On this side of the border, no one likes talk of these tariffs, and especially these new threats that seem to be stacking up on each other. The latest ones, the 35% on all goods kicking in. But when we're talking about these tariffs, inflation, what are you watching right now?
Well, we're watching for inflation and when this is going to kick in. It's not a matter of if, but when. But we're not seeing that happening just yet. Now, if Economics 101, if you raise tariffs by 35%, prices go 35%, but inflation in this country still hovering around 1.7%, in the U.S. at 2.4%, so we are just not seeing those prices being passed along to the consumers yet. Part of the reason is that shipping takes time. There's already a lot of stuff in the pipe, so to speak. The imposition of tariffs hasn't really affected manufacturers yet. They have been preparing for this. They've been stockpiling at record levels. Also, those price increases have not been passed along. And in some instances, big producers are eating the cost of these increases in the form of competition. So here's a former economist, White House counsel under President George W. Bush, about the wave of rising prices ahead.
So the world is adapting to the existence of the tariffs, and I think you get less of the big shock, and now it's more the slow and deepening impact of having these tariffs embedded in the U.S. supply chains and consumers' decisions. But there's no question tariffs raise costs, and costs get passed along in the form of higher prices. These tariffs will cause prices to rise for some period.
And of course, we buy a lot of our product from the U.S., like it or not. And I've also got calls out to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, because the second problem here is that how many businesses are leaving Canada to set up shop in the U.S. under this threat. So there's a double whammy here. But in regards to rising prices, because we buy a lot of our product from the U.S., it's not a matter of if, but when prices are going to start rising.
And we'll also be watching sort of the latest for the Canadian job numbers, because we were getting some early signs of how these U.S. tariffs are impacting jobs and already harming the economy.
And economists have a tough time calling this one from month to month. They famously get it wrong. We're expecting anywhere between maybe 10,000 positions to be created, which isn't great, but a lot of economists think that no positions are going to be created, so a zero. We also might see the unemployment rate ticking up, because we did see the doubling of steel and aluminum tariffs at that month. So the manufacturing sector in particular is what we're going to be watching for in about 40 minutes' time. In the meantime, let's take a look at the markets. We're seeing the price of oil coming down on the prospect of less economic activity if tariffs are about to slow the economy around the world. And let's take a look at North American futures. They're reflecting what we're already seeing in Asia and Europe, and that is decisively to the downside, with the Dow Jones itself down over 200 points.
Scott, a very busy morning. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Kristen.
Now, Ward is back with our weather, and looking at that board, looks pretty good in British Columbia.
Yeah, it's bittersweet, right? It's this double-edged sword of Canadian summer weather, Crystal, because we do want the rain. We want that precipitation for our wildfire situation, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that love the beach weather and want to get out. Well, most of the rain activity is in northern BC today and going into the weekend. It will find its way in scattered showers across the province as the weekend goes on. But for the most part, you're talking about, especially when you get over on Vancouver Island, over on the coast, you're talking about several days, possibly as much as a week without rain. So temperatures staying seasonal. It is lovely beach weather. But like I said, we do want more for our wildfire situation. However, we are getting some rain across the prairies. Some of that from BC is going to make its way south and east over the weekend. As of today, what we're keeping an eye on is this risk of thunderstorms and potentially severe thunderstorms across southern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. You can see here there's the potential for funnel clouds to form right there along the southern border. We're going to keep an eye on that and keep you informed as that goes on. That activity, that potential for thunderstorms, is going to make its way east and all the way over into northern Ontario, where there's the potential for some severe thunderstorms. That includes heavy rain and winds and the potential for hail as well. But for the most part, for the prairies, you're talking about everyone getting at least one nice summer's day, even though scattered showers will be making their way through. Should get at least a good couple of days at the Calgary Stampede. Meanwhile, when we get over to the east, besides up there in northern Ontario, look at these muggy temperature. You can see feeling close to 40 in some places, a little cooler as we get closer to Atlantic Canada. That mugginess and the low pressure is bringing systems through that's going to have rain in New Brunswick today, parts of Nova Scotia, and this system moving its way in that's going to bring a lot of thunderstorm potential to southern Ontario and then moving east. Showing you a little closer here. Not everyone gets a thunderstorm, but where it happens, it can be quick and it can be heavy. We're especially keeping an eye on southern Ontario. Looking over there, Windsor, Sarnia, there is some real potential there for that thunderstorm activity, as well as when you move east. But for the rest of the weekend, a muggy and rainy weekend in Ontario, but a beautiful weekend throughout most of Atlantic Canada.
Good morning. It is Friday, July 11th. I'm Crystal Gamansing. Heather is away. We begin with breaking news on the Canada-U.S. trade relationship. U.S. President Donald Trump drops a bombshell into trade negotiations with Canada. He says he's raising tariffs on Canadian imports to 35% as of August 1st, potentially delivering a devastating blow to the Canadian economy. Prime Minister Mark Carney pushes back against the tariff threat. He says he is committed to defending Canadian workers and highlighting his government's efforts to build a more resilient Canadian economy. We'll have some response from Ottawa. And Canadians are showing their pride for this country with their wallets. The new data that shows the real impact of Buy Canadian and the boycott on U.S. travel. And how are you responding to the U.S. trade war? Our viewers are showing us their Canadian pride. Plus.
Good morning. We've seen the big swings in the markets and Donald Trump's past tariff announcements. What impact could this latest plan have? We're tracking the numbers.
Good morning. We'll take a look at seizures of fentanyl at the U.S.-Canada border and if President Trump's repeated claims of the deadly drug, quote, pouring into the U.S. actually stack up.
Your forecast coming up. I'm going to be telling you about thunderstorm risk across Ontario. We've got some nice summer heat for the Stampede, and the West Coast has plenty of sunshine coming up. I'll tell you all about it in your long forecast coming up later.
Thanks, Ward. Well, we have comprehensive coverage on this morning's breaking news. Canada is now under a fresh threat by U.S. President Donald Trump and his trade war, a new and harder hit on tariffs. We'll be watching both Ottawa and Washington for the very latest developments. We know that Trump is set to leave the White House for a visit to the Texas disaster zone in about an hour's time. We will see if he stops to speak with reporters. On Trump's punishing new threat to Canada's economy comes in a letter he posted last night on social media. He threatens a 35% tariff on most Canadian goods, but points out that a 50% U.S. import tax would remain in place on Canadian steel and aluminum. Canada's auto industry would also still be hit with a separate tariff. Now, Trump has been sending out tariff letters to countries all week, but it had appeared that Canada would not be getting one because of ongoing trade negotiations. As CBC News has been reporting, Carney and Trump have been keeping in touch on trade negotiations, texting and calling each other in the evenings. But his letter marks a return to where his trade war on Canada began, with Trump demanding Canada crack down on fentanyl smuggling into the U.S. Well, we have team coverage on this story for you today. Olivia Stefanovich is live with the very latest from Ottawa. Linda Ward takes a closer look at the fentanyl angle for us. And Brett Ruskin is in Halifax looking at how tariffs are hitting the economy on the East Coast. Well, Olivia Stefanovich leads us off this hour from Ottawa. Olivia, take us through the response we're seeing so far this morning.
Well, Crystal, this latest threat from U.S. President Donald Trump comes just 10 days from the deadline that the Canadian government was working towards to sign a new trade deal with the U.S. by July 21st. Now, in a statement from Prime Minister Mark Carney that was posted late last night, just before midnight, he says that Canada will work towards a revised deadline of August 1st. Carney goes on to say that throughout these trade negotiations that the Canadian government has supported workers, supported businesses, and will continue to do so. He also says that Canada has made progress on fighting fentanyl, stopping the scourge of fentanyl, and will continue to work with the U.S. to address this particular issue. And when it comes to making Canada more resilient, Carney mentions in his statement that he's working with the provinces and territories to create one Canadian economy, to create projects of national interest. And he also reminds Canadians of the work his government is doing to strengthen trade partnerships with other countries. Now, while this happened, this Trump threat came out, the Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, was set to meet with her U.S. counterpart the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Malaysia. They're in Malaysia this week for meetings with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, but Anand's office tells us that this meeting with Rubio did not happen because of scheduling issues. Now, Carney, I've reached out to the Prime Minister's office to see if he will be out speaking to the cameras today to speak to Canadians further about this matter. And at this time, the Prime Minister's office says that he will not be speaking further at this point in time. We do have statements to bring you, though, from the opposition. We have a statement from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who calls this another unjustified attack against Canada's economy from Trump. And he says that Conservatives stand ready to do everything they can to secure the best deal for Canada by that original deadline of July 21st to create a new trade deal with the U.S. And we also have a statement from the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, who is the leader of that party. He takes a more critical take to this whole issue. He takes aim at the Prime Minister for not doing enough, essentially, to ensure market diversification. And he expresses concerns about the fact that the Prime Minister appears to be too focused on finding new markets for oil production instead of other things. And finally, we have a statement to bring you from the president of Unifor, which represents some 320,000 employees from the auto and steel industry, who calls this extortion, this latest threat from U.S. President Donald Trump. Crystal.
Well, and we also saw that Trump mentioned supply management. That has been a long-time grievance for him. Why is that such a difficult issue for Ottawa?
Well, this is a Canadian policy that controls the production of poultry, eggs, turkey, and it does so to make sure that the prices do not fluctuate significantly. And so Canadians do pay higher prices because of that. In the U.S., they have quite a different system where the American government provides subsidies to farmers, and Americans pay for their products through taxes that way. And the reason why Trump does not like this is because the Canadian supply management system imposes restrictions on imports. So Trump has been after this for some time. It's been a long-standing grievance. And Prime Minister Mark Carney on the federal election campaign, he was pressed on this issue. And reporters asked him several times if supply management would be up for negotiation. And he responded that it would never be. Have a listen.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre. Jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
Now, supply management is very important to farmers in Quebec. There is some criticism in Canada over this system. Some people feel that maybe it should be dismantled, but there is still a lot of support for this Canadian system here. So Carney will likely face, while he's facing pressure even domestically from some people who may want this system to be dismantled and to go the way of the digital services tax, the DST, which Carney got rid of because Trump raised issues with it. There will be domestic pressure here, Crystal, for Carney to get his elbows up, essentially, and to keep this Canadian policy in place.
Olivia, thank you so much. Well, as we mentioned, much of the president's actions hinge on his repeated claims of a fentanyl crisis on the Canada-U.S. border. That claim allows Trump to justify his use of special emergency powers that enable him to impose tariffs in order to protect American national security. Now, in his letter, Trump says fentanyl is, quote, pouring across the country. Now, he adds it is not the only challenge the U.S. has with Canada, saying, quote, if Canada works with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter, and we will never be disappointed with the United States of America. Well, Linda Ward joins me now to take a deeper dive into this part of the story. You know, we have seen action, Linda, when it comes to the border and protections when it comes to fentanyl. A fentanyl czar was named. But that doesn't seem to have changed the president's mind here. So how big is this actual problem?
Well, if you listen to Donald Trump, it's pouring into the United States from Canada. And much of the data that we have here is from the United States, from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So we're limited in sort of trying to break this down and make sense of some of these numbers. So let's look at what is actually happening. Yes, there has been an increase in fentanyl seized near the Canada-U.S. border. U.S. Customs and Border Protection shows more fentanyl's been seized along the Canada-U.S. border so far this fiscal year than in all of the last between this past October and May of this year, 26 kilograms seized, up from 19.5 kilograms for the entire last fiscal year. And in the last few months, specifically April and May, there's been a bit of a spike as well. 7 seizure events in April, 5 in May. Now, to put this in context, these are individual events. They may have happened at the border. They may not have happened at the border. They may be just near the border. So this is not specific to customs officials kind of pulling people over and finding this in their car. But also to put this in perspective, when we compare this to other countries, this is a minuscule amount that's coming in, especially when we compare to the other U.S. border, the Mexican border. Just so far this fiscal, the U.S. seized 3,700 kilograms of fentanyl at the U.S.-Mexican border area. Now remember, this is the United States' own data, and it shows Canada is not the United States' biggest problem. But of course, we know that Canada does have a fentanyl problem. Anybody who's lost someone to the opioid crisis here knows that 74% of last year's opioid deaths were to do with fentanyl. We have a fentanyl czar now, Kevin Brasseau. He says he is concerned when he hears that there's been an increase, but he says with the United States cracking down on this in our border area, it means that, or with the U.S. cracking down on the U.S.-Mexican border area, that means that maybe there are people who are trying to come in through Canada. And the job now is to make it, he says, inhospitable for those cartels that may be trying to bring in fentanyl into the United States through other routes.
So my next question would be, what is Canada doing? You've already mentioned the czar, so that is one major action effort that has been taken. But what else is being done?
So the czar says that, you know, being in that position gives him a lot more intelligence sharing with the United States, and that has led to a number of very high-profile drug busts. And we've seen this. The police roll out these large drug seizures to try and show sort of what they are doing. The super lab that was taken down in BC last year, 54 kilograms of fentanyl there alone. This past April, RCMP in British Columbia announcing several large seizures of fentanyl, production labs being dismantled there. OPP, Ontario Provincial Police, seizing the equivalent of 435,000 potentially lethal street-level doses. That happened last month. Also, there's been legislation we've been talking about, Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, which aims to control the chemicals that are being used to create these drugs. There's been better surveillance, border measures like, you know, drones and Black Hawk helicopters that are patrolling the borders, as well as sniffer dogs on the ground. There's also been this thing, the Joint Strike Force, that essentially is Ottawa and Washington working together to take down these organized crime groups that are running across both of these borders. So, you know, when we look at what else needs to be done here, I mean, when Donald Trump says, you know, work with me, maybe we'll be able to do something about these tariffs. Well, what specifically is to be done now beyond what we've already done? We have reached out to the border, to the fentanyl czar to see maybe if there are any more specifics that he can provide. No word yet.
All right, Linda, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, the threat of additional U.S. tariffs is likely raising anxiety levels in many regions of the country, including Atlantic Canada. Brett Ruskin has details now for what types of industries there could be feeling the biggest hit if the American administration follows through with this threat of a 35% tariff. Brett, what are people there saying?
Well, you know, Crystal, Nova Scotia exports around $4.3 billion worth of goods and services every year from this province down south of the border. In fact, about 2/3 of Nova Scotia's international exports go to the United States. So it's a major part of Nova Scotia's economy, including the forestry sector, the seafood sector. The lobster industry relies heavily on the American market. And so lobster producers, lobster harvesters sell their lobster south of the border, compete with lobster harvesters in the state of Maine as well. Might be a bit less competitive if there is this 35% tariff imposed, making Canadian lobster 35% more expensive than their state of Maine counterparts. That's going to basically ruin the market if that does take effect. Now, the biggest export from Nova Scotia to the United States, in fact, is rubber tires. There's 3 Michelin tire plants in Nova Scotia in 3 different towns that fabricate those tires that appear on trucks, appear on cars. You can purchase them, and they go south of the border primarily. And so they support around 4,000 jobs directly, who people that work at those factories, but also the different businesses in those small towns that rely on those workers. The different shops, barber shops, coffee shops in those towns rely on those industries in those towns and those Michelin factories. So lots of different industries could be touched and impacted by this new threat of 35% tariffs from the U.S. Crystal?
What about the rest of Atlantic Canada? Are there equal concerns about different industries there?
Yeah, I mentioned about $4 billion of exports to the States from Nova Scotia, around $1.8 billion from Prince Edward Island to the States, and around $15 billion from New Brunswick. So a little bit higher there. Most of those exports are from the petroleum sector. There's an oil refinery in St. John. In fact, St. John was identified a few months back as the most vulnerable jurisdiction, the most vulnerable town or city in all of Canada as a result of the amount of its economy, the share of its economy that relies on that refinery and that port to load up those tanker vessels to head down south of the border with that oil. So a highly vulnerable city and province when it comes to exports to the United States that are vulnerable to these tariffs. So again, the East Coast, like many parts of the country, watching the negotiations and the threat of these tariffs very closely. Crystal.
Thank you very much. Well, we've been seeing some big swings on the markets after Donald Trump's past tariff announcements. Scott is watching the financial markets for us for reaction. So, Scott, what exactly are you looking for, and what does this mean for investors?
Yeah, well, it means more uncertainty for investors. That might be the worst part as far as, are they on again? Are they off again? Is this a taco trade? Do we know for certain? But we are seeing for sure the markets are pulling back decisively this morning. But the part of the problem is they're pulling back for record highs. We saw record highs for the S&P, even the TSX, just closing yesterday. And observers say that Donald Trump, the U.S. president, is taking this as a sign of encouragement that his tariff policies are working. Now, for anybody that's watching, the markets don't necessarily reflect the strength of an economy, but simply the markets. And here's the U.S. president on NBC just yesterday on sort of a victory lap saying, I think the tariffs have been very well received. The stock market has hit new highs today, being Thursday. Jamie Dimon sort of echoes the cautionary tale of this, of JP Morgan fame, sort of echoing, saying that the market complacency, that the market is too confident. So now that we're looking at these markets, yes, let's take a look. We are seeing some red out there from Asia markets, the European markets, the North American futures. But again, this is coming off record highs. And part of the problem here is this trade going forward? Is there going to be a 35%? He's threatened to double global tariffs from 10 to upwards of 20%. So the markets are running really on uncertainty at the same time, and perhaps a global slowdown if all these tariffs do take effect. The S&P, the Dow, NASDAQ all now decisively in negative territory this morning.
Scott, thank you very much. Well, we are taking a deeper look at how these tariffs could affect industries throughout the morning. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll get the perspective of an international trade lawyer, Mark Warner. I will be asking him how these tariffs could impact trade in this country. And then a little bit later on at 9:40, we will be speaking with the executive director of the Frontier Duty Free Association. She will give us some insights into the implications of the tariffs for Canada's duty-free shops. Well, here's what else you should know on this Friday morning. Manitoba Premier Wap Kinew is pushing back against U.S. lawmakers that sent a letter complaining about smoke from Canada ruining their summer. He denounced the letter's authors, saying that this is ambulance chasers, and says now is not the time to try to score points off of a wildfire crisis. Alberta's education minister says school library books that the province deems sexually explicit must be off the shelves by October 1st. School boards have also been told to place new policies that will be selecting and reviewing books by January 1st. Now, you can read more about the changes in Alberta on our website or on the CBC News app. And in case you missed it, a U.S. federal judge has blocked President Donald Trump's executive order that would look to restrict birthright citizenship. The Trump administration has 1 week to appeal that decision. Now, let's get some more of your maple leaf moments. Dean Sousey sent this picture to us. Dean's father and his brother fought in the Second World War to keep this great country free. Dean also served in the Canadian military for the same reason. And this picture of Julie's first tattoo, a maple leaf. Julie got the tattoo on July 2nd, probably feeling those Canada Day vibes. And this is from Jean, a photo of her and her brother and their mother, who is 93 years old. She adds elbows up. Show us your maple leaf moment and send us your pictures to Morning Live at CBC.ca. This is CBC Morning Live. Our breaking news this morning, Donald Trump has launched a new attack in his trade war with Canada, threatening to bring in a 35% tariff on Canadian goods on August 1st. Earlier this morning, we heard from Trump's top diplomat, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Rubio was supposed to meet today with Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand at the ASEAN conference in Kuala Lumpur, but CBC News has just learned that that meeting did not happen. Anand's office tells our parliamentary bureau that there was a conflicting schedule issue. Here is what Rubio had to say about Trump sending out tariff letters to U.S. trading partners.
This should have been done a long time ago. President Trump's finally done it. And I think countries understand that this was different. If this was us targeting 10 countries or 5 countries, then I would understand why countries would be upset. But the truth of the matter is we're resetting tariff levels with virtually every country in the world. And so I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change. But I think most mature leaders, and everybody here is a mature leader, understands that that's not a sustainable dynamic. It was one that had to be changed, and that's what the president's doing.
That was U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You are looking live right now at the U.S.-Canada border crossing in Fort Erie, Ontario, the border being a focal point for this trade dispute. Well, let's get some insights into the potential impact of Donald Trump's new tariff threat. I'm joined now by Mark Warner. He is a Canadian and American international trade lawyer. We have reached him in Toronto. Thank you so much for taking some time to chat with us today, because this is an important story, and an important story for Canada's economy and businesses and consumers. And it looks like Trump may have blindsided Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney with this morning. What's your take on these actions, considering we were right in the middle of trade negotiations?
I wouldn't say they should be blindsided by it, because I think we've seen since Trump came on the scene that he's erratic. He likes the threat. He likes the threat of tariffs. He likes the threat of tariffs linked to national security. My guess is that the negotiations were not going very well, in the sense of the Americans were probably looking for Canada to put more things on the table to trade with, and we're probably getting frustrated as the deadline came up. And so they said, okay, well, we'll just send out this letter, and maybe we'll come back with more things that we can trade with. I think probably the Carney government, my guess, thought is that by acting first on the digital services tax, that they probably felt they could have a more tougher line at the negotiating table, and they're probably getting used to the fact that that's not what Trump's trying to do. Keep in mind that Trump is trying to get all these countries to agree to a baseline tariff. So far, it looks like 10% is what the UK agreed to. And so they're probably going to be asking Canada for a baseline tariff. And my guess is that so far, at least, Canada's probably resisting that.
So we heard Trump say he's kind of gone back to that justification of fentanyl pouring across the border. We know that Canada has taken a lot of action on that front. So what do you potentially guess, and it is a guess, because if you're a fly on the wall, what do you think the sticking point for those negotiations were? As you said, likely weren't going very well considering this letter.
Well, I think they're the big picture issues. I think they are the 10% baseline tariff. You know, the problem that from the American point of view, if we can sort of look at it from their point of view, if they exempt Canada from the baseline tariff, then there are going to be a lot of countries, including the European Union, that will say, what about us? And so there may be room to negotiate the margins of what that baseline tariff might look like for Canada and Mexico, because we're already part of this CUSMA or this trade agreement. But I think trying to think that the Americans will dispense that altogether is probably not going to work. There's probably some more things we can do around the steel and aluminum to satisfy them. I think Americans still kind of have issues with the fact that there's a lot of foreign steel pouring into Canada, including from countries that have free trade agreements with Canada. And they sort of wonder, how can Canada sell steel and aluminum below prices in the United States and still imports steel from other countries? So I guess those are the big picture issues that are being discussed. And I don't think they'll get around to supply management or anything like that. That'll probably be punted off until the actual review of the CUSMA next year. But my guess is if you're not going to move on anything else, then you've got to figure something else to put on the table. And I'm not sure. We certainly haven't heard anything from the Canadian government yet about what else they're interested in putting on the table.
Can we zoom out a little bit and talk about maybe the bigger strategy here? Because, you know, there's that acronym, talk out. Trump always chickens out. He makes this big announcement, has a strong threat, and then he pulls back. You said maybe this is about trying to find a overall percentage that everyone can be happy with. Are other countries now looking at this renewed fight between Canada and the U.S. and saying, we're going to step back, see what happens there? Is there a role for each side to play to sort of dig in so that it helps other countries or gives them a little bit of a lesson?
I don't think a lot of countries are really looking to Canada as an example, to be very honest with you. I think it's interesting to watch what the United Kingdom did and how they described what they did. Is they haven't taken either the Trudeau or Carney approach to dealing with Trump. They've tried to be, they've tried to figure out what can they offer up. They've tried to deal with it more as a business deal. My sense of it is that sort of offends our nationalism in Canada to think we have to do that because we think we have not made these hard-won gains. But this is not about principle now. This is about figuring out how do we get this guy to move off looking at us and look at someone else. And if we don't, then we bear the consequence. Now, the good thing is what Trump so far has linked this 35% tariff threat to the idea that the goods have to be compliant with, that it won't cover goods that are compliant with the USMCA. There's a sort of conflicting estimates of where we are with that in Canada. Some people say somewhere around 65%. Some people say as high as 80%. There are probably limits to it, right? Because frankly, we do have a lot of Chinese and other parts coming into our supply chains. And to the extent they're there, it might be hard to be USMCA compliant.
So You had called earlier, Trump can be a bit erratic. We also look at countries trying to figure out, how do we respond? Do we retaliate? Does that kind of create other issues? If you were advising Prime Minister Carney, what would you suggest?
I would be looking for some issues that we can trade away. I think I would accept some form of a baseline tariff. The British got 10%, so let's say we did 5%. Yes, okay, we had 0% before, but as the clip you played before introducing me, Rubio is saying they're resetting all the tariffs. I think if Canada wants to hold out to say we'll never agree to any baseline tariff, I just don't think that's going to work. So I would try to figure out some number, less than 10 and greater than 0, where we might be able to find some agreement. I think I try to do something a little less grudging on steel and aluminum. Give him something that he can walk away with a letter to say is a win. And I don't know that we've got that yet. I think that we can punt off the dairy stuff, because I think the dairy is, I think Americans do understand, and probably including Trump, that dairy is something that he can use as a battering ram against us, but it's not really what he's going after. I think it's the same thing as fentanyl. I think we get very emotional when we hear Canada linked to drug trafficking, but understand the reason that Trump is linking it to fentanyl is that what allows him to set tariffs as president is this linking everything back to national security, to either powers that were delegated to him to presidents by previous Congresses, or under his inherent powers under Article 2 of the Constitution. So he needs something like that. Otherwise, he doesn't have a basis to set tariffs. Congress does that. So it's not personal. It's that line from, it's business, it's not personal. And I think we'd be better off as a country if we understand what's going on here. It has nothing to do with Canada. It has to do with finding a basis for him to act as president. And so he's chosen fentanyl.
Mark Warner, always appreciate your insights. Thank you very much for your time. Mark Warner is a Canadian and American international trade lawyer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Manitoba has once again declared a province-wide state of emergency due to wildfires. It came into effect yesterday at noon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. A state of emergency makes resources more available to the province and shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into effect in May and lasted nearly a month. I'm Crystal Gamansing, also making news on this Friday morning. U.S. President Donald Trump will be in Texas today to see the devastation caused by massive flooding. He's expected to do an aerial tour of some of the worst-hit areas. The White House also says he will visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet first responders and the families of victims. At least 120 people have died in the flooding that began last weekend. And our breaking news this morning, U.S. President Donald Trump says he will impose a 35% tariff on Canadian imports as of August 1st. He made the announcement last night on his Truth Social website, saying Canada hadn't done enough to stop fentanyl trafficking and illegal migration. Prime Minister Mark Carney later posted on social media that Canada is committed to working with the U.S. on fentanyl concerns and building a strong Canada. Well, the back and forth on this tariff war has been dizzying to follow. Mark Carcasole joins us now from outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto to walk us through the timeline. Mark, there has been so much back and forth going back to March of this year. How did we get from there to here and this new threat of 35% on Canadian goods?
Crystal, to quote a great poet named Jerry Garcia, what a long, strange trip it's been, right? This whole process, yes, actually, I guess, technically started in March, but really goes way back to November of last year. But you're right, the first actual measures of this trade war were passed in March. Let's sort of try to recap all of this for you in the brief period of time that we have here. It all really started in earnest March 4th. The U.S. imposed a 25% tariff on products from Canada coming into the U.S. that aren't encompassed as part of the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. The U.S. also imposed 10% tariffs on energy resources and critical minerals from Canada. Canada retaliated that day with 25% tariffs on a range of goods coming from the U.S. worth about $30 billion. And individual provinces responded as well. Many of them, you'll remember, and still have, took U.S. liquor off of their shelves. Some of them have brought it back, but many of them have kept that going. Many of them also stopped granting jobs to American firms. On March 12th, about a week later, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports, including those coming in from Canada. The next day, Canada imposed 25% retaliatory tariffs on more American products, including steel and aluminum, worth about another $30 billion or so. On April 3rd, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all automobiles coming into the country. And then about a week later, April 9th, Canada retaliates with a 25% tariff of its own on U.S. vehicles. Then there was sort of a bit of a lull in things. There was a lot of threats, things pulled back, delays, things that never came to be. And then it all started up again last month. June 4th, the U.S. upped its steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% for every country except the U.K. And then just earlier this week on Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump threatened a 50% tariff on all imported copper. The next day, he announced that that would actually go into effect on August 1st. And then, of course, we learned from a Truth Social post last night that the president is now threatening Canada specifically with 35% tariffs on all goods as of August 1st. Now, the jury is out as to whether this is another negotiating tactic on the part of Donald Trump. We've heard experts say that perhaps negotiations between Canada and the U.S. have not gone the way either country have liked. They had that self-imposed deadline, which is coming to pass. And we've heard from Prime Minister Mark Carney that that deadline has now been pushed to August 1st. So negotiations are by no means over. We expect that the two sides will continue to negotiate in hopes of, in Canada's part, heading off that 35% tariff, but there's still a lot of wheeling and dealing going on behind the scenes, Crystal. This is just the latest thing, the latest push from the White House. We've still got a long way to go before we see where things actually end up. Back to you.
Mark, thank you so much. Important timeline to review there. international commerce world is buzzing once again after Donald Trump announced his latest round of far-reaching tariffs. The U.S. president has told 22 countries that they will face tariffs of up to 50% on August 1st if they don't reach agreements by then. Trump also threatened to raise rates even higher if any of the countries sought to retaliate with import taxes of their own. So what could all of this mean for the web of global trade? Well, journalist Jagriti Dave joins us now from Washington. Walk us through about the impact on Canada on the program that we've been talking all morning about what this could mean for cross-border trade. So what are you watching, and how could, the world trade system be affected here?
Yeah, what we've been watching really is how these proposed tariffs and these threats made by the US president are playing out in places across the world, and most recently in Asia, with Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, heading to the meeting of ASEAN, talking to regional partners there, essentially trying to really assuage concerns. Marco Rubio has been saying in Malaysia, he's been in Kuala Lumpur, and he has been saying that he has got concerns from foreign ministers across the world pretty much about the impact of these tariffs, but that from the US perspective, this is all about rebalancing Washington's trade relationships with the rest of the world. But he's got a difficult task. Washington has had a pivot to Asia. Marco Rubio is trying to convince those Asian partners that the US is still a reliable trading partner. China is also upping up its outreach to the area, trying to use this opportunity to say, actually, it's China who's the more reliable trade partner. And with that in mind, given the tensions between US and China, Marco Rubio and his counterpart Wang Yi from China met on the sidelines of ASEAN in Kuala Lumpur to have a discussion about their relationship and the impact of trade featuring in there. Let's just take a listen to Marco Rubio talking about that meeting.
I think there's some areas of potential cooperation. I thought it was a very constructive, positive meeting, and a lot of work to do. And obviously there are some issues we're going to have to work through, and that's to be expected with countries of our size and scope and influence in the world, two global powers such as the United States and China. But I thought it was a very constructive and positive meeting, and gave us some things we can work on together.
Now, there was no real explicit mention of tariffs, but they clearly featured. And Marco Rubio also told reporters that the odds were high of a Trump-Xi meeting in the works, possibly at a summit later in the year. So Marco Rubio really trying to be optimistic and building on some of the positive outcomes following trade talks between the US-China in London, with the hopes of more developments with a Trump-Xi meeting later on.
Well, what about this? The fact that Trump used special emergency powers to impose the tariff, citing a need to protect American national security. But not all lawmakers agree with that approach. Where does the White House stand on Trump's strategy there?
Look, the White House is clearly backing Donald Trump's approach. Donald Trump uses tariffs clearly as a weapon to try and pressure countries around the world, and not just using tariffs to address trade issues, but for a variety of other issues. But Democrats here, about 200 of them, have written a brief backing this lawsuit that suggests that Donald Trump incorrectly used this Emergency Powers Act, the International Energy Powers Act. And this is the U.S. Court of International Trade that ruled in May that this was not an appropriate use of these emergency powers. And Democrats clearly backing this suit, trying to telling The Hill, the US media outlet, that this was a reckless move. Now, whilst, according to The Hill, Republicans have not backed this brief, there are several Republicans who are expressing some concerns about how this tariff war is playing out. Let's take a listen.
It'd be really good to get it behind us and to get some stability into what we'll be looking at for tariffs. Understand that we're still only 6 months into the administration, but we'd like to get some stability. The folks in my part of the country are more concerned about retaliation for tariffs that are put on.
I think there is some, I don't want to say fatigue so much as uncertainty. The uncertainty of this is starting to wear on people, particularly with supply chains.
And so cautious concern there from those Republicans that we heard, clearly indicating that any fallout from these tariffs is not just going to hit Democrat states, it's also going to hit Republican-held states as well. So lots of concerns about how this is going to play out, lots of uncertainty, everyone watching that August 1st deadline to see if any more deals can be made.
Journalist Jagruti Dave reporting for us. Thank you so much. Well, we have more of your pictures showing your Canadian pride. Manish sent us this family picture with the Canadian flag. And Diane sent us this one saying, elbows up. There it is. Maureen sent us this picture enjoying a beautiful shot of this country. Look at that lake glistening. And Dawn shared this one with us of Elsa supporting Canada. Show us your Maple Leaf moment and send us your pictures to Morning Live at CBC.ca. This is CBC Morning Live. Statistics Canada has just released the latest job numbers for the Canadian economy. Scott is watching this and breaking it all down for us. You are a busy man today.
I am,
With
yes.
the latest job numbers, the threat of the tariffs, what were we expecting to see and what has played out?
We were expecting to see job losses. At the most I saw it there, perhaps 10,000 job gains, but instead we got a whole lot more for the month of June. 83,000 positions were created, far away above what any economist was expecting out there. We also saw the unemployment rate for the month of June falling to 6.9%. That, too, had expected to increase over 7.1%, the highest it would have been since the pandemic. So some good news there, but it was at the cost of part-time jobs. There was a lot of part-time jobs, 70,000 there, full-time jobs, only 13,000. We saw gains in wholesale trade, retail trade, healthcare, and also older Canadians benefited by this too, with the so-called core working age between 25 and 54 for men and women, about a gain of over 71,000 positions there. Also, student summer jobs, horrible showing. Returning students, unemployment rate there is just over 17%. So overall, we've got about 1.6 million unemployed Canadians in the country. That's about 128,000 increase over this time last year, but 128,000 positions, I should say, have been created. So overall, a really strong jobs report. But a caveat here is economists famously have a tough time with this, but certainly surprised at the strength of the Canadian economy.
Well, that's a little bit of good news there,
yes.
But let's turn our attention to the latest with the Trump tariff threats. That potentially not so great, but how are the markets reacting so far?
We're seeing an overall pullback in the markets. We are seeing the Canadian dollar jumped about 1/5 of a cent based on the stronger than expected news. Basically, it takes the prospect of any bank reduction of interest rates from the Bank of Canada at the end of the month when they next decide. But in overall markets, worry about the consternation, the threats, and the imposition of the tariffs, 35% potentially for Canada. So we're seeing the Canadian dollar, like I said, about 73.22. We've got the price of oil, I should say, up 70 cents to $67. And let's take a look at those markets. They are negative, severely negative, with the Dow Jones down close to 300 points, the NASDAQ and S&P following. But let's not forget, these markets closed at record highs just yesterday.
Scott, thank you.
Thanks, Krista.
And Ward is back with our weather. Hi, Ward.
Hello, Crystal. You know, it's bittersweet this time of year in the summertime because we want to get out and enjoy that beach weather that we get, but at the same time we need rain for our wildfire situation that happens this time every year. Well, over in BC, we do have a lot of great beach weather coming, but it's part of that bittersweet feeling, right? Most of the rain coming through over the weekend is going to be coming through northern BC and then further inland, the further inland we get. But for the coast, looking over at Vancouver and over on the island, we're talking about a beautiful summer weekend, some nice summer temperatures, beach weather, and it'll probably continue into the next week as well. So not what we want for wildfires, but it is great if you want to get out and enjoy the weather. Today over in the prairies, we've got unsettled weather in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Over the weekend, we'll have some scattered showers making their way down from BC from the north coming southeast, and it'll bring scattered showers showers across the area. On Friday, we are looking at the potential for some non-severe thunderstorms, again, on the border there, Saskatchewan and Manitoba, right along the southern border, and there is a potential for some funnel cloud activity. We're going to keep an eye on that for you. This activity is going over into the east, right over into northern Ontario, where there's the potential for some severe thunderstorms, heavy rain and hail as well, but should have a nice weekend, at least one day across the area. Now we go over to the east, hot and humid in eastern Canada, and we've got some unsettled weather coming through as well, especially coming through Ontario, where there's a risk of severe thunderstorms today and going into the rest of the weekend. But it will be nice in Atlantic Canada.
Good morning. It is Friday, July 11th. I'm Crystal Gamansing. Heather is away. We begin with breaking news on the Canada-U.S. trade relationship. U.S. President Donald Trump announces plans to increase tariffs on many Canadian imports to 35% by August 1st. Trump again linking the move in part to fentanyl, allegedly entering the U.S. from Canada.
It's business. It's not personal. And I think we'd be better off as a country if we understand what's going on here.
How people are reacting to the move and what it means for trade negotiations. Prime Minister Mark Carney pushes back against the tariff threat. He says he is committed to defending Canadian workers and highlights his government's efforts to build a more self-reliant Canadian economy. We'll have more on the response from Ottawa. Well, Trump has backed off on past tariff threats. Is that chickening out, as some critics say, or is it a negotiating tactic?
It prepares the public, his counterparty that he negotiates with, the entire world, for the maximalist position.
CBC News explores how Trump's unpredictability plays into this situation. And Canadian pride is up. Travel to the U.S. is down. We have new data on how Canadians are responding to Trump's trade war. Plus.
Good morning. We've seen the big swings in the markets on Donald Trump's past tariff announcements. What impact could this latest plan have? We're tracking the numbers.
Good morning. We'll take a look at seizures of fentanyl at the U.S.-Canada border and if President Trump's repeated claims of the deadly drug, quote, pouring into the U.S. actually stack up.
Your forecast coming up. I'm going to be telling you about thunderstorm risk across Ontario. We've got some nice summer heat for the stampede, and the West Coast has plenty of sunshine coming up. I'll tell you all about it in your long forecast coming up later.
Thanks, Ward. We have comprehensive coverage on this morning's breaking news. Canada is facing a new and escalating threat in the U.S. trade war. Trump is threatening to hit this country even harder, a 35% tariff. We will be watching both Ottawa and Washington for the very latest developments. We know that Trump is set to leave the White House for a visit to the Texas disaster zone in about 30 minutes. We'll see if he stops to speak with reporters. While Trump's punishing new threat to the Canadian economy comes in a letter he posted last night on social media, he threatens a 35% tariff on most Canadian goods, but points out that a 50% U.S. import tax would remain in place on Canadian steel and aluminum. Canada's auto industry would also still be hit with a separate tariff. Well, Trump has been sending out his tariff letters to countries all week, but it had appeared that Canada would not get one because of ongoing trade negotiations. As CBC News has been reporting, Carney and Trump have been keeping in touch on the trade negotiations, texting and calling each other in the evenings. But this letter marks a return to where his trade war on Canada began, with Trump demanding Canada crack down on fentanyl smuggling into the U.S. Olivia Stefanovich leads off our coverage from Ottawa. Olivia, take us through the response that we're seeing this morning from Ottawa.
Well, Crystal, this letter from U.S. President Donald Trump comes 10 days from the deadline that the Canadian government was working towards to establish a new trade agreement with the U.S. by July 21st rather. And in the Prime Minister's statement that was posted late last night, Mark Carney says that Canada will work towards a revised deadline of August 1st. Now, he goes on to say that throughout these trade negotiations, the Canadian government has worked to defend workers and industries and will continue to do so. Trump, in his letter, cites the fentanyl issue. Again, less than 1% of the fentanyl that enters the U.S. comes from Canada. Despite this, Trump says that tariffs may be adjusted if Canada agrees to work with the U.S. to address fentanyl. And Carney addresses this in his statement, saying that Canada will continue to do so and has made a lot of progress so far. Carney goes on to talk about how he's trying to make Canada more resilient by working with the provinces and territories to build projects of national interest and to also diversify its trading relationships with other countries. Now, the Prime Minister's office says that Carney is not expected to speak further on this matter today. He is, of course, is supposed to be on a reduced schedule this week, but this has, of course, interrupted those plans, Crystal. Now, the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, he was scheduled to speak with reporters later this morning from Rome, where he's attending the Ukraine Recovery Conference, and that press conference was just canceled. Likewise, the Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, she's in Malaysia for meetings with the Association of Southeast Asian nations, and she was scheduled to have a bilateral meeting today with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and that's been canceled as well. Anand's office citing scheduling issues as the reason for that. We do, however, have fresh statements to bring to you from the opposition and industry. Let's start with Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who calls Trump's latest threat an unjustified attack on the Canadian economy. He goes on to say that Conservatives stand ready to do whatever they can to ensure that there's a new trade agreement with the U.S. We're also hearing from the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, who has a very different reaction to all all of this. He's urging Carney to work with other political parties and experts and stand with Europe, create a common front against the U.S. And he's very critical of what Carney has done so far, saying that the federal government is failing and focusing too much on oil because there is talk of creating a new pipeline in this country, saying that this will be bad for the environment and will just take too long to build. Finally, we have a statement to bring to you from Unifor, which represents hundreds of thousands of auto and steel workers. The president of that union calls this latest threat from Trump extortion and goes on to say that workers are counting on the government to defend jobs. Concessions won't stop a bully, but collective strength will.
Olivia, very interesting that we see the meeting being canceled or just not happening because of scheduling issues, as we have been told, but also that media access to the minister not happening. So potentially closing ranks there, maybe coming up with some strategy. We'll have to wait to find out there. But Trump mentions supply management. That has been a long time grievance. Why is that such a difficult issue for Ottawa?
Yeah, Crystal, he takes direct aim at this in his letter to the Prime Minister. Now, this is a signature Canadian policy. It controls the production of Canadian dairy, poultry, turkey, and it does so in a way that ensures stable prices for Canadians. Yes, Canadians pay higher prices for these products, but it ensures that there are no production shortages. And that's partly the reason why, a large reason why, in Canada, we didn't see an egg shortage like the U.S. did, which has a completely different system, and Americans pay taxes for farmer subsidies. Now, Trump has taken issue with supply management in Canada because it also places restrictions on imports into Canada to, again, ensure these stable prices for Canadians. So this has been a long grievance for some time with Trump. The Prime Minister is well aware of this. He was asked about what he will do in the federal election campaign if supply management could become a bargaining chip. Here's what he had to say at that time.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre, jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
But with Trump now intensifying efforts to dismantle Canada's supply management system, it raises the question, will supply management go the way of the digital services tax and become a casualty in this trade war? Well, one trade lawyer who spoke to CBC News says he doesn't think so.
I think that we can't punt off the dairy stuff because I think I think Americans do understand, and probably including Trump, that dairy is something that he can use as a battering ram against us, but it's not really what he's going after.
Now, like the DST, not everyone in Canada likes supply management. However, many farmers say that this is a fair system because they get fair return. And as a win-win, Canadians get stable prices. So you can bet there will be a lot of domestic pressure on Carney to ensure supply management is protected and for Carney to once again get his elbows up, Crystal.
Olivia, thank you very much. And we are also expecting to hear from Industry Minister Melanie Joly later today. She is set to speak just after 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Well, for some expert insight into how these tariffs could disrupt Canadian trade, I'm joined by William Pellerin. He is an international trade lawyer with Macmillan LLP, and we've reached him in Ottawa. Thank you so much for taking time for us this morning.
It's a pleasure being here, Crystal.
You specialize in international trade on behalf of Canadian clients. Let's start off with your initial reaction to this news of this 35% tariff threat that we got from the U.S. president.
Yeah, so the news definitely sent an electric shock through the system last night. It certainly adds serious complexity to any deal being reached by Canada's earlier deadline of July 21st. I think there was quite a bit of hope that a deal could be reached, that tariffs could go away, and we're hearing that from clients that this is, causing additional levels of scenario planning already, including late last night and early this morning. And that's the case for both our Canadian clients as well as our U.S. clients that operate in Canada.
Now, you just used shock and hope right there, and I think that's a really good example of sort of the emotional roller coaster that Canadians and investors and businesses have been going on. What kind of reaction, or what do you expect in terms of a potential for a higher tariff? What are your clients saying?
I think you have to be ready for it. I mean, hope is not a plan, right, as we always say. And the idea here is that the situation, while it may get slowly and progressively better over time, and I think there is a desire to get back to a tariff-free environment as between Canada and the United States, on both sides generally of the border, there are going to be major hiccups along the way, and things will probably spike and get worse at different times. And businesses have to have contingencies in place to avoid paying those very high tariffs and mitigate and reorganize supply chains wherever possible.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about what can be done to sort of ride out this wave. But can we go back a little bit? Because we did see in Donald Trump's letter to the Prime Minister that he sort of returned to the original justification for these tariffs, talking about cross-border security and a fentanyl crackdown. Ottawa has responded to that, or at least a little bit of a response, maybe not enough according to the U.S. president. But what do you make of his return to that original complaint as his justification?
I think he's sticking to his guns. I mean, recall that under U.S. law, these tariffs are imposed on the basis of national security, and that's being tested through the courts. And he needs a hook. He needs an angle to protect that right to impose tariffs on the basis of national security. And so drug and fentanyl coming in is one way where he can continue to hit on that general theme. Canada is looking to do more, right? We've appointed the fentanyl czar. There's been investments at the border. I think the plan for Canada has always been to establish an agreement on border security and national defense in the hopes of really countering that argument around national security and Canada as a threat to national security, which I don't think anyone has ever really bought into. But nonetheless, if we can get that agreement in place on the defense and security front and get back to a tariff-free environment, then that clears the air and allows us to renegotiate more broadly on other trade irritants that exist between our two countries. But I think that's the hope, is short, small, easy deal on trade and security, get those national security tariffs backed off, and then we can deal with the bigger sticking points, including potentially supply management to some degree later next year or later this year.
With the fact that we have these new threats, does it suggest that the negotiations that which were ongoing up until we got the sight of this letter, does it suggest that they weren't going well, or that this was a yet another tactic by the U.S. president to try to get more of what he wanted?
I think this is par for the course and part of the U.S. modus operandi. I mean, they negotiate in public, they negotiate hard. Canada provides does its negotiating in the negotiating room, but every time things might not be very strong for the United States at the table, President Trump takes to either Truth Social or, in this case, adds a letter talking about tariff escalation. So I don't think this means that the negotiations are off. I don't think it means the negotiations are not going well necessarily either. It's a great strategy for additional leverage, and it throws uncertainty in the market, and the president thrives in that environment.
What would you like to see from Mark Carney and Canadian ministers as they slowly start to comment, or maybe they don't comment? What do you think?
I think, I can only speak for our clients generally and what we're hearing in the market. But what I think everyone wants to see is calm and predictability and no kind of knee-jerk reactions. Despite what we're hearing and the electric shocks that you receive. So to that extent, I think the idea right now of taking a breather, allowing for some sleep and reflection, and getting back to the negotiation table without litigating this in public or negotiating in public is the wise move here. And our clients are certainly hoping that the tariffs eventually get dropped and that a stable negotiation results in something.
And William, we did hear the Prime Minister sort of reset his deadline to August 1st. Does that at all appear realistic in your view?
I think that deadline was always realistic, the July 21st or the August 1st, if the context of the negotiation is tied to just getting the U.S. to drop its tariffs, right? If the idea is that Canada can secure an agreement with respect to border security and national security and defense, offer up some commitments on that front, in exchange for the United States simply respecting the trade agreement that we have between our two countries and that President Trump himself negotiated during his first term, then we're in a good place, and it doesn't take very long, right? All he needs is an executive action to undo the tariffs that he himself added a few months ago. But that shouldn't take too long if that's the scope of the deal. If, on the other hand, the deal is reopening the USMCA or CUSMA trade agreement more broadly, if it includes things like automotive rules of origin or supply management concessions or anything of the sort, then absolutely not. Of course, there's no deal that can be struck in under a month if you're actually negotiating very broadly and comprehensively.
Well, great insights. Thank you so much, William. William Pellerin is an international trade lawyer with Macmillan LLP. Thank you. Well, as we mentioned, the president's actions hinge on his repeated claims of a fentanyl crisis on the Canada-U.S. border. That claim allows Trump to justify his use of special emergency powers that enable him to impose tariffs in order to protect American national security. In his letter, Trump says fentanyl is, quote, pouring into the country, and adds it is not the only challenge the U.S. has with Canada, saying, quote, if Canada works with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter, and you will never be disappointed with the United States of America. Linda Ward joins me now to take a deeper dive into this side of the story. Canada has taken a lot of steps, Linda. We saw the appointment of a fentanyl czar, but it doesn't seem to have satisfied the American president. So how big is this actual problem?
Yeah, so we've been taking a really deep dive into some of the data that exists from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. We've been trying to break it down even further as we go through the morning. What we can tell you is, yes, there has been an increase in the amount of fentanyl that's been seized near the Canada-U.S. border. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is saying that more fentanyl has been seized at the U.S.-Canada border so far this fiscal than in all of the last. Now, let's look at some of these numbers here. So far, 26 kilograms have been seized. That's up from 19.5 kilos from the previous 12 months. And most of that 26 kilos is in April and May of this year. We saw a bit of a spike. But I want to break this down and put this into perspective for you because, as I say, we've been breaking this down. When we look at May alone, 325 kilograms came into the United States from all of its borders in May. Only about 14 kilos of that came from the northern border area. So this is a minuscule amount compared to the amount that's coming in from elsewhere around the United States. Let's look at Mexico, for example. Just so far this fiscal, the United States seized 3,700 kilograms at the U.S.-Mexico border. And remember, this is the United States' own data. Canada is obviously not the biggest problem when it comes to the U.S. fentanyl issue. It still doesn't mean Canada is a fentanyl-free zone, of course. We know about 50,000 Canadians have died from opioid overdoses since 2016. So it is a problem. It is a problem here on Canadian soil as well as elsewhere around the world.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about the actions that have been taken. Talk a little bit more about those and the results.
Yeah, so Canada has made quite a few steps since Trump came in with these tariff threats, initially appointing a fentanyl czar back in February. You mentioned former RCMP Deputy Commissioner Kevin Brasseau. He says he's increased intelligence sharing between the two countries, and that has led to a number of high-profile drug busts. We've seen the police rolling out some of the seizures from these super labs. One that was taken down in BC last year, 54 kilograms of fentanyl there. This past April, BC RCMP announcing several large seizures of fentanyl, some production labs that had been dismantled there. And last month, the OPP seized the equivalent of 435,000 potentially lethal street-level doses. We've also seen the addition of legislation, Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act that was introduced last month. That's to better control the chemicals that are used in the production of these drugs. We saw better surveillance measures being put in at the borders with drones, with Black Hawk helicopters sniffer dogs on the ground as well to try and satisfy some of these demands by the U.S. president. A joint strike force put in place working with Washington to deal with cross-border organized crime as well. So what more can be done? We don't know what the specific demands are from the U.S. president. We've reached out to the public safety minister. We've reached out to the fentanyl czar. We have reached out as well to U.S. Customs and Border Protection to see maybe they can give more specifics into what we're not doing at this point in this ongoing trade war.
There are just so many questions still. Linda, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, here's a live look at the border crossing between Fort Erie, Ontario and Buffalo, New York. We will have comprehensive coverage throughout the day here on CBC News Network about U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to bring in a 35% tariff on Canadian goods beginning next month. This is CBC Morning Live. And we have some breaking news from Washington. CBC News is learning some potential new details on Trump's 35% tariff hit. A Trump administration official tells CBC News that the higher import tax would apply only to goods currently being hit with the 25% border security and fentanyl tariff. That would mean that Canadian energy and potash remain at 10%, and free trade compliant goods would be exempt. The official tells CBC News that no final paper has been drafted and there are no final decisions from U.S. President Donald Trump. Well, we have seen some big swings on the markets after Trump passed those tariff announcements. Scott is watching all of the financial markets for the reaction from these tariff threats and the changing element by the minute. So what are we seeing so far?
Well, the changing element by the minute is really highlights what's going on here. One, you've got the economic harm that these tariffs, if they ever do get imposed, would cause, but also the uncertainty with not knowing what they are. And this is hurting business investment in Canada in particular. We're seeing a lot of companies perhaps trying to get around the tariff laws by setting up branches in the U.S., which is exactly what Donald Trump wants. Another indication here is that Donald Trump goes specifically by observers say how the stock market is doing, and because the stock market is flirting with record highs, he sees this as a vote of confidence in his tariff strategy, not just with Canada, but around the world. Here's a quote by the president on NBC just yesterday when the markets did hit a record high, saying, "I think the tariff tariffs have been very well received. The stock market hit a new high today. This sort of indicates that he's looking at the financial markets, and yes, they are at record highs, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the strength of the economy. Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan, for example, saying that the markets are complacent with how high they are, even with all the worry about tariffs around the world. And we're hearing from the World Bank, the OECD, as far as these tariffs could cause huge trade disruptions. It could impact economic harm, and we're seeing every month or every quarter a revision to the downside about what this could mean for the global economy.
And Scott, North American markets set to open. How are things looking right before that?
Yeah, they're coming back. They're definitely coming down. And again, more uncertainty, and businesses don't like uncertainty. The markets don't like uncertainty. They like something clear. But what we're seeing here is they are coming off record highs. So the markets are still enthused, but we are seeing red today. We're seeing the price of oil up now about $1 a barrel. We've seen the Canadian dollar, despite those strong job numbers, 83,000, it is down. The euro, the British pound, down against the strength of the U.S. dollar. And let's get to the markets. We're seeing the TSX in negative territory, along with the S&P, the Dow, and NASDAQ. So lots of worry going forward, uncertainty, even a little bit of fear about what's going on with these tariffs.
Scott, thank you very much. Well, let's turn our attention now to the forecast, and Ward Anderson is standing by with that. Hi.
Hello there. It is part of that bittersweet Canadian summer that we do want rain, and we are going to get some in northern BC. We want it for our wildfire situation, but not a lot of rain or activity going on the coast or on Vancouver Island. In fact, it won't have a lot of precipitation for the next week. You're going to be looking at some nice summer temperatures, some great beach weather if you want to get out and enjoy it. You're going to have plenty of days to do that for the next week or so out there on the West Coast. Rain, unsettled weather in Manitoba and Saskatchewan today. That brings with it some potential for thunderstorms, scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms possible throughout the weekend in the prairies. Today we're talking about that potential for funnel clouds right there along the border between Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And there's the potential for severe thunderstorms when we get over into Ontario, in northern Ontario. But everyone should have at least one nice summer's day this weekend. Should be a good weekend for the most part at the Calgary Stampede. But when I talk about all that activity moving its way east in northern Ontario, southern Ontario has this potential today for some severe thunderstorms, and a little weaker as they make their way east. They'll also make their way over into Quebec and parts of New Brunswick. There is that potential as well. Not everyone gets one. We're talking about pop-up storms. And then we get over into Atlantic Canada. It's going to be a beautiful summer's weekend for the most part. Clear skies for much of the weekend and nice weather. So
Manitoba has once again declared a province-wide state of emergency due to wildfires. It came into effect yesterday afternoon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. The state of emergency makes resources available to the province and shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into effect in May and lasted for nearly a month. I'm Crystal Gamansing, also making news this Friday morning. U.S. President Donald Trump will be in Texas today to see the devastation caused by massive flooding. He is expected to do an aerial tour of some of the worst-hit areas. The White House says he will visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet with first responders as well as families of victims. At least 120 people have died in the flooding that began last weekend. And our breaking news this morning, the U.S. president says he will impose a 35% tariff on Canadian imports as of August 1st. He made the announcement last night on his Truth Social website, saying Canada hadn't done enough to stop fentanyl trafficking and illegal migration. Prime Minister Mark Carney later posted on social media that Canada is committed to working with the U.S. on fentanyl concerns and building a strong Canada. The back and forth on this tariff war has been dizzying to follow. Mark Carcasole joins us from outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto to walk us through the timeline. Mark, take us back to March of this year. How did we get from there to here and this new threat of 35%?
Stumbling along a very long, bumpy road, Crystal. And while March might have been when actual motions in earnest were sort of put in place, this really goes back to November and even before that, during the campaign, when Donald Trump first talked about issuing tariffs against countries like Canada, Mexico, and others all over the world. I have to refer to my trusty notes here to kind of take us back there. So let's go back to March 4th to start, when the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on products from Canada that aren't encompassed as part of the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. The U.S. also imposed 10% U.S. tariffs on energy resources and critical minerals coming into their country from Canada. Canada retaliated that same day with 25% tariffs on a range of goods worth about $30 billion. And individual provinces had their own responses. They did things like taking American liquor off their shelves. Many of those provinces are keeping that up today. Many provincial governments stopped giving American companies governmental business, building infrastructure, things like that. Then on March 12th, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports, including those coming in from Canada. The next day, Canada imposed 25% retaliatory tariffs on more American products, including steel and aluminum, worth about $29 billion or so. Then there was about a month or so of a lull, and then April 3rd, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all automobiles coming into their country. Canada retaliated 6 days later with a 25% tariffs on U.S. vehicles coming into Canada. Then, again, a bit of a lull of a couple months. Things went by. We had our federal election. Perhaps the U.S. president wanted to wait and see the results of that. But on June 4th, the U.S. upped steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% for every country except the UK. Then just this past Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump threatened a 50% tariff on all imported copper into their country. The next day, he announced that that will come into effect on August 1st. And then last night, the story we're talking about today, we learned that the U.S. is planning to up the tariff on imports of Canadian goods into their country by 35%. Now, as you mentioned, Crystal, dizzying, certainly. We've been speaking to people this morning about how they feel about all this. It has been a back and forth, things threatened, delayed, not happening, things threatened again, put into place by surprise. How do Canadians feel about it? I think these two ladies will tell you exactly how the average Canadian caught up in the middle of all this feels about it. The 35% tariff against Canada, how do you feel about all this tariff stuff? That lack of words says more than you know.
I keep myself as willfully ignorant as possible so that I'm not angry all the time.
Now, negotiations continue. Prime Minister Mark Carney says that he and President Donald Trump will continue on talking, and they've pushed that self-imposed deadline they had to August 1st now. Worth noting that Canada still has more retaliatory tariffs in its back pocket. Potential retaliatory tariffs, another round of 25% that could be worth about $125 billion on various U.S. goods that would be coming into the U.S. if those were implemented. Again, that's a back pocket last-minute measure, something that they do not want to use, but have said that it is there if they need it. Crystal.
Mark, thank you very much. Well, some of your Maple Leaf moments, we wanted to share with you this one from Sue, celebrating Canada Day in Sarnia, Ontario. Sue and her husband Steve and their grandson Zephyr decked out and waiting for their guests to arrive. This is from Maurice. He says he's a part of a group of 70 Canadians who have been traveling to North Carolina for 2-week vacations for more than 20 years, but they're committed to not do that for at least the next 4 years. And this beautiful shot from Shannon. It shows the glorious area in British Columbia as it appeared on Canada Day just over a week ago. Keep those moments coming into us. We want to see all of those great pictures. You can send them to morninglive@CBC.ca. This We are looking live now at the U.S.-Canada border crossing in Fort Erie, Ontario. The border being the focal point of this trade dispute, and a reminder of our top story. U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to impose a sweeping 35% levy on Canadian goods in just a matter of weeks now. Well, let's hear how these tariffs would impact Canada's duty-free land stores. Barbara Barrett is the executive director of the Frontier Duty Free Association. We reached her in Ottawa. Barbara, so good to see you. Thank you for taking time for us today.
Thank you, Crystal, for having me. Really appreciate it.
Well, we're hearing that some Canadian stores are reporting sales losses of up to 80%. So as we get the news today, what are you hearing from your members on the ground?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I'd like to just set the context, if you don't mind, to start, that land border duty-free stores are an export-only business at the border on the Canadian side. They're all independently owned Canadian small businesses, mostly family-run, that have been part of the tourism fabric in Canada for well over 40 years and are often vital economic engines for very small border communities across Canada. So as you can imagine, that dramatic decline in traffic going over the border it has a dramatic and very drastic effect on our stores and border communities and border community businesses like ours.
Well, and as you mentioned, these are small businesses, family-run stores, and these are often the businesses that Canadians value and then find so important. So what is your concern moving forward if you continue to have that drop in traffic?
We've been monitoring this since and felt the impacts of this from the very beginning. We understand the Canadian sentiment of not wanting to travel into the United States. And let me emphasize again that when you go into the parking lot of a land border duty-free store, you absolutely must exit into the United States. All the goods in the stores absolutely must go into the United States. So we've been monitoring this from the very beginning and actually feeling the impacts. As soon as the threats happened, as soon as the rhetoric happened, we've been feeling the impact. So our concern is that although we understand the sentiment of Canadians being elbows up, we're really taking it on the chin. So we, and again, these more announcements from the U.S. With more tariffs only adds to that tension and only creates more problems at the border and makes Canadians more upset and not wanting to travel. On top of that, we have our political leaders who are encouraging Canadians to stay in Canada, to not cross the border. We have incentives from the government telling or encouraging Canadians to travel within Canada and not travel over the border. And this is all exacerbating the problem.
So you must feel like you're sort of stuck in this middle place where you need people to come to the stores and then take those goods across. People are not crossing. You're dealing with the, fallout still from the pandemic where we saw border closures. Are you worried now with this latest bit of news that potentially some of these stores won't be able to survive? They'll just have to shut down?
We did a recent survey among our membership, and if this is a sustained problem, and again, this is our summer where we should be very, very busy, and I'm hearing that we're seeing pandemic level traffic. We are worried that we will lose approximately a third of our stores, and that's part of the Canadian tourism fabric that we won't get back. So we really need the government to step up. We understand why Canadians aren't traveling, but we need the government to step up and support us. There are some small regulatory changes that they could make to help us get through this moment in time, and then allow us to survive and thrive on the other side.
So you sort of alluded to it there, Barbara. You said Canadian government, you want them to step up, make some small changes. Can you share some of those changes with us?
There's some small, easy regulatory things that they could do that would level the playing field with our only competitor, which is the American duty-free stores and retailers, that would allow us to would level the playing field with them. So we have some taxes on us that the American stores don't have on them. So it would, if we got rid of those taxes, it would allow us to be more competitive, and a few other small regulatory tweaks that would allow us to operate more at a more level playing field with the United States.
So from your membership, is it a sense of frustration? Is it a sense of fear? What are they telling you?
It's almost despondency at this point. I mean, we're in a full-blown crisis. And again, we're not asking for a bailout. We're just asking for the government to allow us to operate, allow us to compete with our only competitors, which is the United States.
And you are in such a unique position because, again,
we really are.
Your positioning and, of course, the encouragement and what we're seeing from so many Canadians not shopping and going across the border. So it is an interesting position that you're in. Any message to Canadians directly?
Yes, thank you. I would like to remind Canadians that we border communities are being disproportionately affected. I would also like to remind Canadians that we are Canadian-run, Canadian small businesses. There are families behind these businesses. And then I would also like to remind Canadians that the Americans are still our friends, and we would like to welcome them in, welcome them up to Canada, and let's be elbows up, but open arms.
Barbara Barrett is the Executive Director of Frontier Duty Free Association. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We have breaking details this hour on Donald Trump's threat to impose a 35% tariff on Canadian imports. An official from his administration tells CBC News that the levy would apply only to Canadian goods currently under the 25% border security and fentanyl tariff. That would mean that Canadian energy and potash remain at 10%, but beyond Canada, Trump has put the international commerce world yet on guard once again. So we have a bit of a breakdown, a little bit more of an understanding, but there are still so many questions. Now, Trump told 22 countries that they will be hit with levies as steep as 50% on August 1st. There's a lot of numbers to follow here. If they fail to reach agreements by then, he's also threatening to raise rates even higher if any of the countries try to retaliate. Jagrudi Dave is a journalist, and she joins us from Washington to talk a little bit more about what this all means for the web of global trade.
What we've been watching really is how these proposed tariffs and these threats made by the US president are playing out in places across the world, and most recently in Asia, with Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, heading to the meeting of ASEAN, talking to regional partners there, essentially trying to really assuage concerns. Marco Rubio has been saying in Malaysia, he's been in Kuala Lumpur, and he has been saying that he has got concerns from foreign ministers across the world pretty much about the impact of these tariffs, but that from the US perspective, this is all about rebalancing Washington's relationships, trade relationships with the rest of the world. But he's got a difficult task. Washington has had a pivot to Asia. Marco Rubio is trying to convince those Asian partners that the US is still a reliable trading partner. China is also upping up its outreach to the area, trying to use this opportunity to say, actually, it's China who's the more reliable trade partner. And with that in mind, given the tensions between US and China, Marco Rubio and his counterpart Wang Yi from China met on the sidelines of ASEAN in Kuala Lumpur to have a discussion about their relationship and the impact of trade featuring in there. Let's just take a listen to Marco Rubio talking about that meeting.
I think there's some areas of potential cooperation. I thought it was a very constructive, positive meeting and a lot of work to do. And obviously there are some issues we're going to have to work through, and that's to be expected with countries of our size and scope and influence in the world, two global powers such as the United States and China. But I thought it was a very constructive and positive meeting and gave us some things we can work on together.
Now, there was no real explicit mention of tariffs, but they clearly featured. And Marco Rubio also told reporters that the odds were high of a Trump-Xi meeting in the works, possibly at a summit later in the year. So Marco Rubio really trying to be optimistic and building on some of the positive outcomes following trade talks between the US and China in London, with the hopes of more developments with a Trump-Xi meeting later on.
That is journalist Jagriti Dave in Washington. American lawmakers are pushing back on Trump's approach. Nearly 200 Democratic lawmakers have filed a legal brief supporting a lawsuit against his administration's use of emergency powers to impose tariffs. Now, part of Trump's justification for placing tariffs on Canada is an attempt to curb what he calls the flow of fentanyl from Canada into the U.S. But what is Canada's role in the fentanyl crisis? And is it substantive enough to support Trump's claims? You can find more analysis online at CBCNews.ca. Linda Ward will also be back next hour to break down the data about fentanyl seizures at the border. You are watching CBC Morning Live.
Hi, everybody. Ward Anderson here with your national forecast. A little bit of rain in northern BC today. But for the most part, BC is going to remain pretty dry today and for the next several days. Sunny summer temperatures, especially over on the west coast, on the south coast. Meanwhile, over in the prairies, we're keeping an eye on this potential for funnel clouds and non-severe thunderstorms right there on the Saskatchewan and Manitoba border, right along our southern border, as well as the potential for some thunderstorms and severe ones as we get over into northern Ontario. We'll keep an eye on that, but for the most part, across the prairies, everyone will have at least one beautiful day, right? One lovely summer's day. And then as we get into southern Ontario, hot and muggy today with that potential for thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms on the southwest part of Ontario, but also the potential as we get into Quebec and New Brunswick as well. So although it will be a very hot summer weekend, a muggy weekend across Ontario, and it's going to be raining throughout the weekend in Ontario, off and on. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it is true. Rain throughout the weekend in Ontario, but when we get over into Atlantic Canada, well, it's going to be a gorgeous weekend. We have some scattered showers today throughout the day in Nova Scotia, but for the most part, a beautiful weekend across the East Coast. Keep it here for all your weather information throughout the weekend.
Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. U.S. President Donald Trump has dropped a bombshell related to his country's trading relationship with Canada. In a letter sent to Prime Minister Mark Carney, Trump threatens to raise tariffs on Canadian imports to 35% as of August 1st. An administration official tells CBC News that they are only expecting this to apply to goods currently tariffed at 25%, so not CUSMA goods that fall under the country's current trade agreement, which are already exempt, and potash, where tariffs sit at 10%. The letter was sent to Carney last night. Now, the two countries have been working to reach a trade agreement by July 21st. Trump also says he will increase tariffs further if Canada retaliates. And reporter Tony Waterman is in Washington tracking this latest tariff threat for us. She joins me live. So, Tony, what more can you tell us about the president's letter and what it means for the Canadian economy?
Well, in this letter, President Trump lays out his justifications for this 35% levy, which, by the way, is higher than that 25% amount. And he accuses Canada of failing to stop the flow of fentanyl across the northern border and instead imposing these retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Now, the amount of fentanyl that crosses from Canada into the United States is minuscule, less than 1% of the total last year. The president also points to this U.S. trade deficit with Canada, which was over $63 billion last year. He says this is unsustainable, that it is an economic and national security threat. And he also points to the high tariffs that U.S. dairy farmers face when trying to get their products into the Canadian market. So those were his justifications for this 35% levy. As you mentioned, there is some discussion around how exactly this number will be applied, and there could be some carve-outs, although the president has not formally made that decision yet. But the U.S. is Canada's top trading partner, so any sort of repercussions could be quite severe if the demand for the products that come from Canada into the United States drops off because of these higher prices. But it's important to remember that it are the U.S. consumers that likely will end up paying the bulk of these tariffs because they are collected at the point of entry into the United States. If there is some sort of hope here, it is that the president says there could be some room for negotiation over the next couple of weeks. He says that if Canada steps up on this fentanyl trafficking, that he could perhaps readjust this rate.
Now, Tony, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is at an important summit in Malaysia. What is he saying? What comments is he offering on his administration's global tariffs? Because it is not just Canada.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the Secretary of State is in this very tricky position right now because he is on his first trip to Asia. He's trying to reassure U.S. trade partners, even as they are facing really the most punitive tariffs coming from his boss, anywhere from 20 to 40% right now. And the Malaysian Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, condemning these tariffs, saying that the United States is using what used to be a tool for growth as a tool to pressure and isolate these countries. Of course, Marco Rubio is trying to spin that narrative, saying that these countries, which include Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, that they could all negotiate better deals with the United States. And ultimately, he is defending his boss's claims that these types of trade deficits with countries are just unsustainable.
It should have been done a long time ago. President Trump's finally done it. And I think countries understand that this was different. If this was us targeting 10 countries or 5 countries, then I would understand why countries would be upset. But the truth of the matter is we're resetting tariff levels with virtually every country in the world. And so I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change. But I think most mature leaders, and everybody here is a mature leader, understands that that's not a sustainable dynamic. It was one that had to be changed, and that's what the president's doing.
As you know, there is this intense power struggle and influence struggle between the United States and China in the Indo-Pacific region right now. And Marco Rubio did meet with his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, saying that those conversations were constructive, but China making these very veiled comments at this ASEAN summit, implying that China is a better partner than the United States, talking about this unilateral tariff implementation without directly naming the United States.
Thanks for this, Tony. That is reporter Tony Waterman in Washington. Now, Prime Minister Mark Carney issued a statement following the announcement from the U.S. president about tariffs. Carney says the government is continuing to try to negotiate with the U.S., now with a revised deadline of August 1st. For more on what we've heard, let's get the latest reaction from the CBC's Olivia Stefanovic. She has been looking at the political and industry responses to Trump's threat to move ahead with those 35% tariffs. What are you seeing? What are you tracking, Olivia?
Well, Arthi, for weeks now, the Canadian government has been working towards the July 21st deadline to sign a new trade agreement with the U.S., but that's now changed. In a statement that came late yesterday from Prime Minister Mark Carney, he says that the new deadline will be August 1st, and that is the date that U.S. President Donald Trump says he may impose 35% tariffs on non-CUSMA-compliant goods against Canada. Now, Carney, in his statement, he goes on to say that the Canadian government will continue to support workers, to support industry. He also tackles this issue that Trump continues to bring up of fentanyl, even though less than 1% of the fentanyl that enters the U.S. comes from Canada. Carney saying that Canada has made a lot of progress on this front. It's appointed a fentanyl czar, and that Canada will continue to work closely with the U.S. on this issue. He also talks about making Canada more resilient, reminds people about the work he's doing with the provinces and territories to build one Canadian economy, to build projects of national interest, and to also diversify Canada's trading partners and strengthen those relationships. Now, I have asked the Prime Minister's office if we are expected to hear from the Prime Minister today, and they have said that at this time, Carney is not expected to speak, so we won't see him in front of the cameras. We won't see the Finance Minister either, even though François-Philippe Champagne was expected to speak to reporters later this morning from Rome, where he is attending the Ukraine Recovery Conference. And Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, she's in Malaysia. She was scheduled to have a bilateral meeting with the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but that's been canceled. Her office says that they've run into a scheduling issue. Now, we have some other reaction to bring to you from the opposition. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre calling Trump's latest threat an unjustified attack on Canada's economy. He took to X to say that Conservatives will do everything they can to ensure that Canada can get a new trade agreement with the U.S. We also have reaction to share with you from Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, who is urging the Prime Minister to work with other political parties and experts. He also says that he wants Canada to develop a common front with Europe against the United States, and he's critical of Carney, saying that the federal government is failing and spending too much time focusing on oil, since there is discussion now in this country to build new oil pipelines. Blanchet saying that that's just bad for the environment and will take too long to see the benefits from that. And finally, we have a statement from Unifor, which represents hundreds of thousands of steel and auto workers, a union there, saying that Trump's threat is extortion. The president goes on to say that workers are counting on the government to defend jobs. Concessions won't stop a bully, but collective strength will. And finally, starting to get reaction from premiers. BC Premier David Eby is the first premier to comment on Trump's latest threat. He posted on X that this letter is flailing and factually incorrect. Other F words come to mind.
And that is, of course, some of the reaction we're seeing. You mentioned that it's unlikely we'll see the Prime Minister out today commenting on it, although we may see the U.S. president. As we know, he is heading off to Texas today to tour the flood-ravaged area. He once again, in his comments, and this here is a look at the helicopter that Trump is in, the U.S. president, as he's arriving at Joint Base Andrews to head off to, again, Texas for a visit where there has been catastrophic flooding. We will continue to track this for our viewers. We know he also mentioned Canada's dairy industry, supply management, something that has irritated him for some time. Let's break that down a little bit, too, when it comes to the tariff threat.
Yeah, Arthi, Trump takes direct aim at Canada's supply management system in his letter to Carney, which is a signature Canadian policy. It controls the production of dairy products, eggs, chicken, turkey, based on the level that Canadians consume. And yes, Canadians pay higher prices for these products, but it's designed to prevent significant fluctuations in those prices, Arthi, and product shortages. This is why we did not see egg shortages in Canada like we did in the U.S., which has a completely different system. Now, Trump has been after Canada's supply management system for some time, complaining mostly because it places restrictions on imports of products to keep prices stable here in Canada. So that is an irritant of the U.S. Now, Carney was asked on the federal election campaign what he plans to do about this, whether supply management could become a bargaining chip in these trade negotiations with the U.S. Here's how he answered that question at the time.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre, jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
So Carney has said that supply management will never be on the table with these trade negotiations. But now we see the U.S. president once again stepping up efforts to dismantle supply management in Canada. It raises the question, will supply management go the way of the digital services tax and become a casualty of this trade war? Well, one trade lawyer who spoke to CBC News says he doesn't think so.
I think that we can punt off the dairy stuff because I think I think Americans do understand, and probably including Trump, that dairy is something that he can use as a battering ram against us, but it's not really what he's going after.
There are critics of supply management here in Canada, just like that digital services tax. Some premiers weren't happy with that DST, so they were happy to see it go. But with supply management, there are many farmers in Canada who support this. They say it's a fair system that ensures that they get a fair price for the work they do, and Canadians get, in return, stable prices. So they see it as a win-win, and they will be urging Carney to get his elbows up and to protect the supply management system at all costs, Arthi.
Thanks for this, Olivia. That is the CBC's Olivia Stefanovic in Ottawa. Now, we mentioned, of course, that the U.S. president was heading off to Texas. Before he boarded his helicopter from the White House, he made some remarks. Let's listen to those.
Tough guy to negotiate with. I shouldn't like him because he was very tough in negotiation, but he was also very honest. And I know the honest ones, and I know the crooked ones. We're going to see. It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received, but it's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
Russian drones hit a maternity hospital in Ukraine overnight.
I know. You'll be seeing things happen.
Now that you got to Texas, are you planning on delivering any type of help for undocumented families that lost everything, including their children?
I think we've done very well on immigration. We were given a very bad hand by Biden. He allowed 25 million people to come in totally unchecked, unvetted. We're getting the criminals out, and we're getting them out fast. The courts have ultimately done the right thing. Amazingly, they've really done the right thing, and they understand it's really the survival of our country. It's a very important thing. We can't have like 11,888 murderers. And, you know, something that you should have that you haven't reported. As you know, 300,000 children are missing, right? 300,000 under Biden. We've already gotten back 10,000 of those children, and we have a lot more planned to come back. We're getting them back by the thousands. But 300,000, and we've, as of this morning, over 10,000 we've gotten back.
What is your advice to countries worldwide ahead of the upcoming tariff deadline?
Oh, I think just keep working hard. You know, we've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. So I would say just keep working. It's all going to work out.
No.
I think he's doing a terrible job. I think we should be, I think we should be 3 points lower interest rate. He's costing our country a lot of money. We should be #1, and we're not. And that's because of Jerome Powell. In terms of interest, we are #1 in the world. Look, I'll tell you a little simple language. 1 year ago, our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're #1 everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago, it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Okay, so we were listening there to the U.S. President Donald Trump as he was at the White House about to board the helicopter, which has now taken him to Joint Base Andrews, and he is aboard Air Force One as he heads off to Texas to visit, of course, the area hardest hit by those deadly floods. On Friday, of course, we are listening in to hear what sort of information he may have given about the tariffs, the threat of tariffs, 35% on Canadian goods that fall outside of our current trade agreement. All he did say in a broad sense, not specifically addressing Canada, but he said that in some cases the friends have been worse than the foes. Perhaps that is referring to Canada when he's talking about negotiations. And his advice was to keep working. It's all going to work out. So that is what we heard from the U.S. president. Often he does stop to answer reporters' questions or to take reporters' questions. So we will keep tracking that as he heads over to Texas to see if he does offer any more information in regards to that tariff threat that, again, he posted last night on his social media. With that, of course, we've seen big swings on the markets following Donald Trump's previous tariff announcement. So Scott is watching the financial markets and reaction to all of this. Once again, of course, there is this idea of whether or not it's going to stick. All of it uncertainty. So what does that mean for investors?
Well, you know, traditionally, we've talked about this before, investors do not like that uncertainty. And once again, we're confronted with a threat of tariffs. Is it going to take place? Is this a negotiating tactic? Is it a taco trade on behalf of the U.S. president? We just simply don't know. But in the meantime, we are seeing markets this morning pulling back, but they're pulling back from record highs. So despite warnings that we're hearing from the OECD and the World Bank as far as all this tariff confusion will slow the global markets, perhaps send us into a recession, we're not seeing that yet. We're not seeing an economic contraction. We're not seeing inflation going up. Even in this country, we saw the jobs report for the month of June stronger than expected as well. So we're just not seeing it. Part of the problem is observers say that those surrounding the U.S. president put a lot of merit on the stock market itself, and they are at record highs, or they were anyways yesterday. And even the U.S. president puts a lot of merit on the markets, and the markets are not the economy. They're not a reflection of how the economy's been doing. So maybe it's a false narrative. At least that's what observers are saying. Here's what the U.S. president said on NBC just yesterday as the markets were reaching another record high, saying that I think the tariffs have been very well received. The stock market is at a new high today. So really taking a merit off of how high the markets are, being a sort of a badge of him doing a good job. Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, for example, sort of disagrees, saying that these markets are complacent, that they're artificially high, that it is not necessarily a vote of confidence on the president. So once again, even just with that press conference, Arthi, we're hearing a lot of mixed signals. The markets don't know what to do, and we're hearing that in Canada as well as far as business investment. So a little bit more questions, once again, rather than answers from this U.S. president.
Now, Scott, also in regards to the tariffs, economists have been warning about job losses, but we didn't see that this morning with some surprisingly strong job numbers coming out.
Yeah, the economists have a tough time calling job numbers from month to month, but we saw a creation of 83,000 positions, so a very strong showing. We also saw the unemployment rate coming down to 6.9%, so another surprise there. So the economy is just defying a lot of pessimism out there, so we're not seeing repercussions of these high tariffs yet, but we'll be watching for that. In the meantime, let's take a look at the markets and how they're reacting. We are seeing the price of oil skirting up about $1 a barrel. We have the Canadian dollar down pretty substantially, down about 1/3 of a cent on worries over the U.S. economy, what these tariffs are going to mean for the Canadian economy. And let's get to those markets. We're seeing the TSX firmly in negative territory, down about 90 points, with the Dow Jones, the S&P, and NASDAQ also decisively negative. But again, these are all coming off record highs just set yesterday.
Scott, thanks for the latest on this.
Thanks, Arthi.
So many of Trump's actions hinge on his repeated claims of a fentanyl crisis on the Canada-U.S. border. That claim allows him to then invoke special emergency powers, enabling him to impose tariffs to protect American national security. So in his letter, Trump says fentanyl is, quote, pouring into the country. Again, this was the letter that was sent over to the Canadian government yesterday. He adds, it is not the only challenge the U.S. has with Canada. If Canada works with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter, and you will never be disappointed with the United States of America. So now, let's break all of this down. Linda Ward is here to do that for us and look at this part of the story. We know that, Linda, earlier this year, Canada beefed up border measures. There was a $1.3 billion plan that was announced, a fentanyl czar, but that doesn't seem to have convinced Trump that we're doing enough.
Yeah, and you know, we've been taking a bit of a deep dive into some of the data that's being provided to perhaps back up some of these claims that this fentanyl is pouring into the United States from Canada. These numbers coming from U.S. Customs and Border Protection show that, yes, indeed, there has been an increase in fentanyl seized near the Canada-U.S. border. U.S. Customs and Border Protection showing more fentanyl seized along the Canada-U.S. border so far this fiscal than in all of last fiscal. So far, 26 kilos seized in this fiscal to this point, up from 19.5 kilos from the previous 12 months. Now, and let's put that into perspective here, and let's take a look at the numbers that we've really drilled down on here for just May alone. Let's just take a look at May. For the total amount of fentanyl that came into the United States in May, 325 kilos, but only 14 kilos of that came through the northern border. Now, when we look at May as well, that is the highest spike that we saw of fentanyl seizures as well. So that is a pretty generous look at how much is actually coming in. It's relatively a minuscule amount if you look at how much is actually coming in from elsewhere. And when we look at Mexico, just so far this fiscal, the U.S. seized 3,700 kilograms of fentanyl at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now remember, this is the United States' own data. Canada, it seems, not the United States' biggest problem here. Still, though, we have to acknowledge Canada is not a fentanyl-free country. It is a problem. There are 50,000 deaths that have been attributed to opioids in this country since 2016. And, you know, if you've lost a loved one to this, you certainly know it is a problem that we are dealing with here in this country, as well as elsewhere around the world.
And now, Linda, despite those minimal amounts of fentanyl that are crossing from Canada into the United States, we've certainly seen the government react very seriously to it. Even in Mark Carney's statement reacting to the tariff threat yesterday, he said that Canada has made vital progress to stop the scourge of fentanyl in North America. Take us through some of the actions that back that up.
And as much as Canada has done, Donald Trump doesn't think it's enough. So let's look at one thing you mentioned, the fentanyl czar that was appointed back in February, the former RCMP Deputy Commissioner Kevin Brosseau. He says he's increased the amount of communication, intelligence sharing between the two countries since he took on this role. He says that's led to a number of high-profile drug busts. We see the police rolling out the seizures of these illicit drugs. A super lab taken down in BC last year seized 54 kilograms of fentanyl. This past April, BC RCMP said that they brought in a number of production labs and large seizures of fentanyl. Last month, Ontario Provincial Police said that they seized the equivalent of 435,000 potentially lethal street-level doses of fentanyl. Of course, we know there's legislation that's been brought in as well, Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, and that aims to add more control to the chemicals that are being used to create these drugs. And you mentioned that border security plan, $1.3 billion. We're talking drones, we're talking Black Hawk helicopters, sniffer dogs at the border, and then we know there's also been the Joint Strike Force that's been working with Washington to try and increase communication and take down cross-border organized crime groups. So what more can be done? That is the question now. What more does Donald Trump want done? We've reached out to Customs and Border Protection to try and find out, you know, what are the specific claims that are still lacking here? What are the numbers that are concerning to them? We've also reached out to the Public Safety Minister as well as Canada's fentanyl czar to see what their next move will be.
Okay, Linda, thanks for staying on top of it. That is Linda Ward reporting for us. Now stay with us. Coming up, with those new U.S. tariffs possibly around the corner, August 1st, we'll take a look at a timeline of Donald Trump's trade war. Stay with us. You're watching CBC News Network. To our top story again, U.S. President Donald Trump is now threatening 35% tariffs on Canadian goods. He says the levies will take effect August 1st. This is just the latest in a series of trade threats made by the U.S. President. Mark Carcasole joins us now from outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto to look at the trade war timeline. Okay, Mark, take us back to March when this started. How did we get from there to this new threat of 35% on Canadian goods?
Arthi, certainly the first shots of the trade war definitely fired in early March, but really some of the threats and the rhetoric around it go back to November when the president started talking about issuing tariffs against countries like Canada, Mexico, and others around the world. But as you mentioned, let's go to March when this all really started in earnest, particularly March 4th. That's when the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on products from Canada coming into their borders that are not subject to the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. That same day, the U.S. also imposed 10% tariffs on energy resources and critical minerals from Canada, as well as potash. Canada retaliated with 25% tariffs on a range of goods coming back the other way, worth about $30 billion. And individual provinces came up with their own responses. The majority of them had to do with taking U.S. liquor off their shelves or not giving provincial jobs to American companies. Regarding the liquor shelf measure, many of the provinces still have that in effect, although some provinces like Saskatchewan and Alberta have decided to pull back from that and go a different direction. On March 12th, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports, including those coming in from Canada. Then the next day, Canada imposed a 25% retaliatory tariff on more American products, including steel and aluminum. That measure worth about $29 billion U.S. April 3rd, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all automobiles coming in. April 9th, Canada retaliated with 25% tariff on U.S. vehicles as well. So you can see the back and forth starting. From there, things cooled a little bit. Negotiations started. We had a federal election. And then it wasn't until June 4th when suddenly things started heating up again. Last month, the U.S. upped its steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% for every country except the U.K. June 27th, Trump cut off trade talks, you'll remember, with Canada. It wasn't that long ago now, over Canada's digital services tax. And then 2 days later, Canada rolled back, repealed that services tax and decided not to go ahead with it. And then, of course, just this past Tuesday, things really heating up when we heard that U.S. President Donald Trump was threatening a 50% tariff on all copper coming into his country. And the next day, he announced that that would take effect on August 1st. And then, oh, by the way, as of August 1st, as announced last night by the president, we learned that the U.S. is planning to up the tariff on Canadian goods not subject to the CUSMA agreement as of August 1st. That's where we stand right now with negotiations still happening. We've been out here all day speaking to everyday Canadians to see what they think about all this. Many Canadians feel as though there's nothing we can do about it, nothing we ourselves can control, and so they're just focusing on family and doing what's right for those in their lives. But being outside the U.S. consulate, it was only a matter of time before we also ran into an American. And earlier this morning, we ran into Miguel, originally from Philadelphia, who says he just can't believe what's happened to the economic relationship between our two countries. Have a listen.
So I'm actually American myself, and I have to say I'm super disappointed. Like, I'm a proud American, but I live in Canada, and I think it's just sad that our two countries are fighting this way. I think it's a really bad thing. Yeah, it's completely unexpected. I mean, we've been such good friends and neighbors for over, 150 years, and I think it's just sad to see that it's come to this.
Now, Miguel says he hopes they can reach a deal of some sort. Speaking of that wheeling and dealing, the Prime Minister says that they have extended that self-imposed deadline now to August 1st to try to reach a deal with the United States. Those talks continue. Meanwhile, let's not forget that Canada does have in its back pocket another set of retaliatory tariffs if needed. Retaliatory tariffs of an extra 25% that could affect about $125 billion worth of U.S. goods coming into the country. Again, that is a last resort, but one that Canada says that they do have. Arti.
Mark, thanks for this. That's the CBC's Mark Carcasole reporting for us. We've been tracking all the reaction to the tariff threat that is coming in. Of course, we mentioned earlier that BC's premier had already reacted. Now we're hearing also from Saskatchewan's premier. In a post on X, he says, in part, Scott Moe says, Trump is going to continue his tariff threats as he did again last night. We need to react, but not overreact. He continues with his post saying we need to keep engaging with U.S. officials and keep expanding our markets to other countries. Saskatchewan's approach is working, resulting in more than 20,000 new jobs in the past year. There's the post there. Now stay with us. Of course, we will continue to track all of the reaction to this story. Coming up, Mark Carney says he will defend Canadian workers in the face of Trump's new tariff threat. We'll speak to a former Deputy Prime Minister, John Manley, about how Ottawa could respond. That's next, right here on CBC News Network. We continue to track major trade news. U.S. President Donald Trump says he will increase tariffs to 35% on Canadian imports as of August 1st. He says Canada hasn't done, quote, enough to stop fentanyl trafficking. Prime Minister Mark Carney later posted on social media that Canada is committed to working with the U.S. on fentanyl concerns and building Canada strong. So for more on all of this, we've reached John Manley. He's a former Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister. He's now chair of Jefferies Securities. Thank you for making time for us.
Good morning. Thanks, Artie.
Okay, so Donald Trump, as we heard, is threatening even higher tariffs on non-CUSMA-compliant Canadian goods. The new 35% rate would apply to goods that are now facing the 25% tariff. So how seriously should Canadians be looking at this threat from the U.S. president?
I was happy to hear in the earlier report that most Canadians that were stopped on the street by your interviewer said they were just going about their daily business and they weren't going to pay too much attention to it. I think that's about all we can do. This is some species of madness that's coming out of Washington. It's not just directed at us, of course. It's directed at everybody else as well, with arbitrary levels of tariffs being applied. Tariffs on Brazil because he doesn't like the way the former president is being treated in a country that applies the rule of law. Tariffs against us because we're not doing enough to keep things out of his country. I don't know what he has a border police for if it's not to keep things out. Besides, there's no evidence that fentanyl is coming into the United States from Canada in any significant quantity. Most of it comes north. It's all madness. So I think we're best just to stay calm, carry on. There are negotiations going on. Those should continue. We should just do our business in a methodical fashion.
You know, on the one hand, there are those negotiations that are carrying on, but this, of course, sort of offers a lot of uncertainty because on one hand, when things are quiet and you assume that negotiations are carrying on, you assume that there's progress being made. And then we certainly saw that Trump sent out that message a week ago saying, I'm not engaging with Canada anymore unless it removes the digital services tax. That was removed. And then now again, this is sort of an indication that maybe talks are not going so well. It just leans itself into concerns, I guess, on this side of the border as we watch that on-again, off-again pattern.
There's no doubt about that. And then uncertainty is the enemy of decision-making. And in business, uncertainty increases risks and therefore causes businesses to hesitate about investment and other matters. But this negotiation is not an analog to trade negotiations that we're all familiar with. This is more of an analog to a New York real estate tycoon who's trying to threaten potential sellers with devaluation of their properties. So, I think we recognize we're in a kind of a real estate negotiation here. He's going to do what he's going to do. You can read all about it in the book that was written for him called The Art of the Deal. He's trying to increase pressure on us. I think, quite frankly, slow walking this is the best thing we can do. Those tariffs are going to bite on American consumers, on American businesses. Let the pressure arise at home for him against the measures that he's taking before we give too many things up to him.
You know, as a former cabinet minister, former deputy prime minister, what might you suggest the prime minister do here? And in two parts, because certainly we are watching this play out and it is incredibly unique. We have not seen negotiations play out in this manner before, except with this current U.S. administration. But also we have a prime minister who very much campaigned on being able to stand up to the U.S. president and to make a trade deal on this front and to remove tariffs. So how does this reflect on those efforts? Certainly the public is saying, I thought you were going to take care of this.
Well, I think the polling still indicates that people have confidence in Mark Carney, and I think that they're prepared to give him a lot of leeway, given that this is not fully within his control. Making a deal requires the other side to be reasonable, and I don't think Canadians would like to see us simply give in to the threats and intimidation that are coming from Washington. But Mark Carney promised some other things as well. He promised to make the Canadian economy more vibrant, to make it more resilient, to make it stronger without having to be so reliant upon the United States. And so they enacted some legislation trying to reduce interprovincial trade barriers, trying to accelerate the building of projects. Those things take time, but I think that the pressure is going to be on to deliver that side of the agenda, which is entirely within Canadian control. The trade agenda with the United States, that's not entirely within our control. We should do the best we can, but at the end of the day, it takes two to tango. But looking after our own economy, becoming a desirable place for investment to occur, that's up to us. And we need to get on with that serious business.
All of those things, of course, Mr. Manley, also take a great deal of time, can take a great deal of time. So what sort of immediate action can there be in order to protect Canadian industry? We certainly know that we've seen the impact of these tariffs already in some industries. And in addition to that, what is the likelihood that we might now see a deal ahead of August 1st? Before, the deadline was July 21st, and there was a lot of optimism. Now an August 1st timeline here.
Well, first, I don't put too much stock in these arbitrary time targets. You know, there are too many variables. And if you look at the so-called deals that Donald Trump has announced, none of them is a trade deal. Most of them are agreements to agree. They're frameworks. They're promises to be fulfilled. And a trade agreement is hundreds of pages of detailed work that generally takes years to negotiate. So these are not trade deals that he's announcing. I don't know how I would characterize them, but I wouldn't be too distracted by them. I'd keep doing the serious work. The auto sector, very big and important part of the Canada-U.S. trade environment. Those companies are suffering. Let them deliver the message to Washington. They can't upend their supply chains in a few months. First of all, it takes longer than that. It'll take beyond this presidential term. Secondly, it will cost billions of dollars to bring all of that manufacturing supply chain into the United States. Who's going to pay those billions of dollars? The people that purchase cars? Anybody volunteering to pay an extra $7,500 for their Ford 150? I don't think so. So I think time is on our side here. Let's just let the rules of economics prevail. Let's do what we do well, which is to be forthright, methodical, and careful. And I think we'll come out of this all right. But let's put our own house in order as quickly as we can.
Mr. Manley, I want to thank you for your time and your analysis on this today. We always enjoy your time with us. Thanks.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That is John Manley. He is a former Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister. Now stay with us. Still ahead, the Atlantic lobster fishery thought it had avoided the pinch of U.S. tariffs 3 months ago. But now seafood tariffs are back on the table and could prove devastating. The CBC's Brett Ruskin joins us to talk about that and the threat to other East Coast industries. You're watching CBC News Network. Well, we know the latest tariffs threatened by the Trump administration would take a heavy toll on our economy. So let's zero in on one region, Atlantic Canada. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is with us from Halifax. So, Brett, let's talk about the industries that would be hardest hit where you are in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, Arthur. So Nova Scotia exports to the United States around $4.3 billion worth of goods and services. So about 2/3 of Nova Scotia's overall international exports go down south of the border. So we're talking about the forestry sector, the paper sector, the seafood sector as well. Nova Scotia's lobster industry is a key part of the economy. And so if Nova Scotia's lobster that it exports to the United States becomes suddenly 35% more expensive, those American buyers might opt for lobster from the state of Maine instead, just because it's simply more competitive and less expensive to purchase it there from Maine. Now, another major industry, in fact, the key main export from from Nova Scotia to the United States is actually rubber tires. There are 3 Michelin tire factories in Nova Scotia in 3 different towns, accounts for around 4,000 jobs, direct employment jobs, and even more indirect spin-offs from that, helping out those individual towns across the province. So certainly officials there with that company, as well as provincial officials, watching closely to see if these 35% tariffs do take effect. Arthi.
And Brett, what about elsewhere in Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, so I mentioned $4.3 billion from Nova Scotia to the United States. There's around $1.8 billion from Prince Edward Island to the U.S. each year, and around $15 billion from New Brunswick, so substantially higher from that province. That's because mainly to do with St. John. St. John has an oil refinery as well as a very busy port. Those vessels that go into that port get loaded up with oil and petroleum products and head down south of the border to the United States. In fact, St. John was once named a few months ago, actually, in a report, the most vulnerable jurisdiction, vulnerable city of all cities across Canada when it comes to tariffs. So watching closely there to see what happens with the tariffs and its impact on New Brunswick, as well as overall the east coast of Canada. Arthi.
Brett, thanks for that look. That is the CBC's Brett Ruskin in Halifax. A province-wide state of emergency is once again in effect in Manitoba because of wildfires. It began yesterday at noon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. The declaration allows for the province to receive more resources, including for shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into force in May and lasted nearly a month. And U.S. President Donald Trump is on his way to Central Texas right now to see the devastation caused by massive flooding. He's expected to take an aerial tour of some of the worst-hit areas. The White House says he'll also visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet first responders and the families of some of the victims. At least 120 people are confirmed dead in the flooding that happened a week ago. Stay with us. There's plenty of news straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. Okay, we do want to take a moment now to check on weather conditions across the country as we head into the weekend. Here's Ward Anderson over at the Weather Network.
It's going to be a hot summer weekend in BC. Not a lot of rain activity, mostly up in northern BC, but you're going to have plenty of sunshine throughout the weekend. Looking over at the prairies, we are keeping our eye out for the potential for funnel clouds to form over there in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and there is the potential for severe thunderstorms popping up in northern Ontario as well throughout Friday. But for the most part in the prairies, it should be a nice summer weekend, depending on the day when you have it. Looking over in southern Ontario, like northern Ontario, the potential for thunderstorms today going into the weekend, especially in southern Ontario. Everyone should get some kind of nice day, but there will be a good bit of activity coming through, making its way to Quebec and New Brunswick as well. Meanwhile, when we get over into Atlantic Canada, not as humid as it is over in Ontario, and everyone should have a nice summer day this weekend.
There is a look at Parliament Hill. We are watching for more political reaction from Ottawa to Donald Trump's latest tariff threat. You'll want to stay with us on this story as we continue to cover it next hour. You're watching CBC News Network. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol. U.S. President Donald Trump is threatening to raise tariffs on Canadian imports to 35% as of August 1st. And new details this morning, an administration official tells CBC News they expect this to apply to goods currently tariffed at 25%. The tariffs won't apply to CUSMA goods, which are already exempt, and to potash, where tariffs sit at 10%. This latest threat came in the form of a letter sent last night to Prime Minister Mark Carney. The two countries had been working to reach a trade agreement by July 21st. Now, Trump also says he will increase tariffs further if Canada retaliates. On his way to visit the flood disaster zone in Texas last hour, Trump had this to say about the new tariffs on Canada and the letter he sent to the Prime Minister.
It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received. It's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
And reporter Tony Waterman is in Washington with more on Trump's latest threats and what it means for the Canadian economy.
Well, in this letter, President Trump lays out his justifications for this 35% levy, which, by the way, is higher than that 25% amount. And he accuses Canada of failing to stop the flow of fentanyl across the northern border and instead imposing these retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods. Now, the amount of fentanyl that crosses from Canada into the United States is minuscule, less than 1% of the total last year. The president also points to this U.S. trade deficit with Canada, which was over $63 billion last year. He says this is unsustainable, that it is an economic and national security threat. And he also points to the high tariffs that U.S. dairy farmers face when trying to get their products into the Canadian market. So those were his justifications for this 35% levy. As you mentioned, there is some discussion around how exactly this number will be applied, and there could be some carve-outs, although the president has not formally made that decision yet. But the U.S. is Canada's top trading partner, so any sort of repercussions could be quite severe if the demand for the products that come from Canada into the United States drops off because of these higher prices. But it's important to remember that it are the U.S. consumers that likely will end up paying the bulk of these tariffs because they are collected at the point of entry into the United States. If there is some sort of hope here, it is that the president says there could be some room for negotiation over the next couple of weeks. He says that if Canada steps up on this fentanyl trafficking, that he could perhaps readjust this rate.
Now, Tony, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is at an important summit in Malaysia. What is he saying? What comments is he offering on his administration's global tariffs? Because it is not just Canada.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the Secretary of State is in this very tricky position right now because he is on his first trip to Asia. He's trying to reassure U.S. trade partners, even as they are facing really the most punitive tariffs coming from his boss, anywhere from 20 to 40% right now. And the Malaysian Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, condemning these tariffs, saying that the United States is using what used to be a tool for growth as a tool to pressure and isolate these countries. Of course, Marco Rubio is trying to spin that narrative, saying that these countries, which include Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, that they could all negotiate better deals with the United States. And ultimately, he is defending his boss's claims that these types of trade deficits with the countries are just unsustainable.
It should have been done a long time ago. President Trump's finally done it. And I think countries understand that this was different. If this was us targeting 10 countries or 5 countries, then I would understand why countries would be upset. But the truth of the matter is we're resetting tariff levels with virtually every country in the world. And so I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change. But I think most mature leaders, and everybody here is a mature leader, understands that that's not a sustainable dynamic. It was one that had to be changed, and that's what the president's doing.
As you know, there is this intense power struggle and influence struggle between the United States and China in the Indo-Pacific region right now. And Marco Rubio did meet with his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, saying that those conversations were constructive, but China making these very veiled comments at this ASEAN summit, implying that China is a better partner than the United States, talking about this unilateral tariff implementation without directly naming the United States.
That's reporter Tony Waterman in Washington. Thank you. And we know that Prime Minister Mark Carney issued a statement following the announcement from the U.S. president about tariffs. Carney says the government is continuing with negotiations, defending Canadian workers and businesses. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich has been looking at political and industry responses to Trump's new tariff threat. We're also hearing from some premiers as well. Olivia, bring us up to speed.
Well, Arthi, let's start with the statement from the Prime Minister, which was posted late last night, in which Mark Carney says that he's revised the deadline for reaching a new trade agreement with the U.S. It was July 21st, but now the Prime Minister says Canada will be working towards August 1st. And that's because that's the date that Trump says that he may impose 35% tariffs on non-CUSMA-compliant goods. Now, Carney, in his statement that was posted last night, he also says that he will continue to support workers and businesses, and he addresses this long-standing irritant from Trump about fentanyl. Now, as a reminder, less than 1% of the fentanyl that enters the U.S. comes from Canada, but Trump did cite this in his letter to Carney when he brings up this new threat of 35% tariffs. So Carney says that he has made progress, that Canada has made progress on this issue, and will continue to work with the U.S. As you may remember, Canada did appoint a fentanyl czar to deal with this issue specifically. Carney is also touting work he's doing with the provinces and territories to build one Canadian economy, projects of national significance, and to diversify Canada's trading partners as well. Now, the Prime Minister's office says Carney will not speak further on this matter today. He's not expected to, so this statement will stand for now. We were expecting to hear from the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, who is in Rome for the Ukraine Recovery Conference, but we got an email earlier this morning saying that that press conference was canceled. Now, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, she's in Malaysia for meetings with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations this week. She was scheduled to have a bilateral meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio today, but her office also says that that meeting was canceled because of scheduling issues. Now, we have a reaction to bring to you from others, including Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who's calling this latest threat from Trump an unjustified attack against Canada's economy. He says that Conservatives are ready to do everything they can to ensure Canada gets a fair deal with the U.S. We're also hearing from the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of that party. He's criticizing Carney for failing in these negotiations. In his view, he's calling on the Prime Minister to work with other political parties and experts moving forward and to stop focusing so much on some of these national projects like building a new pipeline for oil. We also have reaction from Unifor, which represents hundreds of thousands of steel and auto workers in this country. It's calling Trump's latest threat extortion, saying that workers are counting on the government to defend jobs. Concessions won't stop a bully, but collective strength will. That's from Unifor's president. And premiers are weighing in as well. We have a statement from BC Premier David Eby, who says that this letter from Trump is flailing and factually incorrect. And he has a zinger here saying that other F words come to mind. We have finally a statement from Saskatchewan's Premier Scott Moe. He didn't use quite such strong language. Instead, he's saying, Arthi, that we need to react but not overreact and to keep working with U.S. officials and to find other markets for Canadian goods.
And Olivia, of course, there is the issue of fentanyl that Trump points out, but he also talks about Canada's supply management. It has irritated him for a long time. So why is that such a challenging issue for the Canadian government?
Well, the U.S. president takes direct aim at Canada's supply management system in this letter to Carney. Now, this is a Canadian policy that controls production of dairy, eggs, chicken, turkey, based on the level of Canadian consumption. And yes, we pay higher prices in Canada for these products, but this is supposed to make sure that the prices remain stable and to prevent shortages. So supply management is why we didn't see egg shortages in Canada like we did in the U.S., which has a very very different system. Now, Trump is irritated with Canada's supply management system because it also imposes strict limitations on imports. So the U.S. can't send a bunch of milk to Canada. That's why we don't see U.S. milk on Canadian store shelves. And it's because of supply management. So he's been calling for some time for this to be dismantled. And on the federal election campaign trail, the Prime Minister was asked directly if supply management could become a bargaining chip in these trade negotiations. Here's how he answered that at the time.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre. Jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
Now, there are concerns about whether supply management could go the way of the digital services tax and become a casualty in this trade war. But in recent months, Parliament in the spring session passed legislation that protects Canada's supply management system, so it would be nearly impossible at this point to dismantle. But what could happen is that the federal government could negotiate new quotas with the U.S., and that could possibly mean that we could see more American cheese come to Canada.
Okay, thanks for this, Olivia. That is the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Ottawa. We do want to stay on this story, and for that, we'll bring in Laura Dawson. She's the Executive Director of Future Borders Coalition, a big national coalition of government and industry leaders, and she's a former economic specialist at the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa. Hello, welcome to you. Thanks so much for making time for us today.
You're so welcome. Hello.
First, I just want your immediate reaction to this latest threat from the U.S. president, 35% tariffs August 1st. What did you make of that announcement when you saw it?
Well, at first it was shocking. Like everyone else, I was looking at that and going, oh my God, this really changes things. But then we had the clarification that it really is only affecting things that don't meet the compliance rules for the CUSMA, Canada-U.S. Mexico agreement. So it doesn't really affect the broadest number of Canadian exports. So that was one thing. The other thing, though, is to look at it in context and say this is not a letter to Canada alone. This was part of a set of letters that were sent to a bunch of trading partners with the president saying, hey, I'm still taking this seriously. I hope you are too. And I think that's the major message that was going out to U.S. trading partners yesterday.
What does it say to you about the negotiations? We had a July 21st deadline that had been reached at the G7 summit between our Prime Minister and the U.S. President. And now, essentially, in reaction to the letter, we've heard the Prime Minister say, OK, well, there's a revised timeline, even though just the day before we heard them say they're continuing to work towards July 21st. Does it indicate to you that communication doesn't appear to be as clear or maybe as frequent as one thinks it might be, given the fact that that previous deadline was really close?
Yeah, I mean, so many deadlines, so many agreements in the air. It's really tough to keep track of it. Again, putting it in context, this set of letters that the president put out yesterday to a number of different countries, not just Canada, really, even though they expressed strong measures, they actually extended the deadline for a lot of countries that had, remember, they had 3 months from April from the Rose Garden reciprocal tariff. So they've actually extended the date for some countries, while at the same time saying, hey, let's be serious about this. As I understand the July 21st deadline, that was kind of, that was something that Canada had said they had set that deadline saying, we think we can get this done by July 21st. So if everyone agrees, well, let's give it another week or so and go to August 1st, that sounds all right. I think what's most important is what is the quality and the content of the conversations that are taking place between U.S. officials and Canadian officials right now? Where are we going in this sort of shorter term, what they call handshake agreement, to get rid of some of the major irritants and concerns? And then where will we be going moving forward in this CUSMA review that may be starting in the fall and may be dealing with a much broader range of trade negotiation subjects?
You know, when we go back to the onset of this trade war, and we certainly know that when it was first announced that the U.S. would be imposing these significant tariffs on Canadian goods, that there was a round of countermeasures that was announced. There was a very strong stance being put forward in regards to that. that has shifted. Do you believe that there should still be countermeasures, despite, of course, the threat that the U.S. president has put out, suggesting that he would further raise tariffs in the event that there are countermeasures being put in place?
I think the threat of countermeasures always has to be available to negotiators if there are no other means available. For Canada being a smaller economy and a more trade-dependent economy, a countermeasure against the United States will always hurt Canada first. And is Canada willing to take that pain? I think the fact that Canada is in productive negotiations with the United States over a range of issues, the fact that they're still at the table, this is not the time to ratchet up those measures. Also, they're very blunt and imprecise instruments. So it can take 3 or 4 months before a retaliatory tariff actually hits the American consumer. So is the message that you're sending actually landing with the people that you want to hit? Would it be more effective to send, say, a delegation directly to, farm country America and say, if these measures continue, then we're going to be unable to buy your product? I think those measures tend to be more direct. The message gets sent. And so, yeah, we got to continue to have countermeasures, retaliatory tariffs available to us, but they're really a last resort when there's nothing else available.
Laura, I want to thank you for your insights. I have a feeling we might be talking again closer to August 1st. That is Laura
Absolutely.
Dawson. She is the Executive Director of Future Borders Coalition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, many of Trump's actions hinge on his repeated claims of a fentanyl crisis on the Canada-U.S. border. That claim allows him to invoke special emergency powers, enabling him to impose tariffs to protect American national security. So in his letter, Trump says fentanyl is, quote, pouring into the country. And he adds, it is not the only challenge the U.S. has with Canada. If Canada works, quote, with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter. And you will never be disappointed with the United States of America. Hilary Johnstone joins me now for a closer look at the content of that and, of course, the situation in this country. We know that earlier this year, Hilary, Canada committed to boosting spending along the border. We're talking about more than $1 billion, naming a fentanyl czar. A lot of actions have been taken to address this issue that the U.S. president keeps coming back to. How is that squaring off here?
That's right. So not only huge amounts of resources, but huge amounts of money that have been pledged to try and bring down the amount of fentanyl that is seized along the northern border. And what some of the most recent data from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection show is that, yes, in recent months, there has been a bit of an increase in the amount of fentanyl that has been seized along that northern border, but we're still talking about a tiny fraction compared to what has been seized at that southern border between the U.S. and Mexico. So let's take a look at some of those more recent numbers. So this shows that between October of 2024 and May of this year, May of 2025, about 26 kilograms were seized along that border. If you compare this now to what we have seen in the past, between October 2023 and October 2024, there were about 19.5 kilograms seized. So we've already seen more seized just this calendar year compared to what we have seen in the past. Now, like we say, those numbers come from south of the border, and U.S. officials have not been clear about how or why or where some of those seizures have taken place. We do know, though, for example, that in the month of April, there were 7 seizures. In the month of May, there were 5 main seizure events. So yes, there has been more. Compare that to Mexico, though. Compare that to the southern border, and we can show you those numbers. So just this fiscal year, some 3,700 kilograms of fentanyl have been seized. And what we have heard from some experts, including one international trade lawyer who we spoke with a little bit earlier on this morning, says that by continuing to come back to this issue of fentanyl and the amount that is coming in from Canada, it does allow President Donald Trump to seize on that narrative that he has, that part of the reason he's bringing in these tariffs are for national security reasons. So let's listen to one expert.
He needs a hook. He needs an angle to protect that right to impose tariffs on the basis of national security. And so drug and fentanyl coming in is one way where he can continue to hit on that general theme. Canada is looking to do more, right? We've appointed the fentanyl czar. There's been investments at the border. I think the plan for Canada has always been to establish an agreement on border security and national defense in the hopes of really countering that argument around national security.
Now, even though there is so much less fentanyl seized along the northern border, it's still not something that should be downplayed, because by some accounts, as little as 5 to 7 sort of grains of salt, that amount, if you were to translate that into fentanyl, that is enough to kill your average full-grown adult. It does not take a lot of fentanyl for it to become quite deadly. And of course, over the past decade or so in Canada, there have been some 50,000 fentanyl overdoses. So certainly a serious issue, but if you're comparing the two countries, a little bit different.
So we have a clearer picture now of the problem of how much is actually coming from Canada going to the United States. Despite the somewhat minimal amount, certainly Canada has taken it seriously. Let's talk a little bit more about the actions the Canadian government has taken.
That's right. So if we go back to this past February 2025, there was the appointment of Kevin Brosseau, that former senior Mountie appointed as Canada's fentanyl czar. He has said that he is taking a whole of Canada approach, that he is working with U.S. border officials, with intelligence agencies to try and disrupt the supply chain, to try to make sure that the chemicals that are needed to make fentanyl do not fall into the wrong hands. So doing everything they can here. And in a recent interview with CBC, Kevin Brosseau pointed to a recent report coming from a U.S. think tank that did show that over the past decade or so, some 97% of powder form fentanyl that has come into the U.S. has come from Mexico. Some 99% of fentanyl pills that have come in have come from Mexico. So these Canadian officials are really doing all they can to show their American counterparts that their bigger issue is along that southern border, not along the northern border.
Thank you for this, Hillary. That is the CBC's Hillary Johnstone reporting. Okay, and we have a little bit of breaking news to bring you now. A statement from the Prime Minister's office that says throughout the current trade negotiations with the United States, the Canadian government, he goes on to say, steadfastly defended our workers and businesses. As the Prime Minister stated last night, there is now that revised deadline towards August 1st. To that end, here's some breaking information. The Prime Minister, Mark Carney, will be convening his cabinet for a meeting on Tuesday, July 15th at 10 a.m. Eastern Time with a focus on the ongoing negotiations between our two countries. The meeting will be hybrid, and he will also be convening a First Ministers meeting on July 22nd in conjunction with the Council of the Federation, being hosted by Premier Doug Ford in Huntsville. We will have much more coverage of this straight after the break. Our top story, a new wave of tariff threats. U.S. President Donald Trump threatening 35% tariffs on Canadian goods outside of the current CUSMA trade agreement, and that would start August 1st. Now, breaking information to us, the Prime Minister's office says it will hold a cabinet meeting July 15th and a First Minister's meeting on July 22nd to discuss this. So we continue to track, of course, the fallout from all of this, the potential for more tariff threats. So for more on this conversation, I want to bring in our next guest. We've reached Candice Lang. She's the president and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for joining us again today, Candice.
Thanks for having me, Arthi. Good to see you.
We know it's been months of on again and off again. We have had multiple conversations about this, and in some cases there have been some tariffs that are still being imposed. In other cases, there have been delays. Talk to us a little bit about that uncertainty and how it is impacting the businesses and the business owners that you're talking to.
Yeah, well, I'm sure both Canadians and our businesses are wearing absolutely thin on patience, Arthi. But at this point in time, I think patience is almost what we need most in the peak of our negotiations. But in the peak, it is difficult, especially when the uncertainty has been weaponized and you have announcements and news like last night, which really leave businesses clamoring for more clarity. And I think what I'm hearing today is, we need clarity from a business perspective on would a 35% tariff threat actually include CUSMA exemptions or not. And we know many businesses are really trying to get confirmation on that, more so than just a word out of the White House, but actually something more firm than that.
Certainly, and even I know our government says often that they are waiting for the actual paper when it comes to that, waiting to see it in writing before knowing that this is a concrete action being taken. In terms of what else you're hearing from businesses and this uncertainty, what sort of impacts are they already dealing with that could intensify?
Well, I think what's really important to remember, and what we talk to a lot of our members about, there are those that are directly impacted by the tariffs that are in play, whether that's the original tariffs, the fentanyl and border tariffs, or the ones that are targeted at specific sectors. But overall, Arthi, our members are struggling because even if you're not one of those directly impacted by the current set of tariffs, the uncertainty is cause for concern, and we have businesses that are looking at the remainder of this year, not sure what behavior of consumers will look like, and seeing concerns in their customer base and worrying about spend and impact. And so that uncertainty is just causing an absolute chill, if not freeze, over the business community. And I think everybody, as I said, is trying to be patient in the peak of these negotiations and give our government the space to negotiate behind closed doors. And I think the certainty that we do have is that I think last night we heard in what was in the letter from the U.S. administration that hopefully August 1st is the deadline we are stewarding towards.
We also have seen a statement coming out of Ontario's Premier's office where it says from the Premier's office that now more than ever, we need the federal government to work around the clock to secure a deal that is right for Canada and eliminates all American tariffs. What more might you like to see? Certainly a deal that doesn't include tariffs, but in the interim, would you like to see countermeasures, more supports for businesses? What are you hoping for here? What response would satisfy you and, of course, the businesses that you're in contact with?
Yeah, well, I think as we've seen with our response on steel and aluminum, it was tied to that deadline, that back end of the negotiation period of what I would call phase one, Arthi, and that is probably a higher level agreement on our economic and security relationship between Canada and the U.S. And I think what we hope to see is that by August 1st, we have that, but it'll be fairly high level. What will happen after that, and we anticipate and are preparing for, is then we can turn into the scheduled review of our trade agreement, CUSMA or USMCA. And that could include opening up specific chapters that are, have been raised as potential irritants that need to be part of that review and discussion. We are in year 6, or approaching year 6 of 16 of that agreement, and the discussions and review related to that we would hope to see start in September or October, following the conclusion of this phase 1 agreement with the U.S.
Now, Candice, in his letter, of course, there's many parts that are concerning for Canadians who might be digesting it, but President Trump wrote, quote, "There will be no tariff if Canada or companies within your country decide to build or manufacture products within the United States." What did you make of that remark? How do you think businesses, or if you've had conversations, how are they reacting to that?
Well, that's certainly been the core of the America First trade policy. Our position and what has been the relationship between our two countries, a long-standing one, is that because of our proximity, our geography, and our previous trade agreements, that we do business together. And today we have these integrated, efficient, reliable supply chains across so many sectors that the America First trade policy actually would destroy a lot of that value that has been created. Because the fact is, we build things together. And there are those efficiency in those supply chains that exist today. So to, in fact, re-domicile or move some of that manufacturing or production across the border to the south would destroy and undo the value that we have created over a decades-long successful trade relationship.
And Ms. Lang, in the final 30 seconds I have with you, I'm just wondering if you can offer how much longer can businesses sustain this uncertainty?
I would say, we are absolutely focused on this August 1st deadline and are trying to hold on. And many businesses are trying to hold off, decisions as long as possible. And I think in terms of your question about response, we hope to see, in good faith, discussions continue towards that August 1st deadline with the aim of reaching a reliable economic and security relationship that protects Canadians, our businesses, and our workers.
I want to thank you so much for your time and insights today. That is Candice Lang. She's the president and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And we have seen big swings on the markets following each of Donald Trump's previous tariff announcements. The CBC's Scott Peterson is watching the financial markets and reaction to his new threat of 35% tariffs.
Once again, we're confronted with a threat of tariffs. Is it going to take place? Is this a negotiating tactic? Is it a taco trade on behalf of the U.S. president? We just simply don't know. But in the meantime, we are seeing markets this morning pulling back, but they're pulling back from record highs. So despite warnings that we're hearing from the OECD and the World Bank as far as all this tariff confusion will slow the global markets, perhaps send us into a recession, we're not seeing that yet. We're not seeing an economic contraction. We're not seeing inflation going up. Even in this country, we saw the jobs report for the month of June stronger than expected as well. So we're just not seeing it. Part of the problem is observers say that those surrounding the U.S. president put a lot of merit on the stock market itself, and they are at record highs, or they were anyways yesterday. And even the U.S. president puts a lot of merit on the markets, and the markets are not the economy. They're not a reflection of how the economy's been doing. So maybe it's a false narrative. At least that's what observers are saying. Here's what the U.S. president said on NBC just yesterday as the markets were reaching another record high, saying that I think the tariffs have been very well received. The stock market is at a new high today. So really taking a merit off of how high the markets are, being a sort of a badge of him doing a good job. Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, for example, sort of disagrees, saying that these markets are complacent, that they're artificially high, that it is not necessarily a vote of confidence on the president. So once again, even just with that press conference, Arthi, we're hearing a lot of mixed signals. The markets don't know what to do, and we're hearing that in Canada as well as far as business investment. So a little bit more questions, once again, rather than answers from this U.S. president.
That is the CBC's Scott Peterson reporting in Toronto. Canada is reacting to a new wave of tariff threats from U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump says he plans to implement 35% tariffs on Canadian goods outside of the current free trade agreement. And that would be starting August 1st. He says Canada hasn't, quote, done enough to stop fentanyl trafficking. We're now learning Prime Minister Mark Carney will be discussing the issue at a cabinet meeting next Tuesday and a First Minister's meeting on July 22nd. Of course, we will track both of those for you as well. But for more on this story, we've reached Kelly Sundberg. He is a former officer with the Canada Border Services Agency and a criminology professor at Mount Royal University. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so again, we are seeing this claim from the U.S. president that fentanyl is pouring into the U.S. from Canada, and that was in his letter to Prime Minister Mark Carney that he posted online. Can you give us a sense of what the picture is like when we're talking about fentanyl going south of the border from Canada?
Well, we have seen change in the tactics of the producers of fentanyl. So we're seeing the precursors coming into Canada through our largely unregulated they are regulated, but unpoliced ports. Our ports of entry are wide open, and we're seeing a lot of the precursors coming, and then we are seeing manufacturing of fentanyl in Canada. This is more of an issue with respect to the fact that we're seeing more production in Canada for the Canadian consumption. Some of that is, of course, going to be going to the United States. The problem is that we have a domestic problem that is being exploited as an excuse for the actions of the United States, in my view. It is true that because of our lack of immigration screening, especially back until 2018-ish, or 2018, we've seen a large number of the Mexican cartel members who have set up shop and become quite entrenched in our Canadian cities. Now, the government has argued that reports from a few years ago from reports were incorrect. I in fact believe the reports before I believe the government. I know that the government only has roughly 500 people who are tasked with looking at addressing the issue of cartel members coming to Canada contrary to our immigration law, and these officers work Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. It's very hard to secure your borders when you're working on banking hours. Nevertheless, we have a problem with fentanyl. We have a problem with the lack of coordination between all the different agencies responsible for countering this issue. The fallout is more about the unnecessary deaths we see on our streets, as opposed to the threat we pose to the United States. But nevertheless, we do pose somewhat of some threat to the United States with this. But this is an issue of our government doing press releases before they're doing actual policing, and we need to have a concerted effort. Now we have a fantastic fentanyl czar, an outstanding police officer who has incredible skills that we never really see on saying anything or making any announcements, which is unfortunate. But we do need work to be done, and I think that this is an example of Trump just taking advantage of our negligence up here, and it's nonsense.
Now, Kelly, you touched on the resources that were previously in place, and you just very briefly mentioned the new resources that have been put in place. We know that there was a $1.3 billion investment for border security that was announced following Trump voicing his concerns about Canadian border security with the United States. Also, the announcement of a fentanyl czar to hone in on that particular issue that we know the U.S. president has cited multiple times. But you also said that it's not necessarily, of course it's a problem in this country, but it's not necessarily at the size or scope of the issue that it's being described as south of the border as a motivation to bring forward tariffs on Canadian goods. So how do you believe that the perception is there? And do you think the resources we've announced are making enough of a difference? Because the U.S. president says, no, it's not.
Yeah, I know the resources that were announced and that have been put in place have been nothing more than theater, and they are not effective. So that is accurate. The efforts by the Canadian government have been very performative and trying to appease the U.S. government. What I would like to see is our government trying to actually address public safety and security in Canada and to address the countless number of people who die every day and not worrying about about the issue with the Americans. But nevertheless, there is a problem, and we have to deal with it. And what we're doing is not dealing with it.
So how do you imagine that, when you say that it's just performative, in terms of the Black Hawk helicopters, new units, the fentanyl czar, etc., you believe that work is not being done, that is just an announcement that's being made at this stage?
That's correct. I believe the Black Hawk helicopters and all these announcements is more about press releases and making about churning a narrative than actually doing policing. I speak with members of the RCMP and the CBSA unions and officers frontline across this country almost daily now. I do think that here in Alberta, where we've allocated resources to have our provincial sheriff's department augment the CBSA in their efforts, it demonstrates the fact that we do have a problem and governments need to take a role. And the provincial governments have to step up also, because the federal government isn't doing it. So no, that is exactly what I'm saying. The announcements by the government and the Black Hawk helicopters are not helping with the fentanyl issue. Black Hawk helicopters are not a very good tool for addressing fentanyl smuggling and also for fentanyl production. What we need is actual investigators who work beyond Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. We need 24/7 policing. We need to have resources that are coordinated at the municipal, provincial, and federal level, and we need to have that sooner than later. Is this an issue that affects the United States? Not really. Is it an issue that affects Canadians? Absolutely. The negligence is putting undue pressure on us economically from this nonsense with the Americans. So we need to get we need to get our act together, and we need to do it fast, and we need to do it so that it's actually meaningful.
And Kelly, in the last 60 seconds I have with you here, you mentioned that you talk to border agents every day. What are they telling you then?
Well, there's a lot of frustration. I speak to both members of the RCMP as well as the CBSA and municipal policing services across our country. And what they're telling me is that they are not seeing the resources. The RCMP, in one hand, say how they can't hire people, and on the other hand, say how they're allocating resources. When you see these special units, they're pulling people out of small towns. They're pulling resources away from where they were originally. These aren't new resources. This is a reallocation, and that's impacting public safety and security, and we need to do a better job.
Thank you for your time and your insights today, Kelly. That is Kelly Sundberg. He is a former CBSA officer.
Thanks.
We know that if they come into effect, the latest tariffs threatened by the Trump administration would take a heavy toll on this country's economy. So let's zero in on one region, Atlantic Canada. The CBC's Brett Ruskin is in Halifax, and he tells us which East Coast industries would be hardest hit, starting with Nova Scotia.
Each year, Nova Scotia exports around $4.3 billion worth of goods and services from Nova Scotia to the United States. Accounts for around 2/3 of Nova Scotia's overall international exports, so a key part of the economy, affecting the forestry sector, paper industry, the seafood sector as well, including the lobster fishery, which is a key part of Nova Scotia's economy. So if Nova Scotia lobster that gets sold down to the United States suddenly becomes 35% more expensive for those American buyers, they may opt to purchase their lobster from the state of Maine instead, that also collects and harvests and fishes for lobster. Now, another industry, in fact, the most lucrative export to the United States from Nova Scotia is actually rubber tires. There are 3 Michelin tire factories in Nova Scotia in 3 different towns, employs around 4,000 people directly, as well as the obvious indirect spin-offs to the economy and the different businesses and individuals in those towns that employment supports. So that is a take a look at Nova Scotia's vulnerability or Nova Scotia's exports to the United States that could be subject to tariffs. Prince Edward Island exports around $1.8 billion annually to the United States. New Brunswick exports around $15 billion, so substantially more there, specifically from the St. John area. That's because that city has an oil refinery and a busy port, so those vessels get loaded up with oil and petroleum products and then head down south of the border to deliver it and to sell it in the United States. In fact, St. John was listed as the most vulnerable city in Canada when it comes to vulnerability to increased tariffs, because around 90% of its local economy is hinges on those exports to the United States. So officials there in St. John will be watching it closely. Officials in New Brunswick and across the Maritimes, and in fact across the country, will be watching closely to see what the impacts are should these 35% tariffs take effect. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Halifax.
A province-wide state of emergency is once again in effect in Manitoba because of wildfires. It began yesterday at noon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. The declaration allows for the province to receive more resources, including for shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into force in May and lasted nearly a month. Meanwhile, in the United States, President Donald Trump is on his way to Central Texas right now to see the devastation caused by massive flooding. He's expected to take an aerial tour of some of the worst hit areas. The White House says he'll also visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet first responders and the families of some victims. We know at least 120 people died in that flooding that hit last Friday. You're watching CBC News Network. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arti Pol. Breaking news to bring you. The Prime Minister is now calling a cabinet meeting for Tuesday to focus on negotiations with the United States. That's following the latest twist in Canada's trade war with the U.S. President Donald Trump announced yesterday he plans to impose a 35% tariff starting August 1st on goods from this country not covered by the current free trade agreement. We'll be bringing you the latest developments on this story from Ottawa and Washington this hour. The CBC's Olivia Stefanovich has political reaction from our nation's capital, and Chris Glover is in the U.S. Capitol with more on Trump's plan to increase tariffs. We know that the U.S. president is en route to Texas at the moment to see the damage from deadly flash floods, and he offered some brief comments on tariffs on his way out of the White House.
We've been taken advantage of for many, many years by countries, both friend and foe. And frankly, the friends have been worse than the foes in many cases. So I would say just keep working. It's all going to work out.
Okay, so this latest increase began with an open letter Trump sent to Prime Minister Mark Carney on social media last night. So let's go to our Chris Glover in Washington. What more, Chris, can you tell us about that letter and what it means for the Canadian economy?
Well, Arthi, it was quite the late summer night bombshell, certainly. Trump wrote in that letter to Carney that the 35% charge on Canadian products would be separate from sector-specific tariffs on things like steel. And again, Trump mentioned fentanyl right off the bat and Canada's failure, he said, to stop the flow of the drug as the reason for the tariffs. And keep in mind, the amount of fentanyl that's seized at the Canada-U.S. border has been minimal throughout this trade war, especially when compared to the Mexico border. But he also said other financial issues, including Canada's protection of things like the dairy industry, made the trading situation unsustainable and a threat to U.S. national security. Now, Trump continues to turn heads. This morning, before heading to Texas to tour flood damage, he said that Canada called him last night, and you might be surprised by what he said.
It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received. It's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
And so I'll let Olivia expand more on the Canadian reaction to all of this. But we checked in with the White House this morning, in addition to confirming to us that the 35% tariff would only be for non-CUSMA goods, and energy and potash would also avoid this new tariff. Those are currently at 10%. An administration official told us that no final paper has been drafted and no final decisions by the president have been made, as obviously the trade negotiations continue now with a new trade deadline of August 1st.
And now, Chris, in terms of additional comments from the Trump administration, we know the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in the ASEAN summit in Malaysia. So what is he saying about his administration's global tariffs?
This is Rubio's first official visit to Asia, and he certainly has his hands full. The U.S. Secretary of State meeting with his Chinese counterpart today at that summit. He's trying to reassure Southeast Asian countries who are no doubt seeing this major news coming out of the U.S. in relation to Canada, traditionally one of its top allies. But Rubio says he is not concerned that tariffs would alienate countries. Here's more from him.
This should have been done a long time ago. President Trump's finally done it. And I think countries understand that this was different. If this was us targeting 10 countries or 5 countries, then I would understand why countries would be upset. But the truth of the matter is we're resetting tariff levels with virtually every country in the world. And so I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change. But I think most mature leaders, and everybody here is a mature leader, understands that that's not a sustainable dynamic. It was one that had to be changed, and that's what the president's doing.
And so certainly Trump has renewed his threat to impose severe tariffs on many Southeast Asian countries and U.S. allies, I should add, if they do not strike deals by August 1st. Those threatened tariffs range from 25% all the way up to 40% for some. And keep in mind, Vietnam is one of only 2 countries that has so far reached a trade deal with the United States. So certainly a lot to watch for abroad and here in D.C. as well.
And we know, of course, that the U.S. president en route to Texas, when he lands this hour, he may have more to say. We'll watch for that. Thanks for this, Chris. That is the CBC's Chris Glover in Washington. Now, to this side of the border, the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich has been looking at all of the political reaction. You know, I mentioned off the top that there will be a cabinet meeting to focus in on trade negotiations, also a meeting with first ministers on July 22nd. Let's get down to the response from the Canadian government.
Yeah, Arthi, this information comes from a new statement from the Prime Minister in which he says that the federal government will now be working towards a new deadline to get a trade agreement with the United States, a new trade deal. It was working towards July 21st, but now it will be working towards August 1st, according to Mark Carney. And that's because that is the date that the U.S. president has set as when he may possibly impose 35% tariffs on non-CUSMA-compliant goods. And as you mentioned in this statement, Carney also says that he will convene a cabinet meeting next week on Tuesday to speak about these ongoing negotiations with the U.S. It will be a hybrid meeting. And he will also meet with Canada's premiers for a first ministers meeting in person the following week. And that comes at the invitation of Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who is the head of the Council of the Federation. Now, he is already set to meet with the rest of the premiers in Huntsville, Ontario, that week in July, so 2 weeks from now. And he will then be speaking to the Prime Minister directly about these concerns with the trade negotiations ongoing. Ford says in a statement that the federal government needs to work around the clock to secure a deal that is right for Canada and eliminates all American tariffs. We also have reaction from other premiers, including Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe, who is urging officials not to overreact with this situation. He's calling on officials to continue working with U.S. counterparts and to ensure and diversify markets for Canadian goods. We're also hearing from BC's Premier David Eby, who probably has the most colorful response that we've seen so far. He says that this letter from Trump is flailing and factually incorrect. He also says other F words come to mind. And finally, we have a reaction to bring to you from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who calls this latest threat from U.S. President Donald Trump an unjustified attack against Canada's economy, and says that Conservatives will do everything they can to make sure that Canada gets the best deal here. Now, the Prime Minister is not expected to be in front of the cameras today. The Prime Minister's office says at this time he is not expected to speak further to this matter. We were expecting to hear from Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne, who's in Rome for discussions about Ukraine, but that press conference was canceled. And Anita Anand, Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister, well, she's in Malaysia this week for meetings with in Southeast Asia there. And she was supposed to meet with her U.S. counterpart, Marco Rubio, but that meeting, according to her office, was canceled. It was set for today, her office stating scheduling issues as the reason for that cancellation, Arthi.
Now, Olivia, certainly we heard the Prime Minister in his earlier statement responding to this latest tariff threat, saying that he will be taking seriously the threat of fentanyl crossing from Canada to the south of the border. That is something that the U.S. president has used as a point in order to get these tariffs. But he's also taken issue with the supply management system in this country. It has for a long time been an irritant for the U.S. president. Let's break that down a little bit.
It has, and this is a Canadian signature policy. It controls the production of eggs, milk, chicken, turkey, and it's based on how much Canadians consume. So yes, we pay higher prices in this country for these products, but it's meant to ensure stable prices and to ensure there are no shortages of these products in Canada, because we didn't see an egg shortage like the U.S. saw, and that's because of supply management. And the U.S., for that matter, has a very different system when it comes to farming, with Americans paying taxes for farmer subsidies. Now, Trump, he takes issue with the supply management system because it also imposes strict restrictions on imports. So that's why we don't see American milk flooding our market. And Carney was asked during the federal election campaign whether supply management could become a bargaining chip. Here's how he addressed that.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre. Jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
So with Trump taking direct aim at supply management once again in this letter to Carney, it raises the question, will supply management go the way of the digital services tax and become a casualty in this trade war? Well, Parliament recently passed legislation to make sure that doesn't happen, to protect Canada's supply management system. But what could happen going forward is that there may be negotiations about quotas, and we could potentially see more American cheese enter this market.
Okay, thanks for this, Olivia. CBC's Olivia Stefanovic in Ottawa. We do want to stay on this story, and for that, I'll bring in Kellyanne Shaw. She's a former senior White House trade advisor. She also served as the deputy assistant to U.S. President Donald Trump for international economic affairs during his first term. Kelly, always nice to have a conversation with you.
Great to speak with you as well.
Okay, so let's talk about this letter that the U.S. president sent to Canada's prime minister. In it, he wrote that the U.S. trade deficit with Canada is, quote, a major threat to our economy and indeed our national security. And he also discussed the threat of fentanyl. Now, we know that Canada makes up about 0.2% of the fentanyl seizures at the U.S. border. What do you make of national security being used as a justification for this latest tariff threat?
Yeah, the letter last night was really interesting because it did conflate two separate and distinct concepts the president has talked about with respect to Canada. I mean, first is the fentanyl issue, and that's the basis of those current 25% tariffs, and his view that Canada still has not done enough to curb the supply side of fentanyl into the United States. And then second, these unfair trade practices, and we just talked about the dairy and the supply management tariffs as well. Like, that is a huge issue for the president personally, along with the trade deficit, which is the national security justification for the tariffs he has currently on almost every country on earth. So these are clearly two still important issues for the president. I do think he's putting some pressure on Prime Minister Carney and on the Canadian negotiators to come to the table on some of these issues before we'll see a deal come together. But Canada is treated very similarly than many of our other trading partners in receipt of these letters.
You know, when it comes to that pressure that you're saying the U.S. president may be putting on the prime minister, certainly it appeared that there had been some discussions of not negotiating in the public. And we know that there was a July 21st deadline that both the U.S. president and the prime minister had discussed. And that was when the U.S. president was in Canada for the G7 summit. Even yesterday, we heard members of the Canadian government saying, yes, we are continuing to work towards July 21st as a deadline to have some sort of a framework for a trade deal or trade agreement. And then this letter came with a revised deadline, so to speak. Does it appear that that's kind of not happening in conjunction or in communication with the counterparts from the U.S. and Canada? What does that say about how things are going, how talks are going?
Well, the United States and Canada had been in talks for quite some time, and I think the deal that was being discussed is a bit different than some of these reciprocal deals for a variety of reasons. There was a pause, of course, when the DST flare-up happened last week, but those talks have recommenced between the U.S. and Canadian side. But again, this is the same approach that the president is taking with every country on earth. And many of those negotiations with trading partners in Southeast Asia and Europe and other places were in different spots, meaning some were more advanced than others. And you saw the same treatment for many economies. I actually took it as more of a positive sign that the president specifically sent a letter to Canada, meaning he's focused on that negotiation and he wants to bring it to a head. He wants to conclude it. And I think that's partly what's motivating that letter having gone out.
In terms of the fact that these are letters that have gone out to other countries as well, but not every country had a free trade, a long-standing free trade agreement with the United States that Canada did, along with Mexico in the previous form of NAFTA and now of CUSMA. We know certainly he's taken issue with some particular portions of that. We talked about supply management, but that was renegotiated with Donald Trump, in fact, in 2018. So why is it causing an issue now when back then he, in fact, called it a great trade deal?
Well, supply management was at issue both in the NAFTA negotiations, the renegotiations, as well as the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations before then. This is a long-standing issue that U.S. dairy farmers have cared very much about. So I'm not surprised to see the president continuing to raise this issue. But the interesting piece about the USMCA or the CUSMA agreement is that it contains this sunset provision, this living agreement, meaning every 6 years, the parties are supposed to get together to renegotiate various provisions that may not be working the way that they were originally intended. And so that's the complaint that you see now from the administration. It's we're gearing up to renegotiate this deal. So we're identifying things where we don't feel like we're being treated well, or the trade deficit has continued to grow. So it hasn't quite worked out exactly the way that it was intended. And I'm not surprised, again, to see the president putting pressure on dairy because he cared about it 6 years ago, too.
Very finally, I wanted to ask you, in terms of this August 1st date now, which is what the Canadian and U.S. governments, it appears, are working towards, do you think realistically we will see some sort of trade agreement? We have seen this threat of tariffs come and go, and deadlines come and go as well. Is August 1st, do you think that's going to be the day that perhaps ahead of it we'll see an agreement of some sort?
Yeah, I think August 1st is a very good action forcing event for the United States and Canada, because that's the date where the United States will have an executive order that raises tariffs on a number of governments. And we'll have to wait and see where they shake out. I think the letters give directional signals, but of course, negotiations are continuing after the letters, just like they are for Canada. But the president said this morning that he had gotten a phone call from the Canadian government and that talks were continuing. So I do think that we are likely to see a deal before August 1st. I am hopeful. I think a number of North American producers are hopeful that that is the case. But that seems to be the firm deadline for everyone at this point.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts on this. We appreciate your time. That is Kellyanne Shaw. She's a former senior White House trade advisor. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
As we were mentioning, Donald Trump says part of the reason he plans to raise the tariffs on Canadian goods is because of fentanyl allegedly, quote, pouring into the U.S. from this country. That claim allows him to invoke special emergency powers, enabling him to impose tariffs to protect American national security. In his online letter to the Prime Minister, he says, quote, if Canada works with me to stop the flow of fentanyl, we will perhaps consider an adjustment to this letter, which of course threatened 35% tariffs, and you will never be disappointed with the United States of America. So for more on all of this, let's bring in the CBC's Hilary Johnstone. She joins me now for a deeper look into this specific issue, this claim that it is because of the fentanyl that is coming into the U.S. that he feels the need to take these actions and impose tariffs. We know Canada has invested greatly in trying to tighten up its border security. Even that, according to the U.S. president, he says it's not enough.
He says it's not enough. And certainly what we hear from Canadian officials is they feel like they have done a lot on this issue since those threats were first made when Donald Trump won that second term after that election back in November. They feel like a lot has been done. And it would seem that if you're asking Donald Trump, he doesn't feel the same way. But what the numbers do show is that even though there has been an increase in the amount of fentanyl that has been seized along that northern border, the Canada-U.S. border, it is still quite a bit less, significantly less compared to what has been seized more recently along that southern border. So if we take a look at some of those numbers, they sort of help to illustrate this for us. So between October of 2024 and May of this year, there were 26 kilograms seized along that northern border. These numbers are coming to us from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Compare that to what we have seen in the past, for example, between October 2023 and October of 2024, when you had about 19.5 kilograms. So yes, there has been more seized, in particular in the months of April of this year and May. The U.S. officials have not said exactly where they have been seizing more or why they believe that is. But if you compare that to what we have seen at that southern border, small numbers on the northern border compared to the south. So let's take a look at those numbers. Along that southern border, U.S. officials have seized more than 3,700 kilograms of fentanyl this fiscal year alone. What we have heard from some experts, including one international trade expert, is that, yes, Donald Trump does need to build this narrative that there is a national security reason, justification to have these tariffs. And in his view, this one expert's view, this is part of what the fentanyl issue is. So here's a little bit more now from William Pellerin.
He needs a hook. He needs an angle to protect that right to impose tariffs on the basis of national security. And so drug and fentanyl coming in is one way where he can continue to hit on that general theme. Canada is looking to do more, right? We've appointed the fentanyl czar. There's been investments at the border. I think the plan for Canada has always been to establish an agreement on border security and national defense in the hopes of really countering that argument around national security.
And of course, it's not to minimize the issue in Canada, because over the course of about a decade, there have been more than 50,000 opioid deaths. Some 75% of those have been attributed to fentanyl. So yes, it is an issue in this country. It's just when you're looking at the numbers in terms of how much has been seized at the northern border compared to the southern border, there is a difference.
And when we are looking at the actions that the Canadian government has taken so far, we talk about that more than $1 billion investment to beef up the security, the appointment of a fentanyl czar as well. Let's dig a little bit deeper into what is actually happening.
So let's start with that fentanyl czar. Kevin Brosseau, a former senior Mountie, was appointed to this role back in February of this year. And he says that they are doing more, that they are working with U.S. law enforcement, with intelligence agencies, that they are trying to disrupt the supply chain, trying to make sure that the chemicals that are needed to create that drug are not falling into the wrong hands. Kevin Brosseau, in recent interviews with CBC, has also pointed to the fact that so much of what is seized in the U.S. does go back to Mexico. But we, of course, have been speaking with one former CBSA, Canada Border Services Agency officer, who is now a criminology professor, who says, in his view, this is really more of a domestic Canadian issue, that there is fentanyl in this country, that it is causing issues, and he would like to see Canadian officials focus more on that. Here's what we heard.
The efforts by the Canadian government have been very performative and trying to appease the U.S. government. What I would like to see is our government trying to actually address public safety and security in Canada, and to address the countless number of people who die every day, and not worrying about the issue with the Americans. But nevertheless, there is a problem, and we have to deal with it. And what we're doing is not dealing with it.
So in Kelly Sundberg's opinion here, he thinks it's really more of a domestic Canadian issue, and that if you're going to see more of it in Canada, then that might explain why you're now seeing more of those seizures along the border.
Okay, thanks for this, Hillary. That is the CBC's Hillary Johnstone reporting. Now, of course, we want to take a look at how markets are reacting to this latest threat from the U.S. president. We go to the CBC's Anis Haydari, who joins us now from Calgary. Okay, Anis, what are we seeing in terms of the economy and market reaction?
Well, Arthi, markets don't seem to be weighing this latest batch of tariffs very heavily, and that might be because in some respects these latest tariffs are more of the same, and this is actually not a substantial policy change by some reads. It's just a delay or a change of date. If we take a look at the TSX, the Toronto Stock Exchange, right now, it has been down a smidge today. Now, it opened with a steeper drop, and then it's recovered somewhat so far. So it is down. Yes, there's red there. But, you know, it's been sort of flirting with less than a percentage point today. And of course, that's changing as the morning and afternoon goes on. So we'll see how the day ends. But at this point, you know, markets are not people, but we can guess what the people who move markets are thinking. And they don't seem to be that worried that they're going to lose a lot of money from these threats. We've seen sort of similar moves in the American stock indexes as well. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that if these tariffs do happen as promised in the letters, that investors are not worried they would lose money. What it could mean in terms of just seeing that sort of flatness or just the very low drop is that people just aren't sure when these tariffs will happen, or maybe if they will happen at all. One of the big impacts here is that this is not a brand new surprise. We had no idea this was coming threat. It's changed the date in some respects. We've heard that the Prime Minister has now changed his own deadline to match the date in that letter of August the 1st. So really what we're seeing here is that markets are perhaps reacting with a slight, okay, let's just see what happens here before anyone sells in a giant panic. But of course, we can never entirely know for sure what's driving people to sell and spend their money, Arthi.
It's almost like, you know, investors are adapting to this on-again, off-again, what has, you know, by some been called chaos because of these tariffs and their implementation and then the pauses, etc. What are we specifically hearing from industry groups and businesses in Canada as they contend with this uncertainty?
You know, uncertainty is a great word to use, and we've been talking about it a lot. It's sort of the name of the game right now for business groups and industry groups in Canada, whether they are small businesses, you know, 1 or 2 people running a store, or gigantic companies that employ thousands of people. No one is sure of what is coming and when it's coming. And that's been poison in some respects to Canadian industries or to the economy in general. Take a listen to a business industry group representative speaking on CBC News Network earlier today. We have businesses that are looking at the remainder of this year, not sure what, behavior of consumers will look like, and, seeing concerns in their customer base and worrying about spend and impact. And so that uncertainty is just causing an absolute chill, if not freeze, over the business community. So on the one hand, while we're looking at market indexes and we're saying like, oh, well, they aren't reacting too much to this, that's one side of the coin. But then the other side of the coin is businesses and Canadian people who need to spend money or want to spend money and keep our economy going. They remain uncertain. They are unsure. And so they maybe aren't spending money until they know what's happening and when it's happening. And those are the things that keep changing every time. I guess now it's a letter, but every time a new announcement or a letter comes out, Arthi.
Thanks for the latest on this, Anis. That is the CBC's Anis Haidari in Calgary. And when we're speaking about the economic impact, we have also just received a statement from Alberta's Premier, Danielle Smith. She posted this reaction online to the latest announcement from the U.S. president regarding a threat of a tariff to come into place on August 1st. She says the threatened increase to U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods would be a tax on the American people. They would also hurt Canadian and American businesses and workers and damage one of the most important trading and security alliances on Earth. She does mention that retaliatory tariffs, she says, by the federal government to this escalation would constitute a tax on Canadian consumers and businesses and only weaken Canada's economy further. So we can gather from that what Danielle Smith thinks the government should not do. In the end of the statement there, she says we need to become an economically stronger and more independent country without further delay or excuse. It's time to repeal terrible laws that continue to weaken our economy. This is all part of a new statement that we are getting from the Premier of Alberta. Just one piece of reaction again that we're getting following that news from the U.S. president of the threat to increase tariffs. Also, we'll continue our coverage right after the break. The host of CBC Radio's The House, Catherine Cullen, will join us for more analysis. You're watching CBC News Network. Stay with us. Our top story today, Canadian reaction continues to pour into U.S. President Donald Trump's new tariff threat. Prime Minister Mark Carney will be holding a cabinet meeting on Tuesday to address Trump's plans to bring in a 35% levy on Canadian goods not covered by the free trade agreement. He will also be meeting with premiers on July 22nd. So for some in-depth analysis on these continuing negotiations, let's bring in the host of CBC Radio's The House, Catherine Cullen. Hello, Catherine.
Hi, Arthur. Nice to see you.
It's nice to have you with us today. Let's break this down a little bit. What does this letter say about the ongoing negotiations with the Canadian government?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the timing of it, I'm sure for many Canadians, seeing another flare-up in these negotiations is exasperating, but the timing of it is fascinating, right? There are a few things to consider when we are less than 2 weeks out from what would have been the deadline. To what extent is this a negotiating tactic? The Prime Minister's office tells me that officials from the two sides, Canada and the U.S., were meeting as recently as yesterday afternoon on this. So does it tell us something about what is happening behind closed doors? That there is some sort of an impasse, things aren't moving quickly enough, perhaps Donald Trump is not getting the kind of advantage that he wants? Or is this simply that Trump believes that threats work, particularly when it comes to the government of Canada? You've been talking this hour about the idea that fentanyl is an important part of this letter. We know that when this question of fentanyl, as Donald Trump likes to say, pouring over the border into the United States from Canada came up under Justin Trudeau, even though Canadian officials said the numbers bear out that that is not the case, we're talking about a fraction of a percent of the fentanyl that comes into the United States, there was still a big response on the part of the Canadian government, right? A $1 billion border plan, the creation of this new post of a fentanyl czar, renting helicopters to patrol the border. We also can think to something more recent, the digital services tax, when Donald Trump said that negotiations were over because Canada was putting this tax in place. Mark Carney said that he was going to rescind that tax. So has Donald Trump taken away the lesson as part of his art of the deal that if he makes threats, that it does lead to the results that he wants? Now, the question is, then, of course, what result does he want here? We would note that, yes, the letter talks about fentanyl. It certainly does raise supply management and the tariffs around that. But, I want to say chicken and egg. I'm not trying to make a supply management joke here. But the politics of that issue are very different. Mark Carney made a pledge in the election campaign that he was going to protect supply management. That was repeated in this speech from the throne given by the king. A piece of legislation at the behest of the Bloc Québécois has passed through Parliament, which says that supply management can't be used as a negotiating tactic. So that is a card that perhaps the Canadian government is less willing or able to play, but certainly one that Donald Trump, in the card metaphor that he likes to use, seems to be quite interested in.
It's interesting, Catherine, because certainly anyone you talk to, and you talk to many people about this, that they would say that this is very different from any other sort of international negotiations that have happened in the recent history or perhaps in a longer history. But we've heard from the Canadian government, they say, we don't want to negotiate in public, being very tight-lipped about everything and saying that the United States feels the same way. But we do see a lot more conversation coming out from that side of the border. When we heard the U.S. president as he was taking off to head over to Texas, where he's going to take a look at the areas that were impacted by the flooding there, he said, friends have been worse than foes. That was just part of his comments. He didn't specifically say that was Canada, but he was talking about Canada before that. So, where does this leave negotiations when that is what we're playing with here?
Well, let me run with that idea, Arthur, and then if we have time, we can talk about the negotiations themselves. But it's so fascinating because Mark Carney had that big visit to the White House. Canadians sort of held their breath. I remember watching it and just thinking, is this thing going to go off the rails? And the broad consensus, maybe not universal, but broad consensus after that seemed to be no harm done. Mark Carney had made the point, we're never going to be the 51st state. Donald Trump seemed to like him. At the same time, it was just a couple of weeks ago that in an interview with Fox News, Donald Trump said Canada's very nasty
to deal with. So the complexities of this relationship are very interesting. And I asked Donald Trump's U.S. ambassador to Canada, Pete Hoekstra, about that recently when I was hosting Power in Politics. And he said, listen, the pushback you guys are giving us, we're not taking Canadian wine and alcohol off of our shelves. You know, I think many Canadians would say, and I suggested to the ambassador, that is in response to the tariffs. But there is a view that Canada's efforts to push back are being labeled nasty or unfair. It comes up again in this letter that Donald Trump has posted online. And yet there are some folks, one of them we're going to be interviewing on the House this weekend, national security expert Wesley Wark, who say more pushback is what's needed. He looks at the field he knows best, which is national security, and says there are a number of things Canada could do, everything including re-examining the NORAD agreement to put more pressure on the Americans. He views this as tantamount to economic war, and he says it's time for Canada to fight harder. Now, I think the Prime Minister, politically, probably still wants to get to a deal. It's worth noting the deadline has changed for the third time now. We're looking at August 1st. There was a lot of optimism leading up to this, so we don't know a lot about what happens behind closed doors. I think Americans and Canadians officials have given people in their countries a sense that there could be a deal here, but I do think we need to think about a reality where there simply isn't one, or what is being asked of Canada and Canadians isn't something that the federal government is willing to stomach, and that is going to lead to some very fascinating conversations. We don't know where this is going. We started by saying it's fascinating, Arthi. The outcome of it, I mean, it can go in a myriad ways, and I think that is going to be fascinating to see play out as well.
The one thing that has been certain is the unpredictability. That is for sure.
Always on a Friday. It's like Donald Trump doesn't care about me getting my show to air.
Well, I am looking forward to all of the conversations and analysis you will be bringing us over the weekend on The House. That is host of CBC Radio's The House, Catherine Cullen. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, stay with us. Coming up, Donald Trump sets August 1st, as you just heard, to make his latest tariff threat against Canada a reality. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at his on-again, off-again trade war since taking office in January. You're watching CBC News Network. Our top story, Canada reacts and prepares to respond to Donald Trump's new 35% tariff threat. Prime Minister Mark Carney has called a cabinet meeting next Tuesday, with First Ministers meeting a week later on July 22nd. And the CBC's Mark Carcasole joins us now from outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto to look at the trade war timeline. Mark, take us back to March. That's when all of this started. How did we get from there to this new threat of 35% on Canadian goods?
Oh, Arthi, it has been a long, winding road to get here, and we're nowhere near our destination at this point, it sounds like. So I'll take you back to March 4th. That's when all of this really first started, the first shot in the trade war, if you want. That is when the U.S. imposed a 25% tariffs on products from Canada that are not part of the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. That same day, they also imposed 10% tariffs on energy resources and critical minerals, as well as potash from Canada. Canada retaliated that same day with the 25% tariffs on a range of goods worth $30 billion from the U.S. being imported here. And various provinces also had their own individual responses, including taking U.S. liquor off the shelves, something that most provinces are still doing today. March 12th, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports, including those coming in from Canada. The next day, Canada imposed a 25% retaliatory tariff on more Canadian products, including steel and aluminum, worth another $29 billion or so. And April 3rd, U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all auto parts coming across their borders into their country. And 6 days later, Canada did the same with U.S. auto parts coming here. There was a bit of a lull until June 4th, after we had our election, after Prime Minister Carney and President Trump had met and talked and discussed having new trade relations. The U.S. upped its steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% for every country except the U.K. On June 27th, a few weeks later, President Trump cut off trade talks with Prime Minister Carney over the digital services tax. Then, as we know, 2 days later, Prime Minister Carney dropped the DST in hopes of perhaps reaching that deal a little quicker. Now, U.S. President Trump earlier this week announced a 50% tariff incoming as of August 1st on copper. And we learned, of course, last night that the U.S. is planning to up the tariff on imports of Canadian goods now, not subject to the CUSMA deal, to 35%. That is a brief synopsis of this long, winding road that got us here. Canadians that we speak to today, obviously very confused. A lot of people have just stopped keeping track at this point. They're just focused on what they can and can't afford and dealing with their own home lives, hoping that politicians can come to some sort of resolution, because everyone feels very much stuck in the middle. Many people feel as though the president is just showing a lot of bluster, trying to get the best footing in trade relations. We spoke to one man, Jackson, who says they just got to keep talking, keep going.
President Trump, this is the way he negotiates. He likes to throw things out there. I think Canadians just have to keep focused on building up our country, right? We need to export to new trade partners. We need to build new relationships. We need to stay strong. That's it. Let's not get rattled. I actually like, this is former Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole actually said, you know, he quoted kind of a Star Wars, like stay on target, like Gold 5. And I think that's that. Don't get distracted by this constant flurry of action, because it's never going to change.
As we've heard, negotiations continue till that self-imposed deadline of August 1st. Canada also has about $125 billion in further retaliatory tariffs they could lay if they wanted to. Back to you, Arthi.
Thanks for this, Mark. The CBC's Mark Carcasole outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto. Back to our top story today, a new wave of tariff threats from U.S. President Donald Trump. He says Canada hasn't, quote, done enough to stop fentanyl trafficking. So for more on this part of the story, we've reached Mike Vigil. He's a former chief of international operations for the Drug Enforcement Administration. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so as we look at what we're hearing from the U.S. president, he says that fentanyl is, quote, pouring into the U.S. from Canada. And that was in a letter that he addressed to Canada's prime minister, using it as a motivation to impose tariffs on this country. Is fentanyl pouring into the U.S. from Canada?
Absolutely not. The fentanyl that's produced in Canada has minimal to little impact on the U.S. market. Most of the fentanyl that is available in the United States comes from Mexico, but Canada is not a big producer, and Donald Trump is not telling the truth when he says that fentanyl is pouring into the United States from Canada. That is an absolute falsehood. And then secondly, Donald Trump really has no clue as to how tariffs work. And unfortunately, he uses tariffs as a weapon against many of our allies, such as Canada, Mexico, and European allies, which is very destructive because it really has a negative impact on U.S. Security interests.
You know, certainly to your point that there is a small amount of fentanyl, very small amount of fentanyl that is coming into the United States, but it has been highlighted by the Canadian government also that it's important that no fentanyl go across the border. That is the target that they are hoping for. It certainly has is a drug that has wreaked a lot of havoc on this side of the border as well. It is a problem. We know that the Canadian government has invested $1.3 billion in terms of border security after the concerns were raised by the U.S. government, as well as appointing a fentanyl czar. But the U.S. president says this isn't enough. Are these actions the Canadian government has taken or put into place, are they effective? Have we seen any sort of, results from that?
Well, they are effective. But like I said, there's very little fentanyl coming from Canada to the United States. And Donald Trump keeps attacking Canada and Mexico that they're not doing enough. But he does very little here. For example, he does very little in terms of reducing the demand for fentanyl and other drugs here in the United States. Secondly, he has done nothing to control weapons, for example, from the United States that go into Mexico. 80% of the weapons in Mexico come from the United States. Mexico only has one gun store, and they sell, low caliber weapons. So the question here is, if Trump is so interested in combating drugs, why is he arming the people that he says he's fighting against? The other thing also is that, Donald Trump, projects, what he does. He does nothing against drugs. And right now he's got DEA, he's got FBI, and he's got alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF, not doing what they're supposed to be doing, fighting crime, organized crime, and drug trafficking. But what does he have them doing? He has them detaining migrants. And he says that he's detaining migrants that have criminal backgrounds. The vast majority of them have no criminal backgrounds. So Donald Trump says many things that are untruths. For example, during his first administration, he told over 30,000 lies, and he's lying about Canada and fentanyl pouring over the border into this country. That is an absolute falsehood.
Mike, I want to thank you so much for your thoughts today and for joining us. That was Mike Vigil. He is a former Chief of International Operations for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
A province-wide state of emergency is once again in effect in Manitoba because of wildfires. It began yesterday at noon after several communities declared mandatory evacuations. The declaration allows for the province to receive more resources, including for shelter for evacuees. The previous order went into force in May and lasted nearly a month. Meanwhile, in the United States, President Donald Trump will shortly be arriving in central Texas to see the devastation caused by massive flooding there. He's expected to take an aerial tour of some of the worst-hit areas. The White House says he will also visit the State Emergency Operations Center to meet first responders and families of some of the victims. We know that at least 120 people are confirmed dead in the flooding that happened a week ago. More than 150 others are still unaccounted for. Well, the tariff announcement is just the latest move in Trump's ongoing trade war, one that is continuing to fuel Canadian pride. New data shows consumers are buying Canadian and traveling less to the U.S. Sophia Harris tells us why the U.S. boycott remains strong.
Here you go. It's shaping up to be a record sales year at this Ottawa gift shop, where almost every item is entirely made in Canada. Hot sellers include patriotic chocolate bars.
It's been really popular.
And this elbows up t-shirt.
It's really just a classic shirt you might want to wear out and about.
U.S. President Donald Trump began to anger Canadians back in February by launching a trade war and recommending Canada join the United States.
I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
That sparked a boycott of U.S. goods, so sales here soared and continue to do so, up 80% year over year.
It's like a big hug from your neighbors across the country saying, you know, we're in this together and we're going to protect our country.
Boycotts often wane over time, but the Buy Canadian movement remains strong.
It's something that has persisted. We've seen about 40% of small businesses say that they've seen increased sales in Canadian and locally made products.
For explicitly political reasons, I have been avoiding American products as much as I can. I just got to do the best that I can to support Canada right now.
Many Canadians also continue to avoid U.S. travel. The number of times Canadians visited the U.S. in June compared to last year declined by 22% for air travel and by 33% for land travel.
People are still traveling. We're just seeing less people traveling to the U.S. and more people traveling to places like Europe.
Part of the reasons why boycotts can be sustained is media attention.
This marketing professor says the boycott largely lives on because Trump is constantly in the news.
Canada is a very tough country to deal with.
It's got some staying power. When Trump calls us the 51st state as a deliberate insult, it is amplified on social media. And so he's actually keeping it top of mind. He's keeping the boycott going.
The question now, just how long will the U.S. boycott last? The answer may be up to Trump. Sophia Harris, CBC News, Toronto.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, sitting in for Andrew Nichols today, and you are watching CBC News Network. We have extensive coverage today of the U.S. president's latest tariff threat, and we're covering it from multiple angles. We have CBC's Chris Glover, who's joining us with the very latest in Washington. Olivia Stefanovich is looking at how our federal government is responding from Ottawa, and Anis Hadari is here to talk about the business impact. Now, let's go through some of the details of this, because from Canada's perspective, the president has injected a new level of uncertainty into the trade talks. It's a major setback. A late-night social media post once again upending the trade talks between Canada and the United States. Now, here's what we know about Donald Trump's new tariff threat. The president says the United States will impose a 35% levy on goods imported from Canada starting on August the 1st. That's up from the 25% Trump proposed back in March. Now, according to the White House, free trade compliant goods, those would be exempt from these new levies. Here's what stays the same. As far as we know, the levy on Canadian energy and potash, that stays at 10%. So does a 50% import tax on Canadian steel and aluminum. So does the 25% tariff on cars and auto parts from Canada that, again, are not covered by the USMCA. A 50% levy on copper shipments is still expected to start on August the 1st, and Trump has already warned he's going to impose even higher tariffs if Canada retaliates in any way. But an administration official says no final paperwork has been drafted. Trump himself says this isn't his final decision. He could change his mind again, meaning those tariffs could go up or down according to a presidential whim. Okay. So if that isn't clear enough, we've got CBC's Chris Glover, as I mentioned, tracking all of this for us from Washington. Chris, let's talk about what's happening where you are and how this news is really unfolding there.
Yeah, Natasha, that is quite the rundown, certainly.
I know.
And when it comes to reaction, the most interesting part is coming from the president directly from the States today, now being forced to defend his late-night threat against Canada. And remember, the trade negotiations between the two countries had recently ramped back up, and things had been pretty quiet. Some thought that that was a promising sign, especially since all the turmoil that happened late last month when Trump terminated all trade talks with Canada, calling Carney's proposed digital services tax an attack on U.S. tech companies. Well, ultimately, Carney rescinded that at the last minute, and the talks resumed with a deadline of July 21st. Well, that was all upended last night with that explosive letter. And today on the White House lawn, before heading to Texas, Trump continued to argue that the U.S. has been taken advantage of for years, oftentimes most, he said, by allies like Canada. And listen to how he framed how Canada reacted to his new threat.
It was sent yesterday. They called. I think it was fairly well received, but it's what we need. So we'll see what happens.
So well received. And he also said that he thought it would all work out, but didn't really expand much further on how. And keep in mind that Trump wrote in the letter last night that if Canada raises its tariffs in response, whatever number Canada chooses, that number would be added onto the 35% charge. And we checked in with the White House this morning, and that official was the one who confirmed to us that CUSMA-compliant goods would be exempt from this tariff threat, and energy and potash would remain at 10%. That official also underscoring how unfinished all of this is, confirming that no final decisions by the president had been made, as obviously the trade negotiations continue now with that new August 1st deadline.
Okay, so we also know that Trump is suggesting that tariffs on goods from other trading partners could also go up. So what are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so Trump is saying that if those deals, those trade deals, are not reached by August 1st, most trading partners will see new amped up tariffs. And when it comes to many Southeast Asian countries and U.S. allies, I should add to that, those threatened tariffs range from 25% all the way up to 40%. And U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in the region today at a summit in Malaysia. It's his first official visit to Asia and his first time meeting his Chinese counterpart as well. Rubio says that he is not concerned that tariffs would alienate countries. Here's more from him.
Should have been done a long time ago. President Trump's finally done it. And I think countries understand that this was different. If this was us targeting 10 countries or 5 countries, then I would understand why countries would be upset. But the truth of the matter is we're resetting tariff levels with virtually every country in the world. And so I understand if you had a deal where you were running these huge trade deficits with the United States and exporting a lot to the U.S. and built your economy around exports, but had very little import or very little economic activity coming in from the United States, I understand why you don't want that to change.
And so, Natasha, as Rubio is meeting with his Chinese counterpart for the first time, he also made a little bit of news there as well. He said that the odds are high that Trump and Chinese President Xi could hold face-to-face talks soon. So a lot to watch for there in that region and here in the U.S. Capitol as well.
Absolutely. Chris Glover in Washington. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, let's turn now to CBC's Olivia Stefanovich, who has been tracking how the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is responding to the new tariff threat by calling a cabinet meeting for next week. He says his government is still working with the Trump administration to get a trade deal done. So, Olivia, let's talk about what you're seeing from the Ottawa perspective.
Well, Natasha, it was just as recently as yesterday when we heard from federal ministers on camera saying they were hopeful that Canada could land a new trade deal with the U.S. by July 21st. But of course, that won't happen. Instead, the Prime Minister is now aiming for a new deadline, August 1st. In a statement from Mark Carney, he says that these negotiations are ongoing. And the Prime Minister's office also says that the last time Canadians and Americans met was just yesterday afternoon before this letter from Trump was sent to Carney. Now, Carney in his letter also says that he will be convening a cabinet meeting next week with his ministers to discuss these negotiations and the path forward. And then he will be meeting in person with Canada's premiers in Huntsville, Ontario during Council of the Federation meetings. Now, these were already scheduled by Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who heads this federation. He's scheduling all these meetings with Canada's premiers that week. And Ford says in a statement today that he invited the Prime Minister to speak to the premiers in person ahead of this now new deadline of August 1st. And in this statement, Ford says that he's urging the federal government to work around the clock to secure a deal that is right for Canada and eliminates all American tariffs. Now, we have reaction from other premiers who are weighing in. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, for instance, she says that tariffs, these American tariffs, are a tax on consumers and counter tariffs that Canada could potentially impose that would hurt Canadian consumers. And so what she's doing is trying to use this opportunity to push for more pipelines in this country, rail lines, transmission lines, to get Canada's product to market. We're also hearing a similar sentiment from Saskatchewan's Premier Scott Moe, who's calling for market diversification, Natasha. And he also says that Canadian officials should react to Trump but not overreact in this situation. We have a colorful statement now to bring to you from BC's Premier David Eby, who says in his statement that this letter from Trump is flailing, factually incorrect, and he says other F words come to mind. Now, we have also heard from Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew. He spoke to reporters recently. Here's how he describes the state of the relationship between the two countries at this point.
Geography is never going to change. We're always going to be close to the U.S. That's always going to be a really important market for us. But given what's happening with the relationship, if we can improve some of the economic activity within Canada, if we can find some new markets, particularly for ag products in Asia, if we can go to Europe and we can sell maybe energy, other goods that we create here in the province, we put all those pieces together, that's how we'll be able to protect your jobs, protect our economy, and protect our country.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has also released a statement calling Trump's latest threat against Canada an unjustified attack. Now, we aren't expecting to hear more from the Prime Minister today. His office says that at this point in time, we aren't expecting to see him in front of cameras. And we were expecting to hear from the Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne. He was expected to address reporters out of Rome, where he's attending the Ukraine Recovery Conference. But that press conference was suddenly canceled earlier this morning. And Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand, well, she was scheduled to meet with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Malaysia, and that meeting was also canceled. Natasha, her office citing scheduling issues.
But people can't help but wonder if the timing of the president's statement last night has anything to do with the conversations sort of not happening in public. So let's talk about President Trump also mentioning Canada's supply management system. This is something he's brought up time and time again. It's something that clearly irritates him. So why is that such a challenging issue for the Canadian government?
Well, Trump once again takes direct aim at Canada's supply management system in this letter to Carney. It's an irritant for him because it limits how much American producers can sell in the Canadian market for dairy, eggs, poultry products. Now, the Prime Minister was asked about whether this could be a bargaining chip during trade negotiations with the U.S. during the federal election campaign. Here's what he had to say at that time.
Il faut commencer par dire des choses qui ne seront jamais sur la table. La langue française, la culture québécoise et la gestion de l'offre. Jamais sur la table. Nos ressources.
So Carney says that supply management will never be on the table, will never be up for negotiations. But now with Trump intensifying efforts to dismantle this system, it does raise a question of whether supply management could go the way of the digital services tax and become a casualty in this trade war. However, Parliament just recently passed legislation, Natasha, protecting supply management, so it's unlikely that that would happen. However, what we could see are quotas change between the U.S. and Canada, so we may see more American product in Canada going forward.
Okay, we'll certainly watch for that. CBC's Olivia Stefanovic in Ottawa. Thank you, Olivia.
You're welcome.
All right, so we've been talking about the political perspectives both from Washington and Ottawa, but of course this is still a major economic story, and how is it playing out on the markets? For further analysis on that, we're joined now by CBC's Anis Hadari, who is based in Calgary. Anis, what are you seeing so far based on a reaction to Trump's latest tariff threat?
The markets have certainly reacted, but not very steeply, at least not at first. When the markets in North America opened for trading this morning, we did see them drop. And then they've been slowly crawling back up. Now, I don't want to imply that markets have been gaining, but it would be fair to say they don't seem to be weighing this latest batch of tariffs very heavily. If we take a look at the Toronto Stock Exchange, the TSX, it opened with a bit of a steeper drop this morning, and then it's recovered some of what it was losing so far. You can see in the little graph in the middle there, you see a plunge, and then it pops back up, drops again, and overall we have seen some downage today, but it's been around less than a percentage point. So really, markets aren't people, but we can guess at what the people who move markets are thinking right now, and it seems like they don't think they're going to be losing a lot of money in the future based on what Donald Trump has put in those letters over the last day or so. U.S. markets also don't seem to be showing a big indication that investors are worried they're going to lose more money from these threats. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that if these tariffs happen as promised in that letter, those letters, that investors don't think they'd lose money. What this could mean, and again, this is speculative, it could mean that they just aren't sure when these will happen, or maybe if they will happen at all, or what they will look like. And that's been the problem with these tariff threats for really weeks, if not months now. No one is sure if this is a brand new surprise threat, if this is an old threat repackaged. At this point, it does look like what we are really seeing as a functional change here is that the date has shifted. That August 1st date is in play. And so you could argue that markets had already accounted for, the people who move markets had already accounted for the fact that tariffs are being threatened. This has just changed the date. So actually the landscape maybe isn't that different for them, at least as far as investors are concerned, Natasha.
That's right, Anis. We've been hearing so much about possibly investors getting desensitized to these constant messages of this is going to get tariffed and that's going to get tariffed, but it does have real life consequences. And so on that point, what are we hearing from industry groups? What are we hearing from businesses across Canada?
Yeah, investors are one side of the puzzle here, but then there are so many other players in our economy, and that includes the people who run businesses and the people who work for businesses. And uncertainty is still the name of the game there, and that didn't change because of these letters. It just made it more uncertain because, well, now the date's changed. No one knows when something is coming, if they even know what is coming. And that's been poison to a lot of Canadian industries. Take a listen to an industry group that was speaking on CBC News Network earlier today.
We have businesses that are looking at the remainder of this year, not sure what, behavior of consumers will look like, and, seeing concerns in their customer base and worrying about spend and impact. And so that uncertainty is just causing an absolute chill, if not freeze, over the business community.
So consumers aren't sure if they're going to be able to spend money. Businesses aren't sure if they're going to be able to spend money. They may be holding off on big purchases because they want to know what's coming when it comes to our economy and their wallets. And these letters from Donald Trump don't address that. They still have us in a confusing mode at best, Natasha. And so that is having an impact on the economy in a broader sense, even if we don't necessarily see it in the markets right now.
Okay. CBC's Anis Hadari in Calgary. Thank you, Anis.
You're welcome.
Now, as we've been covering this story month after month, there's been so much movement in this trade war timeline. So to get a better sense of that, let's turn to Mark Harkesall. He's actually joining us from outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto today. So, Mark, let's talk about where we are today. The latest iteration of this ongoing trade war is the possibility of 35% tariffs on some Canadian goods. How did we get from where we were just a few months ago to where we are today?
Well, Natasha, I guess this all really started in November. That is when President Trump first really started publicly musing about the idea of imposing tariffs on Canada, Mexico, other countries around the world. But the first so-called shot in this trade war wasn't really fired till March. March was what, 4 months ago? It feels like an eternity ago at this point. These last 4 months have been a heck of a year. Let's walk through how things have gone since March, specifically March 4th. That is when the U.S. imposed a 25% tariff on products from Canada that were not encompassed as part of the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. The same day, they imposed 10% tariffs on energy resources and critical minerals, as well as potash from Canada. Canada retaliated that same day with 25% tariffs on a range of goods worth about $30 billion. And individual provinces had their own responses, like taking U.S. liquor off their store shelves. That's a measure that many provinces are still taking part in today. On March 12th, the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports. That includes metal coming in from Canada. On March 13th, the next day, Canada imposed a 25% retaliatory tariff on more American products, including steel and aluminum, worth about $29 billion, those particular tariffs. Then we had sort of a bit of a lull in the action until April 3rd. That's when the U.S. imposed 25% tariffs on all auto parts coming into its borders. 6 days later, Canada did the same with U.S. auto parts. And then again, a bit of a lull. We had a federal election, new prime minister coming in, new relations between Ottawa and Washington. And it wasn't until June 4th when we really had sort of the next stage in things. That was when the U.S. increased its steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% for everyone except the UK. They'd worked out their own deal with the UK. Then on June 27th, the White House cut off trade talks with Canada due to the digital services tax. 2 days later, Canada rolled back that services tax and eliminated that, started talks again. And then on June 29th, or rather, sorry, just this last Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump threatened the 50% tariff on copper coming into the U.S. And then, as we learned last night, now he's threatening 35% tariffs on all Canadian goods. Like I said, a long, winding road to get here, Natasha. Talks continue now, but that's where we stand.
Okay, and you've been speaking to people today to get their reaction to the latest in the trade tariff threat. What are they telling you?
Well, a lot of people, as I was describing the history of this, their eyes were probably rolling into the back of their heads because there's been so many steps and threats, pullbacks, delays, and whatnot. So a lot of people, quite frankly, as you'll see in this streeter pack, as we call it, just aren't really paying attention anymore. 35% tariff against Canada. How do you feel about all this tariff stuff? That lack of words says more than you know.
I keep myself as willfully ignorant as possible so that I'm not angry all the time.
Most people we talk to just say there's nothing they can do about it, so they'll just wait for a resolution whenever that is. Now, Prime Minister Carney and President Donald Trump have extended that self-imposed deadline for their negotiations until August 1st. Don't forget, Canada also has another $125 billion worth of counter tariffs in their back pocket if they need. They don't want to, but they say they will use it if they have to.
Okay, Mark Carcasol from outside the U.S. consulate in downtown Toronto. Thanks so much, Mark. Okay, we've been talking about how Ottawa is responding to this. So just into our newsroom, we are learning that Canada's energy minister spoke just moments ago with reporters after an event in Charlottetown. Tim Hodgson was asked about the latest tariff threat. Here's what he had to say.
My understanding is, based on what I have seen the Prime Minister say, is that we're now focused on the August 1st deadline. The President continues to be somewhat unpredictable in his approach to negotiations, but I believe we are now focused on August 1st as the deadline.
And a follow-up question, if you could answer in English and French, please, is when will the government announce more counter tariffs, and is supply management something Canada is willing to budge on?
So I've been here for the last 3 days working with my colleagues in the Energy and Natural Resources Conference. I have not been in conversations with my colleagues who are leading the negotiations with the United States. I think it would be better to ask the Prime Minister or Minister LeBlanc, who are leading those negotiations.
Okay, and we are also standing by to hear from the industry minister this hour. That's when Melanie Joly is going to speak at that podium. As soon as she starts speaking, we'll take you there live. And to stay on top of the latest trade war developments, you can read the CBC News Live story page. It's uploaded with every new detail that emerges, and there's so many in chronological order. You can read it by using our CBC News app or by logging on to CBCNews.ca. The international commerce world is buzzing once again after U.S. President Donald Trump announced his latest round of far-reaching tariffs. Trump has told 22 countries they will face tariffs as high as 50% on August 1st if they don't reach deals with him by then. Now, Trump has also threatened to raise rates even higher if any of those countries sought to retaliate with levies of their own. Well, Donald Trump's threat to raise tariffs on Canadian goods to 35% is a national concern, of course. But such levies could affect some provinces more than others, and that includes Quebec. Veronique Prue is the president and CEO of the Quebec Chamber of Commerce, and she joins us now. Veronique, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you for having me.
Veronique, just moments ago, my colleague Arti Pol spoke to the CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and she said Trump's latest tariff threats are sending a chill in the world of commerce in Canada. How are you reacting to what we're hearing from the president?
Well, it is concerning once again. And then again, we've been used to him announcing tariffs and then moving backwards. So there's still a lot of uncertainty about what will happen on August 1st and if he will go forward or not with the different measures he has announced. But of course, in Quebec, with what has been said, there is a lot of concern for all industries, but also specifically for copper and for the supply management as well, because these are important industries in Quebec, and they are present in every regions of the province.
Give us an insight into what the conversations are like in Quebec, because you're right. When it comes to earlier in the week, there was that announcement of 50% additional tariffs on all copper products entering into the United States. Canada's only refinery, I believe, and smelting facility is in Quebec. And they trade primarily with the United States, so this would be a huge hit. As you mentioned, the supply chain. What are the conversations like in the province of Quebec as you're dealing with this federal crisis with President Trump?
Well, it's a bit overwhelming for businesses and for exporters across the province because there are always these announcements and we don't have any predictability as if they will go forward or not. I mean, if they do go forward, as it has been in the lumber industry, steel and aluminum as well, it is hurting our producers, but also the companies who are processing with these raw materials. So basically across Quebec, we have the supply chains really cover all of Quebec. It's true in aluminum and steel, but also for copper. Copper is a strong industry in Quebec. We don't often talk about it, but now that the announcements have been made on potential tariffs, there is a lot of concern as will he go forward or not. And then, you know, when we look at it more pragmatically, we know very well that U.S. companies need our copper, they need our aluminum. So we are part of the supply chains. And in the end, these tariffs would hurt the Quebec economy, but it would also hurt the American companies.
The Council of the Federation, which is the group of the leaders and the premiers of each of the provinces and territories, are going to be meeting in just a few days. They've invited the Prime Minister to join that meeting. What is it that you think Quebec Premier François Legault needs to present at that meeting to really lobby and push forward for the specific current concerns for Quebec?
So the first thing, and we've been talking about it for quite a while, companies don't want counter tariffs. The number one thing that will hurt us the most, more than tariffs to the U.S. market, is counter tariffs on our imports. So we do encourage the government, the Carney government, to move forward with the strategy he has been putting in place. We understand that he has announced that, the negotiations have to arrive for July 21st. We encourage them to keep on doing what they're doing now and to avoid counter tariffs that will hurt different companies, especially small and medium companies across Quebec. The second thing that's really important for us is supply management. Now, supply management cannot be on the table. President Trump has spoken about dairy, poultry, and eggs as well. These are industries that are strongly embedded in the different regions of Quebec and that we rely on to strengthen and support our economy. So this is something that has to be brought back to the table. Once we've said this, and we've been saying it since last January, both governments, federal and provincial, need to focus on the levers on which they do have control. So if we want to make sure that our companies stay in Quebec and invest in Quebec, we need to talk about public procurement. We need to make sure that our Quebec companies can access and will be privileged in public procurement at both government levels. We need to talk about foreign temporary workers, which both governments have control on, and that would help our companies sustain the economic level at which they're at right now. We need to talk about the defense industry. So there are a lot of things that our governments can leverage. We don't have a lot of impact on what the Trump administration will choose to do, but we do have control on these levers right now. And we would like to see both governments accelerate on announcements for these different sectors.
That focus on supply management is so concerning for so many farmers, so many different industries in this country. But we know it was just 2 weeks ago that President Trump issued a statement again on social media saying he was cutting off all trade talks with Canada unless the digital services tax goes away. And then 3 days later, the Prime Minister got rid of it. So is there any fear, any apprehension that perhaps supply management is up for negotiation, is possibly in danger?
Well, I'd like to say that, supply management has always been in danger to a certain extent, and both the farmers, but the processors as well, and all the ecosystem, that the supply chain around it, are always concerned when these negotiations are back on the table, whether it be for trade negotiations or the conversations that are happening right now. But I think, to some extent, there are things that we can negotiate, but the federal government and Prime Minister Carney need to stay very strongly on certain aspects that are important across the country, but for Quebec, supply management is one of them. It's not only the farmers, but it's also the processors and all the companies that are part of this supply chain. So for us, it needs to be non-negotiable, and we're really pushing forward. And we think that Premier Legault will bring it up to that meeting for sure. But we want to make sure that it's not for negotiation. And we also have to remind ourselves that the American industries, both eggs, poultry, and other areas, dairy as well, are strongly subsidized in a different way, but they are.
Okay. And Veronique, before I let you go, if I can ask a more existential question, which is, again, about the culture of Quebec, the uniqueness of Quebec within the Canadian nation. Right now, there's such a sense of nationality, and everybody is sort of on this Team Canada stand. But if supply management is potentially in danger, and Quebec industries feel like they are not being protected the way they need to be by this federal government, could we see a move again towards pushing away from Ottawa and a more Quebec nationalistic perspective?
That's a really interesting question. So you're right. Since the beginning of the tariff war, we've seen that Quebecers are much more Canadian than they have been in the past. And there's a strong will to be part of the Federation and to be part of this big country. But I do think that supply chain management could be a breaking point for Quebecers if it should be back on the table, and if Prime Minister Carney should choose to renegotiate what we've worked very hard to maintain here in Quebec.
Okay. Veronique Proulx, very good to speak to you. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
My pleasure. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Okay, friends, now we're going to take you to Ottawa, where Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, Mélanie Joly, is speaking. She's also joined by the European Commission Executive Vice President for Prosperity and Industrial Strategy. Let's see what they're talking about.
Form the strength of free trade between ourselves and our businesses. Due to agreements such as our free trade agreement, CETA, we have created jobs and encouraged innovation on both sides of the Atlantic. The world is facing new economic challenges these days, so the need for narrow cooperation between Canada and the EU has never been as pressing. Today marks an important step in our partnership with the launch of a new dialogue on industrial policies between Canada and the EU. And this meeting is 15 days after the agreement signed by the President and the Prime Minister. So there is an urgency.
Milestone in our partnership with the launch of the new Canada-EU Industry Policy Dialogue. Together, we have pledged to deepen cooperation across these critical sectors. Our defense industries, including aerospace, marine, and tech, will be better aligned and will benefit from deeper cooperation in order that we fully recognize that peace and security are the foundation of lasting prosperity. We will develop closer supply chain, particularly in vital areas such as energy and critical minerals. And by building resilient and sustainable supply networks, we will protect not only our economic security on the EU side and on the Canadian side, but also our economies from disruption, and ultimately we will protect jobs together. Innovation lies at the core of our agenda, and through our collaboration, we will enhance manufacturing capabilities by leveraging breakthrough technologies such as quantum computing and AI. And finally, we will join our efforts in industrial decarbonization, including pioneering initiatives in green steel and green aluminum. In response to global health crisis, we are strengthening cooperation on vaccine research, manufacturing, and supply because we believe in science, and we believe that our health, the health of our citizens, is at the foundation of our prosperity. So it's really, really a pleasure to have you here, my dear Stéphane. Looking forward to working very, very closely with you. My goal is to make sure that within the end of the summer, I will be going to Europe and continue to implement the action plan that we've been working on, because as I said in French, there's an emergency, and so therefore we're in action mode. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much,
Mesdames et messieurs.
ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, thank you to Mélanie Joly. Thank you for your words, and yes, I have to admit that we have built together throughout the years and with our respective responsibilities a trusted relationship, and today this will be at the service of a new cause, which is a noble cause, especially right now, in light of our geopolitical environment, the prosperity of our people, and the reindustrialization of our respective countries. Myself, I'm wearing a new hat, and it's with great pleasure that I'm here today. It's my first trip outside of the EU. I have a very domestic portfolio. It's mostly internal trade, but industrial issues go further than the EU borders. And on both sides of the Atlantic, we have reached the same agreement with regards to stability. Governments have to provide predictability and stability. It's necessary for our businesses, for our industries, and we need to be strong and more competitive throughout the world. The rise of arbitrary protectionism reinforces our need to diversify our economic model. Also, we have the fragility of the supply chain. This makes it important to see what's happening in Europe. And we see that democracies have to band together. This is the case for the countries in the EU and Canada, and it's specifically what we are doing today. We are building bridges, not walls. We are reinforcing our independence without isolating ourselves. We are using an economic model based on the state of law, openness and trust. And this is an industrial partnership with Canada. And we want to build this together in an ambitious way, and we want to have very structured files. You spoke to some examples where our respective administrations will work with exchanges in the months to come, given the circumstances. Before giving the floor to journalists for questions, for the EU, we are trying to secure access to indispensable critical minerals, and we are trying to decarbonize and to do an energy shift. And this was why I visited the graphite mine yesterday in Lac des Îles, Quebec. And this is a site that was seen as a strategic project for raw materials by the EU. And so we hope that the Commission will be able to look at other strategic partnerships for raw materials, including the capacity of Canada to integrate some of our supply chains in Europe, and also given the strategic complementarity on steel and aluminum, the automobile sector, and research, the question of vaccines that we have evoked, and these will be the subject of joint work by our administrations, work on emerging technologies, and also to build common standards to set the rules of the game to have an open and fair economy. This is our goal. And our goal is simple, you've understood it, to have industrial value chains that are shared, that are resilient, and less dependent, and also with advantages for the EU. Also CETA, the free trade agreement between the EU and Canada, and this is an important lever for our relationship. 63% plus 63% of trade since its implementation, and so we can go even further. I've said it to Minister Joly, and some have not yet ratified a specific action. In the months to come, we need to stabilize our relationship and to provide visibility to our respective investments. And this is a very well-known list in Canada, and we will commit to the EU as well so that this agreement will go further and will be ratified. Today in Europe and Canada, we are reinforcing our cooperation in a world that is increasingly fragmented. I am convinced that there is a way ahead, that of cooperation, regulation, solidarity as well between allies. And that is why I have chosen Canada for my first visit, and I would like to continue to travel throughout these countries that share with Canada and the EU our values. I'm thinking of Japan, for example, Australia. These countries are important trade partners for the future of our industry. Canada is not alone. As you've seen, the EU is not alone either, and I understand this, and so together we are working on these different issues. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Of course, we take good note of the comments made by the President. And of course, we'll let the Prime Minister continue his negotiations and will not negotiate in public. These has been the answers that I've been giving to every single question since the beginning of the negotiations. What I wanted to emphasize today is, as Minister in charge of industries and of the economy, is we are not alone in this world. We need to be closer to our allies. And that is why today is so important. It's been only 15 days that the Prime Minister signed an agreement with the EU to make sure that not only, of course, that we have free trade agreement, but that we are very closely aligned on defense and on all our industrial policies. And that's why Stéphane and I today are together, because we're in solution mode and we're trying to make sure that ultimately, while the US is becoming weaker, we will become stronger and we will diversify and turn ourselves towards Europe.
We saw the Prime Minister push the deadline for these negotiations to August 1st. I'm wondering why that strategy and why not, for instance, more counter tariffs in this case?
So, as I mentioned, we'll make sure that the negotiations continues. Canada is the only country on earth, along with China, that has imposed so many counter tariffs. So we have had already a very strong response, and we want to make sure that while we are putting pressure on the American administration, that at the same time we're creating, well, first we're protecting jobs while creating jobs. And we're making sure that we're doing this economic diplomacy, which usually would not necessarily be the case in a normal world, but we're not in normal times. And economic diplomacy is more important than ever, and that's why we need to make sure that while the US is closing its market and really taking its own path regarding protectionism, that we, as a stable and democratic country, continue to have open markets, including with the EU. And that's my job. Thank you.
Bonjour, Madame Joly. Certains ont critiqué le gouvernement dans les dernières semaines d'avoir fait des concessions dans cette guerre tarifaire, d'avoir ouvert la porte à d'autres concessions. Et maintenant, avec ces menaces
Inaudible question.
récemment, y aura-t-il d'autres concessions dans les prochaines semaines, prochains jours, peut-être même? Que leur répondez-vous?
Mais moi, ce que je dirais, c'est qu'il n'y a personne qui est
What
dans
I
l'état
would say
d'esprit
is that no one knows what President Trump is thinking. When he speaks, we have to take him seriously. We have to listen to what he's saying. So when we look at yesterday's statements, we're going to take note and then we will act. We have to continue negotiating, but during a trade war, we have to do two things. We have to be able to continue to defend ourselves, protect our jobs, exert pressure on the American administration, but there's always a diplomatic table continuing negotiations. But Canada cannot do nothing. We have to be able to react to the events and to find solutions that are not only over the short term, but rather over the longer term. We've already said that the relationship with the Americans would never be the same again. So today, what we are seeing is the impact of that realization, is that we are deciding to turn ourselves to other countries. We had a free trade agreement already. Stéphane, my colleague, he announced that there are still 10 countries who have not yet ratified CETA. And he is committed to exerting pressure on the member states so that this trade agreement will be struck. And then we have to go further to make sure that with regards to defense, procurement, we will be more aligned. With regards to aluminum, steel, and the automobile sector, we will be more aligned and we can make each other stronger. And the US has decided to do something else. As I mentioned already in English, Canada has put the most counter tariffs against the US, ourselves and China. So we made a decision. We think it's part of our strategy to fight against the designs of the Trump administration, but at the same time, we're continuing our negotiations, and we have to be able to do both at the same time. That's it.
Good afternoon, Minister. Your government ran on the promise of being elbows up and standing up for Canadians, but respectfully, that hasn't been happening. So do you think Canadians have been misled by the promises of your government?
I reject that premise. What I'm saying is, of course, we will make sure that we defend our workers. That has been at the core of everything we've been doing. But at the same time, we're dealing with a very unpredictable US administration. We're not the only ones. That's the case for the EU, and I won't talk, of course, for my colleague Séjourné, but that's the case also for every single country on this planet. So, my point is right now is that we need to make sure that we're in action mode, we're in solution mode with other countries, because we're not alone. And so that's why 15 days after the agreement that was signed between Prime Minister Carney and President von der Leyen, we're meeting here in Ottawa. And within the next week, so the end of the summer, I'll be going to Europe, because we need to make sure that our businesses, our industries in Canada, are able to have access to European markets, and same for European companies having access to Canada. And that's our goal. Because while the US will decide to undergo this protectionism path, we know that together we can be in favor of free and open markets, and that's also a really good way to negotiate.
Respectfully, Minister, there was no strong response, though, to, let's say, the increase of steel and aluminum tariffs. There was no strong response to the threat of copper tariffs incoming. Your government had to remove the DST simply just to get back to the negotiating table. So respectfully, what is the government actually doing to negotiate with the U.S. and stand up for Canadians?
Well, you know, you're pretty much asking the same question as your colleagues. My answer is always the same. We won't negotiate in public, and we'll let the Prime Minister negotiate. And you know, it's a reality that pretty much all world leaders are dealing with right now. And of course, we're coordinating with the EU, we're coordinating with other countries that are negotiating. That's why economic diplomacy is so important right now. But fundamentally, while these negotiations are happening, we need to realign ourselves with trusted partners. And today, what you're seeing is a realignment between trusted partners. Thank you.
Minister, given Trump's letter, you said you can change.
I thought you had a question for my colleague Séjourné, no?
No, please.
I thought that was Canadian hospitality, guys.
Okay, so given Trump's letter saying you can just change the tariffs depending on the relationship, how can you expect the government to negotiate with Trump and provide certainty to the Canadian industry when the tariffs could change at this time?
My goal is to create certainty in a world that is very uncertain, in a world that is much more dangerous. That is the challenge of world leaders right now, of politicians that are in Stéphane and my role. And that's why being a minister in charge of the economy, in charge of industries, is so important. Why? Because we're in a trade war. The battle is the economy, and our front lines right now are the tariff sectors: steel, aluminum, auto. Now we're looking at copper, and we're taking note of what the president mentioned yesterday. But fundamentally, we can't stay idle. We won't keep our arms crossed, just looking at things and not be in solution mode. My focus, my priority has been to protect jobs. I'm very much aware that people in the tariff industries are very anxious. I understand that livelihoods are at stake. Meanwhile, while this is happening, we need to make sure that we're turning ourselves towards Europe, or turning ourselves also towards trusted partners in Asia. And that won't happen by fluke. It will happen because we're meeting, we're discussing, we're taking decisions, and then we're implementing them. And that's what you're seeing today in full force.
Maybe a question for both of you then.
Yeah.
Like you said, 10 European nations have not signed.
Sorry, can you repeat?
10 European nations have not ratified.
Yeah.
So you're putting a lot of emphasis on Europe and focus on Europe. Is that smart, given that it's not fully
So I think what is really important is CETA is implemented. It is happening every single day. Every time you go to the grocery store, you can see so many European products. Every time you are in a sector, you know you can have access to the different jurisdictions in the EU, notwithstanding the fact that it's not been ratified by 10 of all the member states. But in order to make sure that there is truly a secure partnership, we need to make sure that implementation ratification is done, and that's why we need to make sure that these 10 countries are ratifying. So maybe Stéphane, you want to add to that?
Just before one comment, but another question, but is il n'y a pas que la relation.
There's not only the relationship with the United States, the trade relationship with the United States, and I want to repeat this with regards to your questions. And we're having the same debates and the same questions are being asked in Canada. And this is because we have to build partnerships in many different sectors, and these are emerging sectors, future sectors. I think that the EU and Canada together, what we want to do is to make sure that our industries can be innovative, do research, we can build new technologies and not go back. For nostalgic reasons. Previous industries are important, but our economy does not stop there, and so we need new partnerships, and the rest of the world is a market, and the EU represents 450 million consumers, European consumers. It's a larger market than the United States. And so I'm saying this as well. We have ability as well to conduct trade with many different countries that have shared values as ours. With CETA, it's very clear. I said it during my statements. We will try to fast-track our ability to ratify CETA with the member states that have not yet ratified. And there is France, and also the houses will be put to contribution, and our geopolitical moment might help us to have a different point of view on this agreement that represents a win-win situation today if we look at the numbers. And so the work will be done on our side with regards to the EU, and I think that it will be very good to work together with the Canadian government and the government from Europe that have not yet ratified CETA.
Yeah.
And spoke at great length about the need to the European Union's belief that they need to obviously accelerate development the sector. You underline this again in his comments today. What is your view currently on how this might help kind of actually accelerate our sector at the crossroads right now?
Well, referring to critical minerals, what we're clearly seeing is that there's lots of interest from many countries, particularly countries from the European Union, looking to invest in Canada. And for years, we've been looking for capital. For years, we've been looking at investors to develop the potential of these great mines. And I'm really happy to see that finally it's happening. Why? Because also we know that we can be part of this very secure supply chains for these very key critical minerals, which underpin our economic security. And while there's geopolitical tensions right now, we cannot have only one country in the world that is the source of critical minerals. We need to make sure that many others are able to develop the potential of critical minerals, and that's the case, actually, for Canada.
And could you define dialogue for me, please, in this case?
On en a déjà beaucoup parlé.
We've talked about this a lot.
Mais évidemment, pour être très clair, l'Union
To be
européenne
very
a
clear,
dressé
the
une
EU
liste de
has
17
a list
matières premières critiques
of
qui rentrent
17 critical
dans notre
minerals
stratégie
or
de réduction des
raw
dépendances.
material that
La plupart de
enters
ces matières
into
premières, d'ailleurs, étant,
our
à
strategy to reduce
100%,
expenses.
Aujourd'hui approvisionnées par la Chine.
These materials are
Soit
provided
dans
by
la
China,
transformation, soit dans
either
l'extraction
in manufacturing
et
or
encore plus
extraction,
dans le
and
recyclage,
even more in
qui n'est pas
recycling.
fait en Europe.
That is
On
not
aura,
done in
donc
Europe.
comme ambition
So we
de
have
pouvoir
as an
construire
ambition to be able
des
to
accords
build
avec,
agreements
le Canada,
with Canada,
et j'aurai à proposer de
and
nouveaux
I will
appels à candidature sur la
propose
labellisation de futures mines,
the
que ce soit sur la transformation ou sur
creation of a new mine, whether it be for the
recyclage
operation of a mine or
dans les
recycling
prochains mois.
over the next few
Qu'est-ce que
months.
ce label européen
So what does this
apporte?
European
C'est
label
que, en quelque
bring?
sorte,
Well,
il nous permettra de
this will
faire
allow
rentrer
us
ces matières premières
to,
dans la stratégie de toutes nos
have
industries. Et
these
donc aussi
materials
d'intégrer nos chaînes
used
de
in all
valeur.
our industries, and
Pourquoi le
also
Canada?
the value
Parce que
chain
nous
will be improved. Why
partageons
Canada?
les
Because we
valeurs,
share
nous partageons la
values.
solidité de
We
notre
share
modèle démocratique,
a democratic
droit,
model that
et
is
nous pensons
solid.
que entre
We
l'Union
respect the
européenne
rule
et
of
le
law,
Canada,
and we believe that an
cette
agreement between the
relation
EU
peut
and
durer
Canada
longtemps,
can
qu'il y ait
be
une forme de
a
stabilité
long-standing
de nos
agreement. There's a
institutions,
stability
qui nous
coming from
permet
our
de stabiliser,
institutions.
donner de la
This allows us to
prévisibilité à nos
provide
entreprises.
predictability to
Voilà
our
pour,
businesses.
juste avoir un
So this
short brief,
is a short brief
de nos objectifs.
of what our objectives might be. Yes, and if you might allow me to add.
Stéphane was referring to critical minerals, but when we look at critical minerals, we see it link also to the defense sector. We have just signed a very important agreement with the EU about rearm Europe, basically being able to have access to defense procurement from the EU, but also Canada being able to offer solutions to the Europeans when it comes to military procurement. Critical minerals is also part of that supply chain. So that's why it's really, really important, and it shows how much we need to be integrated, not only, of course, at the economic level, but also at the security level. It's all linked. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon. This is
Hi.
David Baxter, Canadian Press.
Hi, David.
Before the during the campaign, we heard Prime Minister Carney say 3 things will never be on the table in trade negotiations, one of which being supply management. Donald Trump taking aim at that once again in his letter. So is supply management still not going to be on the table?
Well, you know, the Prime Minister has said it, so of course this is a key commitment.
Perfect. And just with the Canada trying to move away from the United States and in more industrial sync with the European Union, is there a potential risk in Canada being too closely tied to the EU when it comes to trade, especially with many forecasters saying they only expect moderate economic growth from the EU in the next few years?
What do you think about that? No, listen, I think that the EU is an important market. It is a market that has been able to, for us to participate in our growth. Stéphane was mentioning how much it is really benefiting both the EU and Canada. And at the time where the US is taking its own decisions, we need to make sure that ultimately, while there are forces that will push us towards protectionism, that we're not isolated. Canada is a trading nation. We have said it many, many times. We're 41 million people, but we're punching around over our weight when it comes to being able to offer what the world needs. But in order for us to be developing our economic potential, we need to have access to markets. And that's why the over-dependency on the US over the years has made sometimes our businesses not necessarily focus on looking elsewhere in diversifying. Now, I won't take decisions for our CEOs. My job is to open them paths to make sure that that diversification is easier. And that's why we need, as leaders, to make sure that we're creating these partnerships at the institution level, and then our businesses can follow suit, and then they can make sure that they do business with basically the European Union and the European countries. And I think that there's a lot of interest in the EU for Canada, and I think there's lots of interest right now in Canada for the EU. I think we're in really, you know, the golden age that is starting between the EU and Canada. Thank you. Thank you.
If you're just joining us here on CBC News Network, welcome. My name is Natasha Fatha. I'm sitting in for Andrew Nichols today, and we've been taking you live to Ottawa, where we've been listening in as Industry Minister Melanie Joly, accompanied by the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, have been answering questions from reporters, but really most of those questions were aimed directly at our Industry Minister,